Chapter 1959. When enemies met on a narrow path, naturally the brave would win. When Yang Kai's violent divine sense smashed into his opponent's knowledge sea defenses and tore a large hole in them, he could not help taking a few steps back as he screamed miserably. Where was the demeanor of the arrogant big brother from before? He was simply a weakling who had suffered a setback and could not bear it. Yang Kai's body also shook as his face turned pale. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Instead, he took a step forward and rushed towards the opposite side at an extremely fast speed. "Brother Xueqi!" Xueqi exclaimed in horror. From his point of view, this brother named Xueqi had only exchanged glances with Yang Kai for a brief moment before both of them turned pale and trembled. Xueqi's brother took a few steps back as Yang Kai took the opportunity to close in, a cruel and terrifying grin on his face. Xueqi was also a third-order origin king cultivator, so he could naturally detect the fluctuations of the divine sense collision between the two. But he could not believe that in a head-on clash of divine senses, it was actually Xueqi's brother who had suffered such a big loss. Seeing that Yang Kai had not retreated and was instead advancing, Xueqi hurriedly shouted a warning. But how could it be too late? As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of the cultivator named Xueqi, a five-colored light blooming from his fist as his five elements indestructible sword Qi whistled out and punched out fiercely, smashing into his opponent's cheek like a heavy hammer. Kong. The air shook violently as a violent force erupted. Xueqi was directly smashed into the ground by this ferocious force, leaving behind a human-shaped crater as dust and debris flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, Xueqi seemed to have seen the scene of him being ravaged 3 months ago, and his face suddenly turned pale as his body trembled. The other two brothers were even worse. Screaming in fright, they hurriedly fled, lest they be implicated. How could this be? Xueqi was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that after inviting Xueqi's brother to avenge him, he would definitely be able to teach Yang Kai a lesson. But now, almost all the masters from Protector Bian's faction had left, so naturally, no one would come to stop him. Today was a good day to take revenge and humiliate Yang Kai, but how could he have imagined that the brother he had invited would be beaten down by Yang Kai in a single exchange? The bizarre scene in front of him almost blinded Xueqi's eyes. It was not until this moment that Xueqi noticed that Yang Kai's cultivation was no longer at the second-order origin king realm, but instead at the third order. Breaking through in that damned ice cliff? Xueqi was shocked. Xueqi's. Because in Blue Feather Sect, there had always been a custom. Any disciple who was banished to the ice cliff and confined there would definitely be valued if they didn't die. And if they didn't die and were able to comprehend or even make a breakthrough in the ice cliff, it was extremely likely that they would become an elite disciple of the sect. Status would rise and soar to the heavens. Over the years, many of Yang's brothers had soared because of this. After all, Ice Cliff was a place formed by a single strike from a master from the Emperor realm. It was filled with rich Emperor pressure and ice principles. Being able to break through in such a place was a testament to one's talent. And now, Yang Kai was undoubtedly such a disciple. If this news were to spread, it would definitely attract the attention of the sect, and this junior brother Xueqi hated so much. His status would definitely soar. At that time, Yang Kai would no longer be an existence he could look up to, so how could he seek revenge? All he could do was pray that Yang Kai would not find trouble with him. Many distracting thoughts flashed across Xueqi's mind. Soon, he understood that if he could not resolve this matter perfectly today, he would likely face a great disaster. He could not help feeling a little panicked. Just as he was cursing Xueqi for being a useless waste, a low roar full of anger suddenly rang out. "Boy, you court death!" This voice was filled with unspeakable hatred, like the roar of a wounded beast, and the cold murderous intent it emitted was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Xueqi's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in joy, "Brother Zhou!" This roar was from Xueqi, who had been knocked to the ground by Yang Kai's punch. Although Yang Kai had not shown any mercy, Xueqi was still a master from the first-order Dao source realm, so how could he be so easily killed? Xueqi's only loss was that his divine sense had been damaged and he had not had time to guard against Yang Kai's surprise attack. Now that he had recovered, he was naturally furious. As he spoke, he turned his head fiercely and stared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes, his murderous intent bursting out like a tide. Before, he had only come here at Xueqi's request to vent his anger, but now that he had been punched by Yang Kai, he was filled with murderous intent. After being humiliated to such an extent by a junior brother who was a minor realm lower than him, how could he wash away this stain in his life without using blood and life? The atmosphere in the air suddenly froze. When a Dao Source Realm Master was enraged, even the world principles would be somewhat affected. The power of the wind gathered around Xueqi, causing his black hair to dance wildly in the wind, increasing his might even further. Yang Kai's skin tightened as a sense of crisis instinctively filled his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly used his demon eye of annihilation. In his left eye, Yang Kai's pupil suddenly transformed into a golden slit, long and narrow, giving off a terrifying aura. Inside this golden slit, there was also a faint mysterious power that seemed to have the effect of binding one's soul. Staring at each other, Xueqi could not help feeling startled as he felt that there was some kind of demonic power in this long and narrow pupil that was affecting his soul and will. When his divine sense collided with Yang Kai's, he had suffered a small injury, so now that he was affected by the demon eye of annihilation, a flaw naturally appeared. Yang Kai took this opportunity to display his most powerful soul secret technique as he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus." A budding lotus pattern suddenly appeared in his left eye. After a slight shake, it blasted into Xueqi's pupil. Everything in front of Xueqi suddenly changed. All he could see was a lotus. That lotus was crazily absorbing his divine sense, turning it into nutrients. Soon after, it slowly opened its petals, wanting to bloom its own beauty. Compared to him, Yang Kai currently had the advantage in terms of spiritual energy, so how could he give up on this advantage? As soon as he used his blossoming lotus secret technique, Yang Kai once again took the initiative. Before Xueqi could react, Yang Kai flicked his hands and shot out several dozen golden blood threads. Under the control of his divine sense, the golden blood threads twisted and intertwined, forming a golden net that enveloped Xueqi. This was just one of the many transformations golden blood threads could perform. Dragon transformation. Without hesitation, Yang Kai used his secret technique again, transforming his right arm into a ferocious dragon claw. The tip of the claw was incomparably sharp as he thrust it towards Xueqi's chest. Now that things had developed to this point, it was either you die or I die. Xueqi's murderous intent was not just a deterrent but also a genuine desire to kill his enemy. For someone who wanted to kill him, Yang Kai naturally would not show mercy. "Brother Yang, don't!" Lu Xianyun, who was behind him, exclaimed. If Yang Kai really killed Xueqi, there would be no end to this matter, but she did not know how to resolve the situation in front of her and could only instinctively shout. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her pleas. His expression indifferent, only the determination to kill his enemy. Just as the dragon claw was about to penetrate Xueqi's chest and rip out his heart, Xueqi actually broke free from the influence of his blossoming lotus secret technique and shouted, "Boy, you've got guts!" With a loud crash, the lotus pattern in Xueqi's eyes shattered and the murderous intent that had been suppressed by the secret technique reappeared. At the same time, the aura of the First Order Dao Source Realm Master erupted. "Sad wind palm!" Xueqi shouted as he stretched out his palm to block his chest. Wind attribute energy gathered in his palm like a whirlpool that engulfed Yang Kai's right arm. Gotcha. An ear-piercing sound of friction rang out as the dragon scales on Yang Kai's right arm shattered and even the dragon claw was unable to maintain its shape. Although the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm was only a minor realm higher than Yang Kai, because all the strength in his body had been transformed into Source Qi, his true combat power was beyond the reach of an ordinary Third Order Origin King. What's more, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm had already touched the threshold of principal strength and could roughly mobilize principal strength to enhance his own killing moves. Xueqi was undoubtedly proficient in the power of the wind attribute. That sad wind palm contained his comprehension and usage of the power of the wind attribute. The principles of wind were elegant and flexible, and when added to this sad wind palm, it made this move appear even more unruly. The terrifying murderous intent coming towards him caused Yang Kai's expression to change drastically, but he did not retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stabbed his dragon claw into Xueqi's chest. "You!" Xueqi's eyes trembled violently. Even though he desperately urged his source qi to form a protective barrier around his body, he still could not stop Yang Kai's sharp dragon claw from advancing. Under that terrifying dragon claw, his defense was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Xueqi's heart was grabbed by Yang Kai. At that moment, the sad wind palm's attack also hit Yang Kai. However, His figure suddenly distorted and disappeared, leaving the violent force behind him to linger in the void. When the aftershock of the move dissipated, Yang Kai's figure reappeared, as if he had never moved. Nothingness. The use of his new secret technique allowed Yang Kai's body to turn into nothingness and merge with the void, thereby avoiding most of the damage from the sad wind palm. However, the aftershock of the attack still blasted into Yang Kai's body, rampaging through his flesh and blood, destroying his flesh. Yang Kai's blood boiled in his chest and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. "He's not dead," Xueqi exclaimed in shock. He had thought that Yang Kai was going to take him down with him. After all, Yang Kai's hand had already pierced into his chest and was holding onto his heart. As long as Yang Kai exerted a little more force, he would die. What's more, the grieving wind palm he unleashed in rage was definitely not something a third-order origin king could resist after being struck head-on. But what Xueqi couldn't figure out was that Kai Yang only seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, nothing serious at all. What kind of secret technique is that? Yang Kai was actually able to avoid his attack without moving. At that moment, it was as if his opponent did not exist in this space. Chapter 1960. In front of the simple wooden house, Yang Kai's right arm was dripping with blood and the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth made his expression even more terrifying. His right hand reached into Xueqi's chest and grabbed his violently beating heart. Xueqi was lying on the ground, his body wrapped in a golden net of golden blood threads as he stared at Yang Kai in front of him with trembling eyes. Madman! This guy is definitely a madman! Xueqi screamed in his heart. The two maintained this deadlocked posture, motionless. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost impossible to breathe. Not far away, Lu Xianyun covered her mouth with her small hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Chu Fei and the other two origin kings also swallowed hard. "Hehe, brother, you're finished." Yang Kai suddenly grinned. Zhou face twitched slightly. Although he was full of unwillingness, the current situation forced him to admit that his life was now in someone else's hands, and his life was completely out of his control. As long as Yang Kai used a little more strength, he could take his life. "If you kill me, you won't be able to live either." Zhou stared at Yang Kai coldly, not showing any intention of begging for mercy and instead showing extreme stubbornness. "Do you want to try? Let's see if I can leave this damned place after killing you. Junior brother, I don't have any strong points, but my ability to escape is top-notch." Yang Kai snickered meaningfully. His smile was so evil that Zhou didn't dare to speak for a while, for fear that the other party would really crush his heart. If that happened, regardless of whether Yang Kai could live or not, Zhou would definitely die. He only had one life. How could he not cherish it? "If you dare move, I'll kill him." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and stared coldly at Chu Fei, who was not far away and was preparing to flee. Until now. Lu Xianyun suddenly recovered and her tender body flickered as she arrived beside Chu Fei and stared at him vigilantly. This was to prevent him from taking the opportunity to escape. Chu Fei scowled and really didn't dare to move, a pained expression on his face. "Looks like you're a smart person. You don't want to end up in a life-and-death struggle, right? Why don't senior brother accept it?" Zhou eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kai in front of him. Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course I don't want to fight to the death, but today's matter has reached this point. It was really hard to clean up this mess. This brother, do you think I should kill you and run away? Or should I kill you and wait for the sect to punish me? Don't tell me that as long as I let you go, you won't bother me anymore. I won't believe such childish words." Zhou face was gloomy, and he didn't know how to respond. "Forget it," Kai Yang suddenly laughed happily. "Let's vent our anger first before we talk about it." Saying so, he turned his head to look at Chu Fei, his eyes gradually becoming cold. "Speaking of which, all of this was caused by the few of you. You even caused me to be grounded for 3 months. Since that's the case, I'll start with you. All of you, kneel on the ground and slap yourselves. While slapping yourselves, call yourselves pigs." As soon as this statement came out, the faces of Chu Fei and the others changed drastically. You've gone too far." Chu Fei roared. Although this place was relatively remote and generally no one would come here, if he really did such a thing, how could he establish himself in the sect in the future? News of this would immediately spread and he would become the laughingstock of the entire sect. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. The second-order Origin King cultivator also shouted with an angry expression. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled lightly, no longer paying attention to Chu Fei and the others, instead turning his head to look at Xueqi. Slowly tightening his grip, Yang Kai said coldly, Brother Chu and the others are not cooperating. What do you think we should do? Junior brother, I have no time to spare right now, so I can't force them. This is making me a little upset, and if I can't control my strength properly. Zhou Yi's forehead immediately oozed beads of sweat as he felt the pressure on his heart grow stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to breathe. Panicking, he quickly turned his head and shouted angrily at Chu Fei and the others, Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. This matter was caused by you lot, so if you want to see me die, don't do anything. But if I, Zhou Yi, can escape this disaster, you know what kind of anger you will have to bear. As soon as Zhou Yi spoke, Chu Fei and the others could not help turning pale, all of them staring at Yang Kai with resentment and pleading, as if hoping he would show mercy and spare them this time. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to their pleas and continued to increase the strength of his hand. Still not kneeling. Zhou Yi suddenly roared. Chu Fei and the others did not dare hesitate and all knelt on the ground, their expressions ugly as if they had just lost their parents. This was a great humiliation. All of them were Origin King realm cultivators, so it was normal for them to bleed and be injured, but when had they ever been forced to kneel? All of them cursed Yang Kai in their hearts and secretly vowed to find an opportunity in the future to wash away this shame and pay back today's humiliation 100 times over. Otherwise, how could they dispel the hatred in their hearts? Why didn't I hear the sound of people slapping themselves? Yang Kai tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Zhou Yi's fierce eyes immediately drifted towards Chu Fei and the others. Pa. Chu Fei and the others waved their hands again and again, fanning their cheeks mechanically. What else? Yang Kai continued to sneer. Chu Fei's blood and qi churned in his chest, almost causing him to cough up blood. He wished he could rush over and take Yang Kai down with him right now, but under Zhou Yi's tyrannical abuse, how could he dare to resist? Steeling his heart, Chu Fei began to cry. I'm a pig, woo-woo. With Chu Fei taking the lead, the remaining two naturally did not dare to remain silent, so a strange scene played out as the three Blue Feather Sect disciples knelt on the ground and slapped themselves while cursing. This kind of humiliation was 100 times more unbearable than any other form of torture in the sect. I shouldn't have provoked Junior Brother Yang. I'm a pig, Junior Brother Yang. Please be magnanimous and let us off this time. Isn't that good? Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, people can only be forced. Is that enough? Zhou Yi stared at Yang Kai coldly, his teeth clenched so hard they seemed to be bleeding, the hatred in his eyes almost tangible. Brother, your eyes are so fierce. Yang Kai looked frightened. Junior brother is a coward, so don't glare at me like that. If Junior brother becomes flustered and crushes your heart. Zhou Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but when he opened them again, his expression returned to normal and he quickly said, Junior Brother Yang, this brother had eyes but failed to see. Today, you have vented your anger, so shouldn't you stop here? In the end, we are brothers from the same sect, we see each other often. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his left hand and slapped him. Pa. A blood-red palm print appeared on one of Zhou Yi's cheeks as a few of his teeth were knocked out. Now you know we are brothers from the same sect, we see each other often? Why didn't you say that when you were about to teach me a lesson? You what? As Yang Kai spoke, he slapped Zhou Yi again. Zhou Yi instinctively wanted to resist, but when he felt the gradually increasing force of the palm on his heart, how could he dare to move? Abruptly eating the second slap, the anger that had just been quelled reignited and his eyes became bloodshot. If you say another word, I'll slap you. If you say another word, I'll see. Ha, you still dare to glare at me? Yang Kai punched out, hitting Zhou Yi right in the eye socket, leaving him with a black eye. Zhou Yi finally became obedient. He knew that Kai Yang was a bit crazy and difficult to provoke. If he didn't behave now, the only one who would suffer would be himself. Lowering his head, he didn't look at Kai Yang, while in his heart he was thinking about how to torture Kai Yang in the future to wash away today's humiliation. Xian Yun, this is the guy who hurt you, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked an inexplicable question. Lu Xianyun's expression changed and she opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, But in the end, she nodded. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to guess this. After all, with Lu Xianyun's strength, it was impossible for Chu Fei to hurt her. The only person who could hurt her was this Xueqi. Yang Kai nodded indifferently and said fiercely, "As a brother of the sect, not only did you not take care of us junior brothers and sisters who had just entered the sect, you even deliberately bullied us. Brother Xueqi, you really are quite capable." As soon as his words fell, Yang Kai raised his left fist and began beating Xueqi. Xueqi had no room or leeway to resist and could only endure Yang Kai's beatings. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his by a minor realm, his physique was extremely strong. The strength of his punches was so great that it didn't take long for Zhou Yi's face to be bruised and swollen, making him look extremely miserable. Suddenly, Zhou Yi sneered coldly and muttered, "Little brat, if you don't kill me today, I'll make sure you suffer in the future." Yang Kai frowned and looked up into the distance thoughtfully, coldly snorting as he said, "Rest assured, before I die, I'll drag you down with me." In his perception, there were experts flying over at high speed from that direction. After all, they had been causing trouble here for so long, so they must have alarmed the other members of Blue Feather Sect, so Yang Kai had expected someone to come over. What he hadn't expected was that this person seemed to be a very powerful master. The pressure he was exuding before arriving indicated that this person's strength wasn't any weaker than Bian Yuqing's. "Which protector has arrived?" Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Lu Xianyun obviously also noticed this and couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with worry in her beautiful eyes. After all, Yang Kai had really caused quite a ruckus today. Chu Fei and the others were still kneeling on the ground, slapping themselves and cursing themselves. A short while later, a streak of light suddenly shot over and stopped not far above Yang Kai and the others. When this light dissipated, several figures were revealed. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate and their bodies to feel heavy, as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Chapter 1961. The leader of this group was an old man with a white face and no beard. Behind him stood several men and women, all of whose cultivations varied from Origin King Realm to Dao Source Realm. At this moment, all of them were staring at the strange scene below in amazement. After seeing this old man, Zhou Yi was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Protector Miao, save me!" "Protector Miao?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he immediately knew the identity of this person. Miao Qi was also one of the protectors of Blue Feather Sect, and his cultivation was indeed at the level of the third order Dao Source Realm, on par with Bian Yuqing, Zhu Junshan, and the others. If a master of this level wanted to take Yang Kai's life, he would likely not be able to resist. Yang Kai wasn't quite sure what kind of attitude Miao Qi would take to deal with today's matter, but he secretly made up his mind that if Miao Qi decided to side with Zhou Yi and threaten his life, he would directly release the monster insect queen and cause a ruckus. Although the monster insect queen could only display the strength of a cultivator from the first order Dao Source Realm now, it still had enough strength to delay Miao Qi for a while. Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to escape with Lu Xianyun. As for whether or not he could escape at that time, that would depend on his own means. Considering all this, Yang Kai calmed down a little and stared at Miao Qi fearlessly. Miao Qi also seemed to be sizing up Yang Kai, and the strange scene in front of him surprised him slightly. After all, the gap in strength between Yang Kai and Zhou Yi was obvious. It stood to reason that Yang Kai should be the one to be subdued, but instead, it was Zhou Yi who was being held hostage. Miao Qi couldn't figure out why this was happening. As for Chu Fei and the others, their appearances and performances were truly unsightly. "Protector Miao, save us!" Chu Fei and the others also cried out one after another. Miao Qi's appearance gave them hope, and they no longer cared about Yang Kai's previous threats. All of them stood up from the ground with swollen cheeks and shouted for help. Miao Qi remained indifferent. His divine sense constantly scanned Yang Kai's body, as if trying to pry into some kind of mystery. Behind him, a cultivator who looked like a middle-aged man stood out. He looked down at the crowd and asked coldly, "What happened here?" Chu Fei and the others obviously recognized this man. Hearing this, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Big Brother Pang, we had some grievances with this junior brother Yang before, so when we heard that he had returned from the ice cliff today, we specifically came here to apologize. But we did not expect that this junior brother Yang would hold a grudge against us and would not listen to our explanations. We were not his match. Brother Pang and Protector Miao, please uphold justice for us." Chu Fei was eloquent and almost instantly came up with a perfect excuse. directly putting the blame on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and stared at Chu Fei with great admiration, not having expected this guy to be so eloquent. Big brother Pang did not comment, instead frowning and asking, "What happened to junior brother Zhou?" Chu Fei was suddenly filled with indignation. Pointing to Yang Kai, he cursed, "Brother Pang, brother Zhou was just passing by and saw us being humiliated. He wanted to come forward and intercede for us, but he didn't expect junior brother Yang to act so sanctimonious, pretending to be polite while launching a sneak attack on brother Zhou. Brother Zhou is a kind-hearted man. How could he have known that this beast would have such wild ambitions? We were the ones who implicated brother Zhou." As Chu Fei spoke, he wept bitterly, a look of annoyance on his face. Throughout the whole process, Xueqi did not say a word. However, he cooperated very well and put on a grief-stricken expression. "Nonsense." Lu Xianyun couldn't bear to listen anymore. Her pretty face flushed red as she ground her teeth and said, "It was clearly you who held a grudge and colluded with brother Xueqi to find trouble with Yang Kai, but now you—" "Xianyun, there's no need to explain," Yang Kai interrupted her. Looking at Chu Fei with a sneer, he said lightly, "Right or wrong? Protector Miao has his own judgment." But Lu Xianyun still wanted to say something, but when she saw the firm look in Yang Kai's eyes, she sighed and fell silent. Both she and Yang Kai knew that if Protector Miao stood on Chu Fei and Zhou Yi's side, even if Chu Fei made up a lousy excuse, Protector Miao would not mind. However, if Protector Miao was really fair and just, there was no need to explain anything. Everything depended on Miao Qi's attitude. "No need to explain? I think you have a guilty conscience. Now that brother Zhou's life is in your hands and he could lose his life at any time, what else do you have to explain?" Chu Fei's previous cowardly appearance was replaced by a generous and impassioned one, as if he had really suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai just sneered. Brother Pang frowned and said with a look of disgust, "Shut up." Chu Fei hurriedly nodded and no longer dared to speak. Brother Pang then looked at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Are you the new disciple?" "Yes." Kai Yang greets fellow senior brothers, greets Protector Miao. "Please forgive this disciple for not being able to greet you now, if he has offended you." Kai Yang maintained his previous posture while replying in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Brother Pang sneered, "I've heard of you. You're quite bold. You've only just entered the sect but you've already caused a lot of trouble. It seems that Yen Xiuran was beaten by you and even the treasure-seizing snake was bitten to death by you. The last time you made a mistake, Protector Bien grounded you, and now you've just come out and caused trouble again?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said coldly, "The tree wants to be still but the wind won't stop." "Arrogant." Brother Pang coldly snorted. "Little Xiao, you've only just entered the sect, yet you're already causing trouble everywhere. It seems you're not a good person either." Yang Kai's face became cold as he quickly said, "Brother Pang doesn't understand the whole story yet you're evaluating me like this. Isn't that a bit biased? Brother is teaching you a lesson for your own good, yet you dare talk back?" Brother Pang looked angry and his source chi fluctuated, as if he really wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. If this Brother Pang's attitude represented Protector Miao's, then he was afraid he would not be able to escape today. Just as he was about to summon the monster insect queen and make a scene, Protector Miao gently waved his hand. The furious Brother Pang lowered his head, restrained the fluctuations of source qi in his body, and walked to the back docilely. Miao Qi's eyes swept over Yang Kai and finally landed on Xueqi, coldly snorting, "Mediocre." Hearing this, Xueqi couldn't help but turn pale. He naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Miao Qi's words. After all, no matter what, it was a fact that he was suppressed by Yang Kai, and there was no way to justify it. Being suppressed by a third-order origin king junior brother like this, calling him mediocre was already a fair assessment. Xueqi realized that he would no longer be able to be put in an important position by the sect in the future, and he couldn't help feeling cold and desperate. At the same time, he was filled with a monstrous hatred for Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could Miao Qi judge him like this? He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and didn't say a word, but his eyes flashed with an extremely bitter light. At that moment, Miao Qi glanced at Yang Kai indifferently and said in a deep voice, "This old master doesn't care why you're killing each other today, but since this old master has seen it, he can't ignore it. Imprison them all and throw them into the bone prison. When Protector Bien returns, he will deal with them." After saying this, Miao Qi turned around and left. Brother Pang bowed and respectfully saw Miao Qi off. After Miao Qi left, Brother Pang stood in place and pondered for a moment before saying, "You heard Protector Miao's words, right? Obediently follow his orders." Chu Fei and the others scowled, each of them like defeated roosters, standing there without any fighting spirit. None of them had expected Protector Miao to deal with today's matter in such a manner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was overjoyed, because as long as Miao Qi didn't directly attack him, everything would be easy to handle. This kind of treatment was undoubtedly what Yang Kai wanted to see the most. Hearing this, he grinned and said, "Brother Pang, if it weren't for Junior Brother, I would have disobeyed your orders, but you also saw the look in Zhou Brother's eyes. I was afraid that if I let him go and he bit me, heh, Junior Brother's strength is too low, he won't be able to resist." "You're such a busybody." Brother Pang coldly snorted, standing there and saying, "Don't worry, since Protector Miao has given the order, Xueqi won't dare act recklessly. Just let him go." Since Brother Pang has said so, Junior Brother can only comply. Yang Kai smiled as he took back the golden blood threads that were binding Xueqi and pulled his hand out of Xueqi's chest, causing blood to spurt out, making it difficult for anyone to look at him directly. Secretly, Yang Kai had pushed his Saint Qi into Xueqi's body, secretly taking advantage of him. Xueqi couldn't help groaning as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, grit his teeth, and glared at Yang Kai. "You. Sorry, was my action a bit too fierce? Do you want to try again?" Yang Kai asked innocently. Xueqi gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You better pray you don't fall into my hands one day, otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." "Brother Pang, he's threatening me!" Yang Kai immediately shouted, a look of panic on his face. Brother Pang simply ignored him, a look of displeasure on his face as he formed a series of seals with his hands and sent out a series of seals towards everyone present, including Lu Xianyun. The 6 people involved in today's incident all had their cultivations sealed in an extremely short amount of time. "Come with me." Brother Pang looked extremely impatient as he waved his hand, wrapped everyone in his source qi, and flew them towards the bone prison. In front of the bone prison, Yan Xiaoran was still guarding the entrance, but when he saw Brother Pang arrive, he quickly greeted him with a flattering smile. Brother Pang nodded and said, "Take these troublemakers in and keep an eye on them." "Yes." Yan Xiaoran nodded before sweeping his eyes over, the next moment his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he pointed at Yang Kai with a furious expression. It's you, you bastard!" "Heh, Brother Yan, we meet again," Yang Kai greeted him with a smile. Yan Xiaoran's face couldn't help turning cold. Good. I didn't expect you to come to the bone prison again. This brother will definitely entertain you well." "Then I'll have to trouble Brother." Yang Kai put on a fearless look, causing Brother Pang to shake his head. Chapter 1962. Yang Kai had been in Blue Feather Sect for only 4 months and had already been sent to the bone prison twice. However, the situation was very different this time. The first time he was caught, the second time he was only punished. He and Lu Xianyun were locked in one cell while Xueqi, Chu Fei, and the others were locked in another, separated only by an aisle. Even in the darkness, Yang Kai could still feel the resentful gazes directed at him from the other side. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to all of this. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the cold wet ground, his brow furrowed. He was afraid he could no longer stay in Blue Feather Sect. He and Lu Xianyun had temporarily joined this sect because they had no other choice, so they had no sense of belonging here. Now that this incident had happened, Yang Kai did not want to stay here any longer. If he continued to stay here, perhaps one day someone would come looking for trouble. Yang Kai knew that his current strength was not high, but he could not always be lucky enough to turn danger into safety. As long as there was such an accident, his martial Dao career would likely come to an end. Especially after seeing Yan Xiaoran, Xueqi, and the others secretly chat for a long time before sneering at him and leaving, Yang Kai knew that they must be up to no good. Perhaps they wanted to kill him here. Yang Kai was not willing to sit still and wait for death. Now that Protector Bian and Ko Wu were not in the sect, as long as they did a good job of cleaning up the aftermath, they would not be exposed. Besides, even if Bian Yuqing came back, with that woman's temperamental personality, it was hard to say whether she would stick up for him. She probably did not have good intentions when she threw him into the ice cliff. It was a way to test his potential. If he died, she would not care about him. If he could survive, she would pay a little more attention to him. but that definitely did not mean she was kind. After making up his mind, Yang Kai quietly began to contact one of the masters in this place. Senior Wu Meng Chuan. Yang Kai kept calling out softly. To his surprise, there was no response. That day when he was first locked in the bone prison, this guy named Wu Meng Chuan took the initiative to find him and said he wanted to teach him a set of secret techniques to break the seal on his body. But at that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about Blue Feather Sect and didn't dare to act rashly for fear of being used as a pawn. Today, if Yang Kai wanted to escape from Blue Feather Sect, he would have to rely on Wu Meng Chuan's ability. If he really was from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, it would be a good idea to let him out and cause a ruckus. At that time, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun could take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now there was no reaction from the other party, which made Yang Kai wonder if Blue Feather Sect had transferred this person away or if he was already dead. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he kept trying. Finally, after trying for a full 4 hours, a hidden wave of divine sense came out leisurely and sent a message to Yang Kai. It's you, kid. You've been locked up again? Wu Meng Chuan looked very surprised. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Senior, please don't laugh at me. Senior, why haven't you responded for so long? I thought Senior was no longer here. Wu Meng Chuan's laughter came. The amount of spiritual energy I can recover every day is only enough for half an hour, so I didn't dare to use it easily. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not suspecting anything. Kid, what do you want from this old master? Have you decided to cooperate with this old master? Wu Meng Chuan's mood was faintly excited. After all, he had been here for so many years and had finally met a suitable helper, so he wasn't willing to miss this opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, it was unknown whether he would be able to escape from the bone prison in his lifetime. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Then he said, There's no problem with cooperation. I can also help Senior escape from here, but what benefits can Senior give me? After all, this junior can't help you for nothing. What benefits do you want? This old master won't lie to you. This old master has nothing on him right now, so even if I agree to your request, I won't be able to give you anything. I'm afraid I won't be able to give you anything, but if you trust this old man, then I'll give you a chance. Once this old master gets out, this old master can give you whatever you want. Wu Meng Chuan said in a deep voice. Yang Kai curled his lips and said with a look of indifference, How about this, Senior? Do you have any good secret techniques? Just teach me one. You want a secret technique? Wu Meng Chuan asked in return, falling into silence immediately. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. The reason why he made this request was just a casual remark, because even if Wu Meng Chuan did not give him any benefits, he could only choose to cooperate with the other party in order to survive. He made this request with a tentative attitude, but judging from the other party's silence, it seemed that there really was a chance. This made Yang Kai realize that Wu Meng Chuan could not wait to leave this place, and he was an indispensable help. Otherwise, he would not have considered it so seriously. Should he raise the price? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind, but he quickly rejected it. The other party's strength was so high that if he annoyed him, the first person he would deal with after regaining his freedom would be him. After a while, Wu Meng Chuan made a decision. He let out a strange laugh and said, Good, since you want a secret technique, this old master will teach you the most powerful secret technique this old master knows. With the help of this secret technique, reaching the Emperor realm in the future will not be a dream. Accept it well. As soon as these words fell, a message poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea like a tide. Yang Kai opened his knowledge sea's defenses and accepted it all. This message contained 2 sets of secret techniques, one of which was the secret technique to lift his own seal, and the other was the benefit Wu Meng Chuan wanted to give to Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly investigated. Wu Meng Chuan's voice came again, this time with an indescribable weariness. Boy, this old master is counting on you. Lift your seal as soon as possible and help this old master escape. After speaking, he did not move, as if he had just used up all the spiritual energy he had accumulated. When Yang Kai called out again, he no longer responded. Yang Kai then began to examine the 2 secret techniques that Wu Meng Chuan had taught him. Needless to say, the secret technique to lift the seal wasn't too profound. Yang Kai only skimmed through it a few times before he was able to comprehend it. All he needed to do now was to circulate his qi according to the secret technique's route and gradually break through the seal in his body. As for the other set, it had a very strange name. The Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's Secret Technique. Yang Kai did not have time to study it carefully and quickly reviewed it. Not long after, his expression turned to one of extreme shock. He had thought that Wu Mengchuan would casually give him a set of secret techniques to deal with him. Even if he said he would teach him the most powerful secret technique he knew, Yang Kai did not take it seriously. Who would teach their most powerful secret technique to a stranger for no reason? But now it seemed that Wu Mengchuan was most likely telling the truth. This heaven-devouring great emperor's secret technique was not so much a secret technique as a secret technique, and a very profound one at that. If one cultivated with a secret technique, one would be able to devour all things with world energy like the spirit-devouring monster insects and forcibly plunder the world energy for one's own use, allowing one to grow stronger at an extremely fast rate. This secret technique was divided into several parts, the most profound of which actually included parts of the Emperor realm. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. Including the Emperor realm meant that this heaven-devouring great Emperor's secret technique was a secret technique that could be cultivated to a higher level in the Emperor realm. The value of such a secret technique was simply immeasurable. In the star boundary, it was definitely a treasure that countless people would fight over. Yang Kai was shocked deep down and checked it several times to make sure that he was not mistaken. While he was shocked, he was also full of doubts. How could Wu Mengchuan teach him such a high-level secret technique without hesitation? Even if he had a favor to ask of him, it was impossible for him to be so forthright. What kind of evil intentions did he have? It was not that Yang Kai was gauging the heart of a gentleman with a yardstick of a villain, but this matter was not normal no matter how he thought about it. He secretly guessed that this secret technique either required a special talent to cultivate, or even if he could cultivate it, there would be great drawbacks. Yang Kai was leaning towards the latter possibility. As for what these drawbacks were, he had no way of guessing. Putting aside the matter of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret technique for the time being, Yang Kai began to comprehend the secret technique to lift the seal on his body. The seal on his body was issued by the First-Order Dao Source Realm Cultivator, Brother Pang, and required a special trick to lift it. If he tried to forcibly break it, not only would he suffer a backlash from the seal, but it was also very likely that he would be harmed. Yang Kai was not a new cultivator, so he still had some common sense. He was mentally prepared for a long battle. But what he didn't expect was that after circulating the secret technique provided by Wu Mengchuan, it only took less than an hour for the barrier in his body to show signs of loosening, and his strength began to slowly flow again. This discovery surprised Yang Kai, and he secretly wondered if Wu Mengchuan was a master of Blue Feather Sect. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the method to lift the seal on his body? How could he teach him the method to lift it so quickly? However, if he was a master of Blue Feather Sect, how could he be imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison? This made Yang Kai a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. In this situation, the sooner he could lift the seal, the better. The gradually surging power fluctuations from his body did not escape Lu Xianyun's notice. When she noticed this, Lu Xianyun immediately covered her red lips with her hand as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, unable to believe that he could forcibly break through the seal of a Dao Source Realm Master and achieve such a good result. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Lu Xianyun took the initiative to sit down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, using her body to block Yang Kai. But this could only delay him. When the power fluctuations from Yang Kai's body became more and more obvious, Xueqi and the others who were imprisoned on the opposite side finally noticed. One by one, they got up from the ground and stared suspiciously in Yang Kai's direction. Chapter 1963. This Mo was observing the heavenly phenomenon at night and saw that the northern Pajun, ravenous wolf, and 7 kill stars were all about to move. Tonight would probably be another night of bloodshed and mourning, so this Mo decided to stay at home tonight and recite the reincarnation mantra to deliver all living beings from torment. Buddha is merciful, good, good. After confirming that Yang Kai was really breaking through the barrier, Zhouyi's face changed dramatically and he shouted, "Boy, you dare act like this? Are you not afraid of being punished by the sect's rules?" Chu Fei also shouted, "Yang Kai, you're dead, you're dead. Haha, you dare to break through the barrier? You don't put Protector Miao in your eyes at all. No one can save you now, just wait for Protector Miao's monstrous wrath." He had a gloating expression on his face, as if he could really see Yang Kai's death, dancing with joy. But soon, he could no longer laugh, because after a short while, the fluctuations in Yang Kai's body became more and more obvious and intense. On the surface of his body, rope-like rune chains appeared, but these rune chains seemed to be under attack from some unknown force and were faintly showing signs of collapsing. The barrier was about to be broken. How is that possible? Xueqi was horrified. Yang Kai was just a third-order origin king cultivator, but under the premise that his strength was sealed, he was actually able to break through Big Brother Pang's barrier. This made Xueqi unable to believe his eyes. Not good. Xueqi, on the other hand, was even more worried. Now, he and Yang Kai could be considered to be mortal enemies. If Yang Kai really recovered his strength and escaped from the bone prison, the first person he would deal with would likely be Xueqi. And now, Xueqi was already injured, and his strength was sealed. There was no way he could fight back. That would be the end of him. When he thought of this, Xueqi's expression suddenly became flustered as he shouted loudly, "Junior brother Yen!" But just as he spoke, a burst of sound suddenly rang out from the opposite side. The rune chains around Yang Kai's body turned into specks of fluorescent light and disappeared as the aura of a third-order origin king burst forth. Yang Kai stood up and before Xueqi could shout a second time, turned his body into a shield, and slammed into the prison wall in front of him. With a loud crash, bone fragments flew out and Yang Kai leapt out of the bone prison like a beast that had just been released. Like lightning, he arrived in front of Xueqi, stretched out a hand, and tightly grabbed his neck. Xueqi froze in place, not daring to move. His eyes were filled with panic as he stared at Kai Yang, who was so close to him, trembling. His throat was the only sound he could make. Seeing this shocking scene, Yang Kai, Yang, and Yang Kai. Yang was Yang and Yang. Yang Kai stared at Xueqi indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising into a cruel sneer. Junior brother Yang. Xueqi gulped down his saliva but didn't struggle. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai pleadingly and said with difficulty, "You don't really want to kill me. Senior brother has indeed made some mistakes before, but in the end, you and I are fellow disciples. Forgive me, I apologize to you. I won't divulge what happened today. It's not too late for you to stop now." "Do you think that's possible? Idiot!" Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. Yang Kai tightened his grip slightly. Kacha Xueqi's neck was immediately broken and twisted to the side. Yang Kai tossed his body aside and took off his space ring. Yang Kai did not even bother to check how much wealth was in this space ring. Yang Kai simply stuffed it into his own pocket. Inside the cell, Xueqi and the others were already trembling. Collapsing to the ground, seeing Xueqi die in front of them, how could Xueqi and the other two not know that they were in deep trouble? Staring at Yang Kai in panic, endless regret filled the depths of his heart. They had never expected that after offending Yang Kai, their final outcome would be like this. "Junior brother Yang, please spare my life. Big brother was wrong, please spare my dog life," Xueqi cried and begged loudly for mercy. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. His eyes filled with contempt and disgust before stretching out his hand and sending out a golden blood thread that struck Xueqi's forehead. A bright red spot appeared on Xueqi's forehead, but he maintained a stiff posture and remained motionless, his vitality and brilliance quickly dissipating from his eyes. The golden blood thread flew through the cell and passed through the vital points of the remaining two, taking their lives before immediately sweeping up all three of their space rings. After doing all this, Yang Kai turned around and said, "Xian Yun, you stay here, I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" Lu Xian Yun looked stunned. After all, from the moment she felt the fluctuations of power in Yang Kai's body to the moment the barrier was lifted, to the moment Yang Kai killed Xueqi and the other three, everything had happened too quickly. Before she could fully react, Yang Kai had already succeeded. Lu Xian Yun quickly realized that Yang Kai wanted to rebel against Blue Feather Sect, otherwise, he would not have acted so decisively and ruthlessly. She did not have any intention of rejecting Blue Feather Sect and simply shared the same attitude as Yang Kai towards it. If they had not been forced to, who would have inexplicably joined this sect? Now that she had decided to rebel against Blue Feather Sect, she did not have the slightest psychological burden. The only thing she was worried about was that with the strength of the two of them, they would not be able to carve out a bloody path and would ultimately fail. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai say this, she quickly asked. Yang Kai did not have time to explain and simply gave her a look that said not to worry before his figure flickered and he walked towards the depths of the bone prison. He did not know what the depths of the bone prison were like, But the place where Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned was obviously heavily guarded. The deeper Yang Kai went, the darker and more humid it became. There were obvious and hidden energy fluctuations all around, indicating that there were extremely strong barriers or spirit arrays. Once touched, the consequences would be unimaginable. To Yang Kai's great surprise, the cultivator imprisoned in the bone prison was looking at him indifferently, none of them making any noise, as if they had long been aware of his arrival. Some of them were even showing him the way forward, allowing him to safely avoid the locations of the barriers and spirit arrays. These guys should be with Wu Mengchuan. Yang Kai concluded that they must have received instructions from Wu Mengchuan, so they were not surprised at his arrival and even kindly led the way for him. Yang Kai observed secretly. He was shocked to find that there were at least a few dozen cultivators imprisoned in the depths of the bone prison, and although some of the cultivators' strength had been sealed, Yang Kai could still sense that they were not to be trifled with. These guys made Yang Kai feel troubled. Obviously, they were all Dao Source Realm Masters. What is the background of this Wu Mengchuan? Who are these people? Why are they all locked up here? Yang Kai had all kinds of doubts in his heart, faintly feeling that this blue feather sect should be involved in some huge secret. After going more than 1,000 meters deep, Yang Kai came to the end. At the end, there was a cell made of unknown materials. It was sealed on all sides, with only a window-sized hole. Looking inside, it was pitch black. He could not see anything. However, Yang Kai clearly felt the aura of a living being inside, one that was a little weak and did not have the power he imagined a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator should have. "You're quite fast, boy. It seems your aptitude is quite good." Wu Mengchuan's voice came from the cell in front of him, sounding a little surprised. "Senior Wu?" Yang Kai asked tentatively. "It is this old master." "What should I do now?" Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Whether or not he could safely escape from Blue Feather Sect depended on the strength of the people locked up here. Yang Kai naturally did not want to waste time. "I will teach you a method. Once you crack the barrier of this cell, you can open the door." Wu Mengchuan's voice came out, and immediately sent out his divine sense, imprinting the method into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai frowned but did not resist, instead carefully comprehending it. This method was somewhat similar to the secret technique used to crack his own barrier, but it was more complicated. With his previous experience, Yang Kai could easily comprehend it, and in less than half an incense stick worth of time, he began to use it freely. Bursts of energy burst out from Yang Kai's body as they poured into the cell door in front of him. Cracking sounds came from the dark cell door as inexplicable spirit arrays and barriers were peeled off layer by layer. Time passed, and Yang Kai struck the cell door with his palm. The cell door flashed brilliantly. All the barriers and spirit arrays were lifted. Wu Mengchuan's excited voice came again. "Well done, you are indeed a promising talent. Now come and help this old master pull out these damn spirit-suppressing gold chains, and this old master can regain his freedom." There was a fanatical expectation in his voice, and even a little bit of madness. This made Yang Kai hesitate slightly, not knowing whether what he was doing was right or not. If he released a terrible monster, he would suffer the consequences of his own actions. But in this situation, he had no choice, so after a little hesitation, he threw these concerns to the back of his mind. He pushed open the cell door, and with the help of the dim light, Yang Kai looked inside. After seeing Wu Mengchuan's appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. On the opposite wall, there was a humanoid creature, but it seemed that its limbs were nailed to something, so it could only maintain that posture, tightly clinging to the wall. This humanoid creature's original appearance was almost impossible to see. It was as thin as firewood, and there seemed to be not much flesh on its body. Its cheekbones were high, making it look very frightening, and its hair was sparse and messy. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a guy was already dead. There was not much life aura left, and Yang Kai could not even feel the flow of blood in its body. However, its two eyes were extremely bright and green, like will-o'-the-wisps, making one's hair stand on end. "Senior Wu." Yang Kai frowned. "Ha ha ha." The skinny old man who was nailed to the wall grinned. "Boy, there's no need to doubt. This old master is Wu Mengchuan." "You." Yang Kai couldn't bear to describe it. How much hatred did this Wu Mengchuan have with Blue Feather Sect that he had been tortured to such an extent? Persecuted, this old master simply endured the humiliation to save his own skin, Wu Mengchuan said in a low voice, like the howl of a ghost. Chapter 1964. Someone's coming, why haven't you acted yet? Wu Mengchuan's expression suddenly became cold as he shouted in a deep voice. Yang Kai also noticed the sound of someone entering the bone prison, so he no longer hesitated and rushed directly to Wu Mengchuan's side, reaching out and grabbing the cone-shaped artifact in his right hand. This artifact was probably made of spirit-suppressing gold. As soon as Yang Kai grasped it, he felt all the strength in his body being suppressed, unable to move at all. Use your physical strength, Wu Mengchuan reminded him. Yang Kai nodded, the muscles on his arms bulging as he exerted all his strength. With a swish, the cone-shaped artifact was pulled out, bringing with it a jet of black blood. This blood was sticky and looked as if it was about to dry up, completely devoid of any color it should have. Yang Kai did the same and quickly pulled out the cone-shaped artifact from Wu Mengchuan's limbs. Only then did the old man who was nailed to the wall fall from the wall and collapse on the ground. He seemed to be gasping for breath, but his mouth kept letting out strange laughter. His body was also wrapped in chains made of spirit-suppressing gold, which were extremely strong. Yang Kai tried to pull at them but found that they could not be broken. In the end, he had no choice but to use his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi to break the chains. The 5 elements indestructible sword Qi was a body-tempering secret art and was not restrained by spirit-suppressing gold. Regaining his freedom, Wu Mengchuan stood up shakily, his green eyes flashing even faster as he laughed lowly, his face filled with crazy hatred and joy. Zhu Junshan, Bian Yuqing, Miao Qi. Tong Tsong. Are you ready to bear this old master's anger? Yang Kai's heart thumped when he heard this. The 4 names that came out of Wu Mengchuan's mouth were the names of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect. Obviously, Wu Mengchuan had a monstrous hatred for these 4 people, and it could even be said that Wu Mengchuan was tortured like this. It was likely these 4 people's handiwork. However, Wu Mengchuan's current situation could only be said to be struggling at death's door. He had just escaped and yet he was already boasting so shamelessly, which made Yang Kai feel that his idea was a little too unrealistic. He even regretted that he didn't escape from this place as soon as he got out. Instead, he wasted precious time on rescuing this old man. However, there was no point in regretting it now. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Senior, our deal has been completed. I won't stay here any longer. Our lives and deaths are up to fate." As he spoke, he was about to leave. Wu Mengchuan chuckled and squinted at Yang Kai. "What? Do you think I'm no match for them?" Yang Kai frowned. "It's not that I don't trust you, Senior, but your current state." "Humph." Wu Mengchuan snorted lightly and waved his hand. "Follow this old master. This old master will let you broaden your horizons." His casual appearance stunned Yang Kai for a while. He really didn't know what he was going to do next, but this old man had gone to great lengths to get him out. Wu Mengchuan was probably not someone who would easily seek death, so Yang Kai could only restrain his temper and follow him all the way forward. Not long after, the two came to the cell where many cultivators were imprisoned. After seeing Wu Mengchuan, the cultivators who had been guided by Yang Kai before all looked excited and gathered at the door of the cell, staring at Wu Mengchuan eagerly. Wu Mengchuan stood in the corridor and looked around. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle. His withered hands slowly spread open. With this action, an inexplicable suction force gushed out from his body. Yang Kai was shocked. At this moment, he felt his knowledge sea suddenly turbulent. As if it was being pulled by something. His spiritual energy was about to leave his body. Not only that, the blood and qi in his body were also churning violently, making him feel as if his whole body was on fire. His complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly operated his secret art to suppress the discomfort in his body. Even so, it was extremely difficult for him to resist. But the cultivators imprisoned in the cells were not so lucky. After seeing Wu Mengchuan's posture, some of them immediately cried out in shock, no longer having the same expectations and fanaticism towards Wu Mengchuan before. Instead, they quickly retreated as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. But behind them was the prison wall. Where could they retreat to? Screams rang out one after another, and blood-red rays of light shot out from the cells in all directions. Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking all these blood-red rays into his abdomen. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his withered body began to fill up, and his dirty robes fluttered without any wind. His exposed cracked skin gradually became lustrous, and his sparse white hair not only quickly turned black but also became lush. His whole body seemed to have been injected with unimaginable vitality, suddenly breaking away from the state of near death and transforming into an appearance full of vitality. Yang Kai was shocked to the extreme. He could clearly see that the blood-red rays of light shooting out from the cells were clearly the blood and qi and life essence of the cultivators, but at this moment, they had all become the capital and foundation of Wu Mengchuan's strength. What kind of evil technique was this? How could it have such a heaven-defying effect? Yang Kai immediately thought of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method that Wu Mengchuan had given him before. Although Yang Kai had not carefully studied that secret art, he vaguely knew its uses and characteristics. What Wu Mengchuan displayed at this moment was definitely the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method. How could this secret art be so evil and strange? It could forcibly deprive others of their blood and qi and life essence for its own use? How could this secret art be so powerful? How could it restore a dying person's vitality in a very short time? What kind of secret art was this? Yang Kai didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, he also knew that the more heaven-defying a secret art seemed to be, the greater the drawbacks. This heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method definitely had drawbacks that he had not discovered. Perhaps Wu Mengchuan's evil temperament was related to this. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, the power fluctuations in Wu Mengchuan's body were increasing at an incredible speed. From the Saint Realm to the Origin King Realm, it only took him 3 breaths to reach the First Order Origin King Realm, then the Second Order Origin King Realm, the First Order Dao Source Realm. All of these continued to climb, seemingly without limit. This old man had said that he was a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and it seemed that he wasn't just boasting. Sect Master, please spare us. We have followed you all the way back then and have been loyal to you without any complaints or regrets. Even after being imprisoned for so many years, we have never compromised. Sect Master, why must you do this? Suddenly, a cultivator's scream rang out from the cell. Immediately afterward, pleas for mercy rang out from all directions, and all the cultivator addressed Wu Mengchuan as Sect Master. Sect Master. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Which sect master is Wu Mengchuan? Could he be from Blue Feather Sect? When this thought emerged, Yang Kai was startled. He instinctively denied it, but after thinking about it carefully, it really was possible. Because until now, he still didn't know the name of Blue Feather Sect's sect master. Within a month of coming to Blue Feather Sect, Yang Kai had inquired about the situation of Blue Feather Sect and learned the names of the 4 protectors, but when he asked about the sect master's name, all of his brothers showed unfathomable expressions. Once when he asked Ko Wu reprimanded him, telling him not to look for trouble and to be careful of what he said. Yang Kai didn't quite understand what was going on at that time, but now, he somewhat understood. This was quite interesting. The sect master of Blue Feather Sect was actually imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison, bound by a cone-shaped artifact and chains made of spirit-suppressing gold. If it weren't for the help of a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai, Wu Mengchuan would likely never have been able to escape from that place. No wonder the secret technique this old man taught me to lift the seal was so effective. If he was really the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, he would certainly understand the secret techniques of his own sect. The pleas for mercy continued, and all the cultivators' faces turned ashen as despair filled their hearts. They thought that after Wu Mengchuan escaped, he would definitely release them, his former subordinates, to wash away the shame of the past, but Wu Mengchuan did not do as they wished. Instead, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique to deprive them of their vitality and life essence. When their trust and expectations were betrayed, they saw the true face of Wu Mengchuan's cruelty. This old man can feel your sincerity, but this old man needs strength now. Since you all said that you would follow this old man to death, then now, this old man wants you to fulfill your promise. This isn't too much, is it? Wu Mengchuan turned a deaf ear to the pleas for mercy and screams around him, just standing there and urging the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique while speaking lightly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked as well. Yang Kai finally understood why the cultivators of Blue Feather Sect were so scheming and deceitful. If the sect master was like this, how could he expect his disciples to be any better? It could even be said that the reason why Blue Feather Sect was in such a state was all because of Wu Mengchuan. I absolutely can't be entangled with him for too long. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to leave the bone prison and escape from Blue Feather Sect, otherwise, with Wu Mengchuan's temperament, he might kill him one day. Yang Kai did not want to put his safety in the hands of others. Wu Meng Chuan, you are the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. You have brought shame to the emperor. I curse you to die a horrible death. Finally, someone could not stand it anymore. However, knowing that begging for mercy was useless and that he would die without a doubt, he cursed loudly. This explosive information caused Kai Yang to be dumbfounded. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor? Although he had never heard of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, he could feel the unusual weight of these words alone. Only when a cultivator's cultivation reached the emperor realm could they be called an emperor. However, ordinary masters of the emperor realm did not have the qualifications to be called an emperor at all. Only the best of the best in the emperor realm were worthy of their own titles. Titles were different, but they often represented the principles that the master of the emperor realm was most proficient in, the secret art they cultivated, and even the great glory they had achieved in their life. A title represented a legend, an epic, and a glory that shook the ages and dazzled the contemporaries. Chapter 1965. If Emperor Realm Masters were considered the cream of the crop in the star boundary, then titled emperors were considered the cream of the crop. The heaven-devouring great emperor was definitely one of the great emperors. Wu Meng Chuan was actually a descendant of a titled emperor? Such a thing was really beyond Yang Kai's expectations. And judging from the title of the great emperors, he obviously also cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. It could even be said that the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique was passed down by the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor. At that time, Kai Yang was stunned. How could a titled emperor's secret art be described with the word precious? It was simply a rare treasure. If news of this spread out, even ordinary emperor realm masters would try their best to snatch it away. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He had accidentally learned such a big secret. Would Wu Meng Chuan turn hostile and kill him to silence him? And why did he pass down the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique to him so readily? It was undoubtedly his most precious treasure. Yang Kai did not believe that Wu Meng Chuan was really so kind. Judging from his current style of conduct, this old man was cruel, cold, and inhumane. He could even kill his old subordinates at will, so how could he be so magnanimous to a cultivator he had just met? Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly became vigilant and decided to release the monster insect queen if he sensed something wrong. As if aware of the change in Yang Kai's aura, Wu Meng Chuan turned his head and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Fortunately, Wu Meng Chuan did not pay attention to him and instead said in a low voice, "Humph, if it weren't for one of you leaking the news back then, those 4 bastards would have died. If I had let those 4 bastards know that I am the descendant of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and that I have mastered the heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics, how would I be where I am today? After so many years, this old man is no longer in the mood to investigate who betrayed me back then. Once all of you are dead, it will be clean." As he spoke, Wu Meng Chuan activated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique even more fiercely. Standing not far behind him was Yang Kai, who was struggling to resist the devouring force. Cold sweat dripped down. Damn it. I've heard so many explosive secrets all of a sudden today. I'm having some indigestion. Inferring from Wu Meng Chuan's words, he might have been betrayed by one of his subordinates back then, and as a result, the 4 great protectors learned that he had mastered the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, so they attacked and imprisoned him here, hoping to find out the cultivation method of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. Perhaps there were some conspiracies, sneak attacks, and so on. But Wu Meng Chuan obviously did not cooperate. Otherwise, he would not have lived to this day and would have been killed by the 4 great protectors long ago. Who would not covet the secret art passed down by a titled emperor? It was understandable that the 4 protectors dared to attack Wu Meng Chuan after receiving the news. After all, they were all 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so it would have been easy for them to launch a sneak attack. If they ambushed him, they would definitely succeed. Just as many distracting thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, the screams in the surrounding cells gradually subsided, and the vitality of the cultivator quickly dissipated. Yang Kai looked around and found that the appearance of those people after death was extremely withered, as if they had been weathered for hundreds of years. Their eyes were bulging, and there was not the slightest trace of vitality in their bodies. After devouring the vitality and life essence of so many people, Wu Meng Chuan had also changed from his old and decrepit appearance to the current him. Now, he had a head of black hair. His skin was fair, and his body was majestic. He looked no different from a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. And judging from the violent energy fluctuations that emerged from his body, his cultivation had surprisingly recovered to the level of the third-order Dao source realm. He turned his head. Chuckling at Xueqi, he said, "Let's go. This old master will lead you to a bloody path." This old master smells the aura of an old acquaintance. How nostalgic. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight ahead. Wherever Wu Mengchuan passed, blood spurted out from the cells on both sides before he opened his mouth and swallowed it all. Of the cultivators imprisoned in these cells, those who were slightly weaker died directly, while those who were stronger couldn't hold on for long before Wu Mengchuan forcibly plundered their blood qi and life essence. Along the way, the energy fluctuations in Wu Mengchuan's body became more and more terrifying. The violent energy fluctuations of his vitality made even Xueqi tremble in fear. He was afraid that this old man would not be able to bear it and self-destruct. A few figures quickly approached from the front. Obviously, they had noticed that something was wrong with the bone prison and wanted to come in to investigate. The one leading this group was Yan Xiuran, and behind him were the two Origin King Realm cultivator who had tortured Xueqi many times before. These people had just entered the bone prison, and before they had time to figure out the situation, Wu Mengchuan, who was walking towards them, smashed them to pieces with a palm strike. From the burst of flesh and blood, Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth and swallowed them one by one. "Brother Yang." Lu Xianyun's voice came from the darkness. A cold light flashed in Wu Mengchuan's eyes and he was about to attack Lu Xianyun when Xueqi hurriedly shouted, "Senior, this is my friend." "Your friend?" Wu Mengchuan looked at Lu Xianyun coldly for a while, seemingly hesitating for a while before nodding. "Fine, her strength is not very high, so she is not of much use to this old master." "Many thanks for Senior's mercy." Xueqi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. If Wu Mengchuan had really attacked Lu Xianyun just now, he would not have been able to sit back and watch. He would have torn apart all decorum with Wu Mengchuan. Fortunately, this did not happen. "Brother Yang, this senior is..." Lu Xianyun did not know that she had just walked through the gates of hell, but she also noticed that Wu Mengchuan was not to be trifled with. After being stared at by him for a while, she broke out in a cold sweat. It felt as if she was being stared at by the god of death. The aura of death rushing towards her made it difficult for her to breathe. "This is Senior Wu," Xueqi explained casually before turning to Wu Mengchuan and asking, "Can Senior help me lift the seal on my friend's body?" Although Xueqi could also lift the seal on Lu Xianyun now, it would definitely take some effort, so it was better to try and see if Wu Mengchuan could help. Wu Mengchuan did not speak when he heard this and just raised his hand, directly breaking the seal on Lu Xianyun's body and restoring her strength. "Boy, after leaving here, take your friend and run away as far as you can," Wu Mengchuan suddenly said faintly. "Huh." Xueqi was startled. He had been thinking about how to escape from Wu Mengchuan. After all, he had now mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, and the reason why Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned and plotted against was because of this secret art passed down by a titled emperor. He felt that Wu Mengchuan would not let him leave with such a secret art. He did not expect this old man to say such a thing. There was definitely something fishy about this. It was just that Xueqi could not see it yet. "What? You don't want to leave?" Wu Mengchuan chuckled. "That's not what I meant." Xueqi frowned and shook his head. "In that case, many thanks, Senior. And, don't die, this old master is looking forward to your growth." "Ha ha ha ha." Wu Mengchuan laughed strangely and strode forward. Xueqi and Lu Xianyun glanced at each other and followed closely behind. After a while, the three of them left the bone prison. "Let's go." Wu Mengchuan stood there with his hands behind his back as he narrowed his eyes and stared in a certain direction. From that direction, a streak of light was rapidly approaching, and judging from its aura, it was Miao Qi, whom Xueqi had met not long ago. Xueqi cupped his fists to Wu Mengchuan and said, "Senior, take care." After saying that, he pulled Lu Xianyun and soared into the sky. After Xueqi left, Wu Mengchuan turned his head and glanced in the direction he disappeared, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes as he laughed strangely. "The seed has been planted, when will it sprout? I'm really looking forward to it." After watching for a while, he suddenly turned his head again and stared coldly in the direction Miao Qi was coming from, his robe fluttering without any wind as he shouted, "Miao Qi, come and die!" Wrapped in a mysterious light, Miao-Qi was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly stopped, asking in horror, Wu Mengchuan? How did you manage to escape? Ha 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 ha, this old master's life is not destined to end here. There will always be someone to help me. Back then this old master said that one day, I would cut you bastards into pieces, and today, this old master has come to fulfill his promise. After experiencing a moment of panic, Miao-Qi gradually calmed down and glared at Wu Mengchuan coldly. Humph, you've just escaped, yet you think you can compete with this king? Don't forget, you and I are both from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. How could this old master do something he wasn't sure of? As soon as Wu Mengchuan's voice fell, he suddenly opened his mouth and summoned a small bottle-like artifact. From this bottle, 10,000 rays of blood-red light suddenly sprayed out, instantly covering the world in a blood-red hue. This was because the surroundings were dyed red, and even the flowing air seemed to have turned into blood, making one feel as if they were in a sea of blood. Blood Spirit Bottle. You really have this thing. Miao-Qi's horrified cry came from the sea of blood. Wu Mengchuan roared. Yes, this thing has always been with this old master. If it had not been fully restored back then, this old master would not have fallen into your hands. Miao-Qi, Miao-Qi, you underestimate this old master too much. This old master is a descendant of a titled emperor. How could he not have one or two emperor artifacts? In this blood spirit sea, this old master is the master. How much strength can you display? This old master will break your bones one by one and devour your vitality and life essence little by little. Your soul will become this old master's meal, and you will never have the chance to enter the samsara. Wu Mengchuan's resentful voice sounded like a curse in Miao-Qi's ears, causing his face to suddenly pale. Don't worry, after killing you, I will go find Zhu Junshan, Bian Yuqing, and Tong Kong. All of you will die. Miao-Qi's panicked roar came from the blood spirit sea. The blood spirit bottle was an emperor artifact left behind by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Although Wu Mengchuan could not display its full power with his third-order Dao source realm cultivation, with the help of this emperor artifact, Miao-Qi was not his opponent at all. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Chapter 1966. More than 100,000 kilometers away from Blue Feather Mountain, two streaks of light flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and shot towards a hidden area below. When the light dissipated, the figures of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were revealed. We escaped just like that? Lu Xianyun's pretty face was filled with surprise and disbelief. Her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Flying all the way here, she was surprised to find that they had not encountered the slightest obstruction. After all, she and Yang Kai were both disciples of Blue Feather Sect and had identity tokens on them. Even if they were occasionally questioned by someone, all they had to do was show their identity tokens and pass safely. After leaving Blue Feather Mountain, the two of them had been flying in this direction, and now that they had reached a certain distance, they decided to descend. 100,000 kilometers was safe enough. What's more, Blue Feather Sect was in chaos right now, so no one would care about two disciples escaping. This was also thanks to the fact that Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu were not in the sect. Brother Yang, we really escaped. Lu Xianyun was still immersed in excitement with a smile on her face. Xianyun, come here. Yang Kai did not show a happy look and instead beckoned to Lu Xianyun with a solemn expression before immediately taking out a few space rings from his pocket and releasing his divine sense to investigate them. These space rings belonged to the enemies he had killed in the bone prison before, and there were only 4 of them in total. After a quick inspection, Yang Kai quickly learned what was inside these space rings, leaving one of them behind before stuffing the other 3 into Lu Xianyun's hand and saying, "Take this." Brother Yang, what are you doing? Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Nothing from now on. You and I will go our separate ways, Yang Kai replied seriously. Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's tender body trembled and she asked with some difficulty, Brother Yang, do you think this mistress is holding you back? Yang Kai frowned and fell silent for a while before nodding. Yes. Lu Xianyun looked at him seriously. Suddenly she ground her teeth and said, No. Brother Yang, tell me the truth. Is there some kind of danger approaching? Is it related to that senior Wu? Why are you asking so many questions? Yang Kai looked impatient. Are you women also long-winded? If I tell you to take the things and leave, then leave. Lu Xianyun gritted her teeth and glared at him. Her towering chest heaved up and down as she said in a deep voice, During this period of time, I have received a lot of care from Brother Yang. Now, if Brother Yang is in any danger, Xian Yun will not sit idly by. What danger could I be in? Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. Anyway, from now on, you and I won't interfere with each other's business. You go your way, and I go mine. Let's part ways here. Good luck. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he directly urged his power to break through the sky. You want to leave just like that? Lu Xianyun raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and chased after him. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai would do this, from her impression of him these days, Yang Kai wasn't such a ruthless person, so Lu Xianyun concluded. Yang Kai had definitely encountered some kind of big trouble and didn't want to drag her down, so he wanted to separate from her. But how could Lu Xianyun be ungrateful? Naturally, it was impossible for her to let Yang Kai take the risk alone. Even if her strength was limited, 2 people together was better than 1 alone. But to Lu Xianyun's surprise, after chasing for a while, she found that she had lost track of Yang Kai. His speed was simply too fast. Definitely not something a third-order origin king should possess. Moreover, wherever Yang Kai passed, he left behind a faint space force fluctuation. Yang Kai understood the Tao of space. Lu Xianyun was well aware of this. At that time, in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used this technique in his battle with Yin Leshang. Chasing after someone who was proficient in the Tao of space and was determined to get rid of her was undoubtedly too difficult. So, Lu Xianyun chased after him for a while. In the end, she could only give up helplessly and land back on the ground. She sighed faintly as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and muttered to herself, "Many thanks for this period of time. You must take care of yourself." Opening her palm, Lu Xianyun saw 3 space rings on her palm. Sweeping them with her divine sense, she quickly found that these 3 rings contained a lot of source crystals and artifacts. One of the space rings contained the most wealth, which was none other than Zhou Yi's ring. It really suits his character, Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. Yang Kai had only taken the ring that belonged to the Origin King Realm cultivator and left most of the things for her, obviously worried that she would not have enough cultivation resources in the future. High up in the sky, Yang Kai flew alone. The reason why he chose to part ways with Lu Xianyun was because Yang Kai felt uneasy, and the source of that uneasiness came from Wu Mengchuan. Although he did not know what Wu Mengchuan was up to, he did not think that the old man would be so kind as to let him go, especially after he mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. He is definitely up to something. This old man was a master from the third-order Tao Source Realm and very likely had 1 foot in the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai was not confident he could face him at all, so in order to avoid implicating Lu Xianyun, he could only separate from her. Lu Xianyun was a third-order origin king and an overlord in her own star territory. Yang Kai believed that even in the star boundary, she would be able to take good care of herself. If her luck was really bad and she had an accident, it could only mean that her opportunity had come to an end here. Right now, Yang Kai only wanted to get as far away from Blue Feather Sect as possible, so he had no intention of stopping and simply flew forward. Along the way, Yang Kai also experienced the landscape of the star territory. Towering mountains and great rivers of world energy were everywhere, and the cultivation environment here was much better than any of the cultivation stars in the home star territory. At night, when he looked up, there were countless nebulas in the sky, each one representing a star territory. After flying for more than a month, Yang Kai finally felt a little safer. Now that he was tens of millions of kilometers away from Blue Feather Sect, even if Wu Mengchuan had the powerful cultivation of the third-order Tao Source Realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to deal with him from such a distance. Stopping mid-air, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, but as far as his eyes could see, there was only desolation. He did not know where he was now. As a newcomer, he knew nothing about the star boundary, only that it was divided into 4 major star territories. He should still be in the southern territory. Slowing down, Yang Kai moved forward slowly, restoring his strength while waiting for an opportunity to find a place to gather. Half a day later, he finally found something. In front of him, a chariot-shaped flight-type artifact was flying towards him, and judging from the energy fluctuations coming from this chariot artifact, it was obviously an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped aside while waving his hand, trying to stop the other party from inquiring about the location of the nearby city. But the other party had no intention of stopping at all and instead flew directly past Yang Kai. Atop this chariot artifact, there were 3 cultivators, and without even looking at Yang Kai, It simply flew off. So cold. Yang Kai looked depressed. But soon, he discovered that behind this chariot, there were many other lights rapidly approaching. What's going on? Yang Kai was confused and subconsciously thought he was involved in some kind of pursuit, but after carefully probing himself, he found that this was not the case. Because the people chasing after him did not emit any murderous intent, obviously they were not targeting the 3 cultivators in front of the chariot artifact. Instead, they seemed to be hurrying towards a certain place. What's going on? Kai Yang stood in the same place, constantly waving his hands, trying to find someone to ask for the reason, but those people completely ignored him, not showing the slightest intention to pay attention to him. Yang Kai was quite embarrassed. However, he had gained a bit of insight. The artifact refining techniques of the star boundary were really extraordinary, as could be seen from the flight-type artifacts used by the cultivators. There were all kinds of strange flight-type artifacts. There were simple long swords, shuttles, war chariots, ships, palanquins, and even windmill-like artifacts. All of them were quite fast, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy just looking at them. Hey kid, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and catch up, otherwise you won't be able to get any benefits. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head when he heard this and found a tiger-headed chariot parked beside him. This tiger head was lifelike and majestic, and on top of it, a middle-aged man with a third-order origin king cultivation was looking at Yang Kai curiously. Overjoyed, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, friend." The middle-aged man nodded and looked Yang Kai up and down thoughtfully. "You are not from Maplewood City?" "Maplewood City?" Yang Kai raised his brow but immediately shook his head slowly. "No. May I ask how far away Maplewood City is from here?" "If you go this way, you'll reach 100,000. The middle-aged man seemed to be a good person and enthusiastically pointed the way for Yang Kai before immediately grinning. "But boy, are you sure you want to go to Maplewood City now and not join in the fun?" "I was just about to ask, why are you in such a hurry?" Yang Kai asked with a puzzled look. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously. 30,000 kilometers away, in clear Jade Mountain, someone discovered a mysterious firebird. It seems to be a sentient artifact spirit, so they all want to capture it and refine it into their own artifact spirit. Firebird. Artifact spirit? Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. If you want to go to Maplewood City, just go straight ahead, but if you want to join in the fun, don't be late. After saying this, the middle-aged man urged his chariot and flew away. Yang Kai was dumbfounded in place, his heart filled with inexplicable excitement. Although the middle-aged man's description was not very clear, if what he said was true, then the one in clear Jade Mountain was most likely Lu Yan. Lu Yan's original body was in the form of a firebird, and it was the artifact spirit that gave birth to sentience. Moreover, an existence like Lu Yan was a great attraction to any cultivator. The reason was simple: the birth of an artifact spirit was not simple. It required great opportunities and luck. Chapter 1967. In the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used his space secret technique to make the corridor unstable, causing him, Xiao Xiao, and Lu Yan to be separated. During this time, Yang Kai had been worried about their safety, but unfortunately, he had no way to inquire about their whereabouts. Xiao Xiao looked like a puppet at first glance. Most likely, anyone would be interested in it. If it was exposed in front of outsiders, it would definitely be targeted. However, Xiao Xiao's escape methods were extremely good. He was a member of the stone mongoose race, so he was born with the ability to escape through the ground. It would be quite difficult for others to catch him. Lu Yan was different. She did not have such powerful escape methods like Xiao Xiao, and her existence could also arouse the interest of any cultivator. Catching her and integrating her into their own artifact was tantamount to creating an artifact spirit, which was enough to raise the power of their artifact to a whole new level. Not only that, some cultivator who was proficient in fire attribute secret techniques could even directly devour Lu Yan and integrate her power into their own body, greatly increasing their strength. Even if she was useless to them, they could still sell her. They believed they could definitely sell her for a good price. Therefore, Lu Yan's situation was much more dangerous than Xiao Xiao's. At this moment, after hearing the information provided by the middle-aged man, Yang Kai could not help feeling anxious. If the one in clear Jade Mountain was really Lu Yan, then she was in a very bad situation. With so many cultivator rushing over, Lu Yan could not cope at all, so it was only a matter of time before she was caught. Thinking so, Yang Kai also quickly used his movement skill and chased after those people. A distance of 30,000 kilometers was actually nothing for an Origin King realm cultivator, so it only took half a stick of incense to cover the distance. Yang Kai arrived at the bottom of Clear Jade Mountain. Many martial artists had already gathered here. A rough count put the total number at about 200. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that the cultivation of these people was not very high. Most of them were Origin Returning Realm and Origin King Realm cultivators, with Dao Source Realm Masters being rare. It seemed that the overall level of cultivator in Maplewood City was not very high. Yang Kai secretly guessed. The cultivator gathered here. They didn't seem to have any intention of entering the mountain range to search. Instead, they began to form groups of 3 to 5, shouting to form teams. It seemed that they wanted to rely on their advantage in numbers to act. There were also some fellows who were covered in cuts and bruises. It was obvious that they had been burned by the flames. There were even a few corpses on the ground. They looked terrible as their bodies were charred. That firebird is truly ferocious, although we can infer from the energy fluctuations in its body. It was only a third-order Origin King, but the flames it spat out were extremely difficult to resist. Brother Zhao and Brother Zhang were both veteran Origin Kings, but in a single exchange, they were burned to death. Fortunately, we ran quickly, otherwise. The person who spoke was sitting beside the corpses. While treating his injuries, he described his encounter with the firebird with lingering fear. Many people gathered around them, trying to deduce the firebird's battle prowess based on its injuries. It was precisely because of the experiences and descriptions of these people that the Origin Kings who were not very strong gave up the idea of monopolizing the treasures and instead formed groups. Yang Kai naturally heard what he said and could not help feeling excited. The fluctuations of a third-order Origin King and the terrifying flames were in line with Lu Yan's characteristics. If Yang Kai was still doubting whether the firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was Lu Yan before, now he was more than 80% sure. Lu Yan also had the aura of a third-order Origin King, and because she had swallowed so many exotic flames, she had even been swallowing Sun's true fire. As such, her flames were extremely terrifying. Even Yang Kai did not dare to touch them easily. Friends, so you've seen the firebird? Yang Kai pushed through the crowd and stepped forward to ask. Naturally, we've seen it. The person who spoke raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Smiling bitterly, he continued, "Otherwise, how could we have returned with such injuries? Then dare I ask what the firebird looked like?" "I can't say, but it looked quite strange. Its tail was extremely long, but it wasn't very big, only about 3 meters in length." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If Lu Yan's true form was revealed, it should have been a behemoth, which was not quite consistent with Lu Yan's image. Then does it only have the form of a firebird? Can it change into something else? Yang Kai continued to ask. The man suddenly laughed. Then what do you want it to look like? A cold-faced red-haired beauty wearing revealing clothes? The onlookers suddenly burst into laughter as they stared at Yang Kai strangely, as if they were looking at a lecher. "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled and withdrew from the crowd. Although he did not obtain much information from others, he still gained some benefits. Whether the firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was Lu Yan or not, he would know after going in. He secretly urged the soul brand in his knowledge sea and silently sensed it. There was a soul connection between him and Lu Yan, which was planted when he subdued Lu Yan. As long as the distance was not too far, he could sense each other by urging the soul brand. But to his disappointment, he did not feel Lu Yan's response. It seemed that he could only go in and explore. Just as he made up his mind to enter Clear Jade Mountain, a figure quietly approached him from behind. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked back and saw a petite young girl with a pair of bountiful breasts staring at him with a smile. That girl should have been an outstanding beauty, but she had a brown crescent-shaped birthmark on one side of her face. That ugly birthmark directly ruined her beauty, causing many men who saw her to first have their eyes light up, then wring their wrists in sighing. The girl was wearing a long green dress, but the loose skirt still could not hide her ample bosom. There were several cloth bags tied around her waist, but it was unknown what was inside. With a flattering expression and a harmless smile on her face, she looked at Yang Kai and said timidly, "Uncle, can I have a word with you?" Yang Kai's face went black as he snorted. "Who's your uncle? Do I look that old?" Although from a mortal's point of view, Yang Kai was indeed not young, as a cultivator, he was still very young. From his appearance alone, he looked to be in his early 20s. Suddenly being called an uncle by a young girl, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became bad. It seemed that Yang Kai's fierce appearance had frightened the girl and she could not help taking a few steps back, an aggrieved expression on her face. Yang Kai looked her up and down. His eyes paused for a moment on her ample bosom and his eyes couldn't help narrowing. Third-order origin king? He was stunned to find that this girl, who looked only 15 or 16 years old, was actually an existence whose cultivation was no weaker than his own. However, as for how old this girl's true age was, Yang Kai could not say. Perhaps this girl was an old witch who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Yang Kai was definitely not naive enough to believe that the aggrieved expression on her face was real. For this kind of old witch, putting on a show was nothing out of the ordinary. Their wonderful performances could even deceive him, let alone Yang Kai. However, this long-lost appellation reminded Yang Kai of a certain person. Lin Yun-er. Back when they were still in High Heaven's sect, this little girl had happily called Yang Kai uncle, making him sound much older than before. Yang Kai did not know how this girl was doing now. When Yang Yun left, he did not take anyone with him. Not even Yi Shi Yun, only Lin Yun-er. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Lin Yun-er's tyrant strength body. The expression on Yang Kai's face gradually softened as the girl stretched out her small hand and patted her chest, bolstering her courage. Then, big brother, can I speak with you for a moment? Her acting is quite good. Yang Kai sneered in his heart but nodded calmly on the surface. What do you want to talk to me about? The girl looked around cautiously before moving her red lips and sending a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly asked, You're not lying to me, are you? I have no grievances with you. Why would I lie to you? The girl said with an innocent expression. Lead the way, Yang Kai motioned. The young girl immediately smiled and led the way in front of him. She did not guard against Yang Kai at all, but it was unclear whether she was pretending or simply fearless. Yang Kai guessed that it was the latter. After walking for a short time, the girl left the crowd. In a remote location, there were 2 other people waiting for her. Seeing the girl return, both of them wore joyful expressions. Yang Kai observed them carefully and secretly released his divine sense to sweep them, quickly discovering that they were both third-order origin king cultivators. The 2 were a man and a woman. The man had a firm look on his face and a kind smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. The woman, on the other hand, was gorgeously dressed and had an enchanting figure. Her pair of watery eyes seemed to contain a strong charm that made one involuntarily attracted. Her slightly moving red lips were also extremely seductive. A man with poor mental fortitude would likely feel his mouth go dry from just looking at her. Yang Kai showed a sluggish expression at the right time before quickly returning to normal. When the woman saw this, she couldn't help but smile, as if she was very satisfied with her own charm. Little sister Xueqi, did you find him? The woman asked with a smile. The girl nodded and said cheerfully, This big brother should be able to and is also very interested in our plan. Saying so, she pointed to Yang Kai. The man smiled and nodded to Yang Kai before cupping his fists and saying, This one is Su Qing, may I ask what this friend's name is? Yang Kai. In any case, few people in the star boundary knew him, so Yang Kai did not bother making up a fake name. This mistress, Yurua Mei, greets big brother Yang, the woman bowed to the side. Yang Kai quickly returned the gesture. My name is Mo Xueqi, the girl who led Yang Kai introduced herself. Yang Kai nodded and said, Sister Xueqi, you just said you know where the Firebird is now, is that true? Chapter 1968. If it weren't for this girl named Mo Xueqi telling Yang Kai that she knew the exact location of the Firebird, Yang Kai would never have followed her here. The star boundary was much more treacherous than the territory of Home Star, so how could Yang Kai not act cautiously? However, the information thrown out by Mo Xueqi made it impossible for him to refuse. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Mo Xueqi nodded and said, Of course it's true. Where is it? Yang Kai asked directly. To the side, Su Qing and Yu Ruamei also focused, seemingly wanting to hear more carefully. It's... Mo Xueqi had just spat out a word when she suddenly realized something and quickly swallowed the second half of her sentence back into her stomach, instead saying with a smile, I won't tell you now, just follow me. She wore an innocent look on her face, as if she really intended to reveal the exact location of the Firebird. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, How can I believe you? Since you know the exact location of the Firebird, why don't you gather familiar people and search for it yourself instead of gathering people like us? Xueqi nodded to the side and said, Brother Yang is right. Sister Xueqi, it's not that we don't trust you, it's just that we don't know each other. This Su also has this question in his heart and hopes Sister Xueqi can answer it. Xueqi frowned and said matter-of-factly, I went in and saw it before, so naturally I know where it is. Did you see those guys who were injured? Previously, I followed behind them and sneaked in. Later on, they encountered that little fellow. Some died, while others fled. I followed that little guy all the way to its habitat. As for why I didn't look for familiar faces, I don't know anyone here, and I may not be able to defeat it alone, so I came to you. Yang Kai and Xueqi glanced at each other. Both of them nodded slightly. There were no flaws in Xueqi's statement, or rather, even if there were, they wouldn't be able to find out. Seeing these people remain silent, Xueqi couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He hurriedly said, Don't be afraid. Although that little guy is strong and difficult to deal with, it's still a baby after all. In fact, it's not difficult to deal with. As long as we're well prepared, it won't be a problem to take it down. At the side, the enchanting Yuruame pursed her lips into a smile and said, Little sister Xueqi, it's not that we're afraid, it's just that there's only one Firebird. If we really get it, how are we going to split it? Hearing this, Xueqi suddenly became a little embarrassed and said with embarrassment, I was just about to discuss this matter with my big brothers and big sisters. That little guy is of great use to me. If you really succeed, can you give it to me? As soon as she said this, not only did Yang Kai look at her with a strange expression, but even Xueqi and Yuruame's expressions turned ugly. Everyone was a third-order Origin King cultivator, so why should they work for nothing and not receive any benefits? Not to mention that Yang Kai had his own plans. Xueqi and Yuruame would definitely not agree to such ridiculous conditions. This old demoness. Isn't she a little too good at pretending to be innocent? Yang Kai secretly despised her in his heart. Didn't she know that going too far was as bad as falling short? Xueqi saw the ugly expressions on the faces of these people and quickly said, Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I can give you enough compensation. Compensation? Xueqi coldly snorted. His attitude was no longer as amiable as before. Sneering, he asked, I wonder what kind of compensation Sister Xueqi wants to give us? Xueqi did not answer him and instead released her divine sense to scan her space ring. After a while, with a flash of light, she took out 3 artifacts. These were 3 artifacts. One of them was a pink gauze robe that was as thin as a veil and decorated with colorful gems. These gems were not ordinary and gave off mysterious energy fluctuations. The second artifact was a black ruler that was about 2 fingers long. Although it was not big, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling, as if it could even suppress a cultivator's divine sense. The last artifact was a thick-backed machete with a thick blade that was engraved with complex patterns. A bloody aura wafted from this machete, and it was obvious at a glance that many masters had died under it. However, the energy fluctuations coming from these 3 artifacts were not weak at all. Origin King grade artifacts? Xueqi's eyes bulged while Yuruame's breathing suddenly quickened. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Because the 3 artifacts Xueqi took out were actually 3 Origin King grade artifacts, and they were definitely not low-grade Origin King grade artifacts. This heavy tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber are both Origin King grade high-rank artifacts, each with its own unique properties. This colored silk gauze robe is an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact, woven from the silk of the 3,000-year-old snow silkworm, a specialty of the Northern Territory Snow Province. It is impervious to all 5 elements and has excellent defensive capabilities. The outer space star sand on it can also be transformed into powerful attacks, combining attack and defense. I'll give you these 3 artifacts as compensation first, okay? If you succeed, there will be additional rewards. Xueqi looked at the 3 people in front of her timidly and asked hesitantly, Is that okay? Xueqi couldn't help swallowing hard while Yuruame's pair of beautiful eyes were like locusts biting onto the colored silk gauze robe, unwilling to look away. Yang Kai forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart as he stared at Xueqi calmly, his heart filled with extreme vigilance. The fact that the other party could casually take out 3 high-grade Origin King grade artifacts showed just how rich her family was. Such a person was definitely not some unknown master and might even be a Dao Source Realm master in disguise. Otherwise, how could she act so casually? Even if she was ignorant of worldly affairs, she should still understand the simple truth of not showing off one's wealth. Daring to expose her wealth like this, she should be confident in her strength. However, if she was really a Dao Source Realm master who could hide from his perception, she should be at least a second-order or third-order Dao Source Realm master. So why would she need to find him? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Why can't I? Xueqi saw that the three of them still hadn't replied and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment as she tried to take back the 3 artifacts. What is little sister Xueqi saying? Yu Ruamei was the first to recover and giggled. Elder sister saw little sister for the first time and felt that little sister was a good girl. Since little sister wants that little thing, elder sister naturally won't compete with you. Elder sister will help you with this matter. Her words were filled with righteousness, but her actions were not slow as she directly took the colored silk gauze robe and stuffed it into her space ring. Not to mention the value of the Firebird in Clear Jade Mountain wasn't as high as an Origin King grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Even if it was, after the 4 of them divided it equally, it definitely wouldn't be as valuable as the colored silk gauze robe. Moreover, before they even started, Xueqi had already given her a colored silk gauze robe. If they really succeeded, there would likely be even more benefits. As such, she no longer hesitated. Seeing that Yu Ruamei had already taken action, Su Qing couldn't help lightly coughing and saying, "This Su can feel Sister Xueqi's sincerity. In that case, count this Su in as well." Saying so, his eyes swept between the remaining heavy tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber, seemingly hesitant to choose. In the end, he picked up the heavy tasseled ruler and put it into his space ring. Xueqi turned her eyes to Yang Kai and looked at him expectantly. Yang Kai frowned, instinctively not wanting to get involved in this muddy water, but thinking that Lu Yen was likely to be besieged by countless masters, he could only feign civility. Su Qing also persuaded from the side. "Brother Yang, Sister Xueqi is so sincere, why are you still hesitating?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "I'm not hesitating, it's just, I don't use a saber." Xueqi heard this and her eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, "Then what kind of artifact does Big Brother Yang want?" She wasn't afraid that Yang Kai had high requirements, but rather that Yang Kai had no requirements. "Do you have a sword?" An ice attribute sword-type artifact. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the monster insect queen still lacked a decent weapon and quickly asked, "Oh, let me see, I remember I have one." Xueqi said as she put away the enduring hatred saber and buried her head in her space ring. Su Qing stared at her ring with fiery eyes, as if he was staring at some kind of peerless treasure. It was no wonder they were like this. Xueqi's performance just now had convinced them that this girl had countless treasures on her. She could take out 3 or 4 Origin King grade artifacts at will. So who knew how many more treasures she had in her ring? Who wouldn't covet such a space ring? Yang Kai observed their expressions and sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that Su Qing and Yu Ruamei couldn't see Xueqi's problem. But humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. This was an eternal truth, so Yang Kai didn't care what they thought. After a long time, Xueqi raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with an embarrassed expression. "Big Brother Yang, I seem to have remembered wrongly. I don't have an Origin King grade high-rank ice attribute sword artifact." Her expression was like a child who had done something wrong and was eager to be forgiven. Yang Kai just said lightly, "Since you don't have one, forget it." In any case, it wasn't anything urgent. The monster insect queen didn't have a weapon, so it could still display good combat strength. "Can I use dual swords?" After Xueqi finished speaking, she suddenly took out 2 long swords that exuded a cold aura, one of which was purple and about 3 meters long while the other was blue and about 2.5 meters long. The 2 swords, one long and one short, intertwined in a brilliant radiance, like a perfect combination of pearls and jade, giving off no sense of awkwardness. What was most noticeable was that both swords were exuding the aura fluctuations that Origin King grade high-rank artifacts should have. Su Qing and Yu Ruamei's eyes suddenly turned red as their breathing quickened slightly. Dual swords. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up, never having expected Xueqi to give him such a huge surprise. In essence, dual swords could be regarded as a sword-type artifact in another form. The difficulty of using them was several times greater than using a single sword, but correspondingly, the power they could display was greatly increased. It was for this reason that the value of dual swords was far above ordinary artifacts, comparable to defensive artifacts of the same level. The true value of 2 Origin King grade high-rank swords was no less than an ordinary Dao Source grade artifact. Chapter 1969. Are you sure you want to give me these twin swords? Their value is not low. Yang Kai looked at Mo Xueqi and asked with a frown. Brother Yang, if you think it's inappropriate, how about I exchange my heavy tasseled ruler with you? Su Qing asked eagerly from the side. He was not a fool, so how could he not understand the difference in value between the heavy tasseled ruler and these twin swords? Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled coldly. Su Qing couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed as he scratched his head awkwardly. Mo Xueqi smiled and said, but I don't have the artifacts Big Brother Yang needs, only these twin swords barely meet your requirements. If Big Brother Yang doesn't mind, please accept them. Ahem. Since you say so, then I'll accept. Yang Kai took the purple-green twin swords from Mo Xueqi and threw them into the sealed world bead, sending them to the monster insect queen so it could familiarize itself with refining these artifacts. Only now did Su Qing and Yu Ruamei retract their reluctant gazes, but when they thought of the rich man next to them, perhaps even more benefits were waiting for them, the two calmed down and looked at each other. As their eyes met, they seemed to be secretly communicating with each other. Mo Xueqi didn't notice this scene at all. Seeing the three of them accept her benefits, a happy smile appeared on her face as she said, then it's a deal? If we can really catch that little guy, I hope you can keep your promise. Xueqi will reward you handsomely. Of course, Su Qing smiled warmly again. There's no time to lose, let's go. Yang Kai urged. While the three of them were discussing, many teams had already gathered and were rushing towards Clear Jade Mountain. He was very worried about Lu Yan's current situation and couldn't wait to find her. Come with me. Mo Xueqi turned around and led the way. Brother Yang, please. Su Qing smiled and gestured. Yang Kai said calmly, you two go first, I'll bring up the rear. Su Qing smiled slightly. He didn't decline and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yang. As he spoke, he immediately followed. Yu Ruamei also nodded slightly to Yang Kai and entered Clear Jade Mountain. Yang Kai looked around and was the last to enter. Clear Jade Mountain was a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. The forest was deep, and there were many fierce beasts roaming about. However, the group of 4 was a third-order Origin King cultivator, so if they worked together, even if a Dao Source Realm monster beast appeared, they would still be able to fight. Therefore they were not afraid. Moreover, they were not in the depths of Jade Clear Mountain, so there were no powerful monster beast. Mo Xueqi seemed to really know the specific location of the Firebird. After entering Clear Jade Mountain, she didn't even need to distinguish the direction and simply led everyone forward. His speed was extremely fast. Her performance gave Yang Kai some confidence in her. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that along the way, Mo Xueqi didn't seem to be on guard against the other 3, as if she really trusted them. Between Su Qing and Yu Ruamei, who were sandwiched in the middle, there were faint spiritual energy fluctuations, obviously communicating with each other in secret. It was ridiculous that they thought they were acting covertly, but in front of Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, which was not something a third-order Origin King cultivator should possess, they were unable to hide. In this team, Mo Xueqi's origins were mysterious while Su Qing and Yu Ruamei were sneaking around. Yang Kai also had other plans. It was hard to say who would have the last laugh. Along the way, they could faintly hear the sound of flying in the distance. Obviously, other teams were searching for the whereabouts of the Firebird. However, as time passed, such movements became fewer and fewer. The place where the 4 of them were was getting deeper and deeper into Clear Jade Mountain. Half a day later, Mo Xueqi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, and the other 3 naturally hurriedly stopped as well. The last time I saw it, it was in the mountain pass up ahead. Everyone, get ready to fight, Mo Xueqi reminded everyone. Su Qing and Yu Ruamei nodded and secretly pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned because if Lu Yan was in front of them, he should have sensed it a long time ago, but until now, he had not sensed Lu Yan's aura. There were only 2 possibilities for this. The first was that Lu Yan had left the mountain pass up ahead and was looking for another place to rest. The second possibility was also what Yang Kai did not want to see. The one inside Clear Jade Mountain was not Lu Yan, so he could not sense it. Xueqi had already used a secret technique to conceal her figure, restraining her aura and Saint Qi fluctuations, as did Xueqi and Yu Mei. The secret techniques of these three were different, but it was clear at a glance which one was stronger and which one was weaker. After Xueqi used her secret technique, her aura and life fluctuations completely disappeared. If one did not observe her with their naked eyes, even Yang Kai would not be able to detect her whereabouts. It was obvious that the secret technique she cultivated was of extremely high grade. Xueqi and Yu Mei, on the other hand, were much worse. Although Yang Kai's vision was quite good, they were completely incomparable to Xueqi's. Yang Kai also used a secret technique to conceal his aura. Nihility. However, he did not use the full power of nihility, only slightly. This way, while concealing himself well enough, he did not have to worry about exposing the secrets of his space secret technique. However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that after he used the weakened version of his nihility secret technique, Xueqi, who was in front of him, actually looked back at him, her beautiful eyes flashing with a puzzled light before she immediately turned her head away with a blank look. This girl. Did she see something? Yang Kai was shocked. The four of them approached quietly and soon arrived above the mountain pass. Looking down, Xueqi could not help but let out a cry. What's wrong? Xueqi was surprised. It's not here, Xueqi said, standing up and flying directly down to the mountain pass. The remaining three looked at each other and did not bother to hide their figures, following closely behind Xueqi. At the mountain pass, it seemed that a fierce battle had just taken place. There were burn marks everywhere, and there were several charred corpses on the ground. It was a horrible sight to behold, and the air was full of a burnt smell that made people want to vomit. Such a scene made everyone's eyes shrink. However, the situation in front of them also proved that Xueqi was not lying. The Firebird was indeed resting here before, but it might have been disturbed by these people, so it left after a great battle and killing the enemies. This is the Jiang family's third elder? Xueqi looked down at an old man in a brown robe and whispered. He obviously recognized this old man. Although the old man was burned to death, his appearance was still recognizable. What's the strength of this person? Yang Kai asked. Xueqi's face was solemn as he said, the Jiang family is not weak in Maplewood City. The third elder is a third-order origin king, the same as us. This is the Vice Palace Master of Red Leaf Palace? He actually died here? Yu Mei covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. As the dead cultivator was identified one by one, it turned out that these corpses were all second-order or third-order origin kings, and there were actually 8 of them. 8 second-order origin kings working together had actually been killed by the Firebird, a discovery that made Xueqi and Yu Mei's faces turn ugly. The 8 corpses in front of them made them suddenly feel that this operation was a little too hasty. Everyone seemed to have underestimated the strength of the Firebird. After all, the 2 of them, including Yang Kai and Xueqi, only had 4 third-order origin kings. In terms of numbers and overall strength, they were absolutely no match for these 8 people who died in front of them. If they were all killed, how could the 4 of them succeed? Thinking so, Xueqi and Yu Mei could not help but retreat, their faces gloomy. Yang Kai also frowned, because he was very clear about Lu Yan's strength. Even if Lu Yan was not to be trifled with, he should not have the ability to kill so many people at once. Xueqi saw the hesitation of the 3 and suddenly said, You don't have to worry too much. Although that little guy killed a lot of people, it is also injured. How do you know? Yang Kai looked up at her. There is its blood on the ground. Xueqi smiled slightly and pointed to a spot on the ground. There seemed to be a pool of red on the ground, but it was surrounded by a raging fire. Yang Kai did not pay much attention to it before, but after Xueqi's reminder, he finally noticed. It's not Lu Yan. The moment he saw this pool of blood, Yang Kai's heart was filled with disappointment. The Firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was obviously not Lu Yan. Because Lu Yan was an artifact spirit, not a body of flesh and blood, even if she was injured, it was impossible for her to bleed. Moreover, judging from the situation around this pool of blood, it seemed to contain an unimaginable burning power, causing the surrounding ground to ignite into a raging fire that could not be extinguished. Realizing this, Kai Yang's whole body lost all its energy. The reason he came to Clear Jade Mountain was because of Lu Yan, but now that he knew the truth, he was naturally disappointed. If that's the case, we really do have some chance, Xueqi frowned thoughtfully. Although the Jiang family's third elders group had been completely wiped out, they had still caused some damage to the Firebird. If the four of them were well prepared, they might have a chance to succeed. It's just that when the time comes and we really encounter that Firebird, what should we do? Shouldn't we discuss it carefully? Yu Ruame asked. The 8 dead people in front of her made her feel uneasy, and if it weren't for her greed for the reward Mo Xueqi had promised before, she would have left already. Although treasures were good, she still needed to be alive to enjoy them. We should discuss this carefully. How about this? Each of you briefly explain the secret techniques and powers you are proficient in so that everyone can cooperate when the time comes, Xueqi proposed. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai immediately gave him a meaningful look. Mo Xueqi smiled and waved her hand. No need, when we encounter it, the 3 of you just need to help me stall for time. I have my own way to deal with it. She had a victorious expression on her face, and no one knew where her confidence came from. Chapter 1970. The feeling Mo Xueqi gave Yang Kai was one of mystery. He faintly felt that the purity and naivety displayed by the other party was a disguise, but he couldn't find any flaws. Moreover, judging from the generosity of her actions and the concealment secret technique she had mastered, it was clear her origins were extraordinary. How could an ordinary Origin King store so many Origin King grade artifacts in their space ring? Not to mention, each one of them was of extraordinary grade. This was especially true for Mo Xueqi, who gave off a powerful aura, obviously wearing a number of powerful artifacts. This girl definitely had a great background, and one that was not small at that. This made Yang Kai keep a close eye on her. However, now that she said she had a way to deal with the Firebird, Yang Kai believed her. Although Yang Kai didn't want to get involved in Clear Jade Mountain's affairs anymore, after all, he had received benefits from them, so withdrawing halfway wasn't good, so he could only follow this path to the end. Sister Xueqi, you said you have a way to deal with the Firebird. Can you tell us in detail? After all, that beast's strength is extraordinary. We really don't want to follow in the footsteps of others, Xueqi asked with some concern. Yu Ruame also nodded, agreeing with Xueqing's point of view. Mo Xueqi frowned, looking a little embarrassed, but after a while, she seemed to make up her mind and said, It's not convenient for me to tell you the details, but I have an artifact that can restrain its power. Please believe me, I won't let you do anything too dangerous. Hearing this, Xueqi and Yu Ruame glanced at each other and nodded lightly, the former smiling and saying, Since Sister Xueqi says so, this will not ask further. Then I won't ask any more questions. I just hope that Miss Xueqi will succeed when the time comes. No problem, leave it to me. Mo Xueqi was overjoyed when she heard this and patted her chest confidently. Then let's track its location now. Although we don't know where it is now, if we follow the trail, we will be able to find it. We can definitely find it. Saying so, she led the way again. After walking all the way inside for more than an hour, Mo Xueqi stopped again in the midst of a tense and uneasy atmosphere. The trail in front of her suddenly broke. Just as she furrowed her brows and was about to search for clues again, an unusual power suddenly surged out from a certain place. That power was incomparably hot. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the air rose sharply, and the surrounding lush trees were affected by this high temperature, instantly withered, dried up, and began burning. Be careful! Yang Kai shouted hurriedly. There was no need for him to remind them. All 4 of them were third-order Origin King cultivators were extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of this kind of power. When this hot aura, they all immediately. As soon as they felt, the 4 of them immediately. A ball of pitch-black flames the size of a washbasin directly bombarded the place where everyone had been standing, turning that area into scorched earth. The black flames burned fiercely, as if they would never be extinguished. Whether it was the deep color or the terrifying killing power, they all couldn't help but change their expressions. Sure enough, it's here. Mo Xueqi was not only not surprised, but instead overjoyed, her delicate face filled with joy. He stared at a certain spot. In that position, a strange bird about 3 meters long with a fiery red body was staring at the 4 of them with a fierce light in its eyes, as if it was made of flames. Its body was covered in scorching flames and it had a long tail. Its appearance was beautiful, like a fire spirit. Lu Yan. Yang Kai was taken aback. Judging from the appearance of this firebird that had suddenly appeared, it was as if it had been carved from the same mold as Lu Yan, but he soon understood that this firebird in front of him was not Lu Yan. Because no matter how it looked like it was made of flames, it was still in existence with flesh and blood. Moreover, Yang Kai could vaguely feel a faint pressure from its body. It was an indescribable power that made even someone as strong as Yang Kai feel somewhat uneasy in front of it. Bastard! Who spread the rumor that this thing is an artifact spirit? Xueqi cursed angrily on the other side. Previously, outside Clear Jade Mountain, many cultivator had rumored that there was an artifact spirit with sentience inside the mountain, leading to countless people rushing here, but now it seemed that this was clearly not the case. Which bastard had spread this rumor? However, it was meaningless to pursue this matter now. It's coming again! Yu Ruamei screamed as her tender body flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages as she suddenly dodged. In the next moment, a mass of black flames bombarded the place she had been standing. After Yu Ruamei reappeared from another direction, a look of lingering fear appeared on her face. She could clearly feel the powerful lethality contained in these black flames. If she had been accidentally contaminated, she would likely have ended up like the Jiang family's third elder. So many Origin King Realm Masters had already died, demonstrating just how difficult and terrifying this firebird was. So how could Yu Ruamei dare not be careful? Everyone, please hold it back for a while, I'll start preparing. After Mo Xueqi hurriedly said, she suddenly jumped away from the spot and formed a series of mysterious seals with her hands, her entire temperament suddenly changing. The innocence faded from her body and Mo Xueqi suddenly became solemn and awe-inspiring, her red lips moving slightly as she formed a series of seals with her hands, muttering some unknown words. At the same time, an aqua-blue sphere appeared in front of her. This sphere was filled with extremely powerful water attribute energy, like a vast ocean. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of waves and tsunamis coming from it. A Dao Source-grade artifact? Xueqi's eyes suddenly turned red as his breathing quickened as he stared greedily at the aqua-blue sphere in front of Mo Xueqi. Although he was a third-order Origin King cultivator, he had never owned a Dao Source-grade artifact before. Although judging from Mo Xueqi's generosity before, it was very likely that this girl had many Dao Source-grade artifacts. Seeing it with his own eyes still shocked Xueqi. What's more, this aqua-blue sphere was obviously not an ordinary Dao Source-grade artifact. It was most likely a high-ranked Dao Source-grade artifact. Such a treasure was invaluable to Xueqi. Brother Su, it's not good to be absent-minded at this time, is it? Yang Kai coldly snorted and hurriedly rushed in front of Mo Xueqi. When Mo Xueqi took out the aqua-blue sphere artifact and began chanting, the firebird opposite her suddenly stared at this girl with a pair of fierce eyes, as if it also felt the threat to its life from this girl and regarded her as its number one enemy. The bird opened its beak and spat out a dragon-like pillar of black flame. Yang Kai's face changed drastically and his first reaction was to dodge immediately. Help me block it. I can't move right now. Before Yang Kai could dodge, Mo Xueqi's nervous words reached his ears. Idiot! Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. He really couldn't figure out whether Mo Xueqi was really stupid or just pretending to be. In the face of such a powerful enemy, she had actually used a secret technique that made her unable to move. Wasn't this simply courting death? Now, as long as he dodged, Mo Xueqi would inevitably be hit by the black flames. Judging from the terrifying destructive power of these black flames, this girl would definitely die. Could it be that her true nature was the same as what she showed before? Was she not pretending? Was all his previous guesses about her wrong? Otherwise, how could her combat experience be so shallow? Anyone with even the slightest bit of common sense in battle would not choose to do this, unless the people around them were extremely trustworthy companions they could entrust their lives to. And he, Xueqi, and Yu Ruamei were obviously not companions Mo Xueqi could entrust her life to. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts floated through Yang Kai's mind, but soon he shouted, "If you don't want to die here, come help." Saying so, he let out a roar and a five-colored light burst out from his body. Stretching out his hand, he pushed forward and muttered, "Earth Sword Qi, Divine Nullification Shield." A yellow light burst from his body and quickly formed a shield-like barrier in front of him. Yang Kai cultivated his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi and had absorbed a large amount of the Divine Nullification Sand's energy into his earth attribute sword Qi, so now he could naturally display the power of the Divine Nullification Sand to form a defensive barrier. The earth attribute sword Qi was thick, and its main defensive attribute was the Divine Nullification Shield's defensive power. However, this was not the end of it. Yang Kai also stripped the light cyan light from his body and condensed his wood attribute sword Qi into an illusory forest in front of him, forming a second line of defense behind the divine nullification shield. Followed by the water attribute, metal attribute, fire attribute. Using all 5 element sword Qis, the 5-colored light originally covering Yang Kai's body disappeared in a very short time and was replaced by 5 layers of defensive nets. Kong. The black flames collided with the divine nullification shield and in an instant, tore through its defenses and rushed into the illusory forest, incinerating the scenery around it. The water curtain was evaporated and the golden walls were melted away. Only the fire sword Qi, which was the main offensive attribute, was able to contend with the black flames for a while. After all, this was the sword Qi Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing the sun's true fire, so in terms of grade, it was definitely not inferior to his opponent's black flames. But in terms of quantity, it was somewhat inferior and fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. The heat and murderous intent rushing towards him made Yang Kai's hair stand on end as the aura of death rushed towards him, making him feel as if he was facing the summons of the Grim Reaper. It was not until this moment that Xueqi and Yu Ruamei finally reacted. Although the two of them were acting stealthily in secret, they were not idiots and knew that they were not this Firebird's opponent. If they wanted to survive, they had to first save Mo Xiaoqi's life and allow her to complete her secret technique. As such, seeing Yang Kai take action, they had no choice but to act. Heaven's Net Cut. Boundless Saint Seal. 2 powerful attacks bombarded from Xueqi and Yu Ruamei's direction, blocking the Black Flame Dragon's path. The full strength of a third-order Origin King was definitely not something to be underestimated. With the two of them joining forces, the pressure on Yang Kai was instantly reduced. Chapter 1971. Secret Technique, Exile. Yang Kai knew that if he didn't use his trump card now, he wouldn't have another chance, so he didn't care about exposing himself at this moment and hurriedly displayed his space force. In front of him, a black hole suddenly opened, like the maw of a hungry beast, greedily swallowing up the weakened Black Flame Dragon and banishing it into the endless void. Looking around, the violent and chaotic power fluctuations gave Yang Kai a good cover for his secret technique, making those who didn't know the truth think that the collision between the two sides was simply too powerful, causing the surrounding space to collapse. At the very least, Xueqi and Yu Ruamei, who saw the Exile's secret technique with their own eyes, didn't associate it with Space Force and instead just watched all of this in horror, their faces trembling. On the other hand, Mo Xiaoqi, who had been concentrating on preparing her secret technique and urging the power of her artifact, suddenly lit up and shot a look of surprise towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unaware of all this. Now that he was riding a tiger, he couldn't get off, so he couldn't help feeling annoyed. If he didn't dodge, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the Firebird's attack, but if he did, Mo Xiaoqi would be in danger. This made him curse Mo Xiaoqi in his heart, but at the same time, he had no choice but to stand in place and act as a meat shield. Yang Kai, Xueqi, and Yu Ruamei's joint attack obviously let the Firebird know that its opponents were difficult to deal with, so its crimson eyes filled with anger, it spread its wings and gently waved them, sending out countless black fireballs towards the 3 of them. Xueqi and Yu Ruamei screamed again and again as they constantly used their exquisite movement skills to dodge, but there were simply too many fireballs, so the 2 of them had no choice but to summon their defensive artifacts. This gave them a sense of security. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Xueqi and Yu Ruamei were free to move, but he could only stand in place and summon his golden blood threads. These golden blood threads transformed into streaks of golden light that swept away the oncoming fireballs. Although the effect was quite good, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling bitter as his golden blood threads made contact with the fireballs. Many of them were actually incinerated. These were all things transformed from his own golden blood, so each of them was extremely precious. After such a short time, he had already lost so many of them, making him want to cry but have no tears. Ah, my sorrow cloud mirror. Xueqing's cry reached Yang Kai's ears, and Yang Kai quickly glanced over, only to see a mirror in Xueqing's hand wrapped in black flames. In the blink of an eye, it began to melt, causing Yang Kai to hurriedly throw this artifact away, lest he draw fire to himself. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from this treasure mirror, it was obviously an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact. Looks like I'm not the only one who suffered heavy losses. If Yang Kai's golden blood threads were damaged, he could always use his golden blood to repair them. However, if the other party's Origin King grade artifact was incinerated, he would really lose everything. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's mood improved a lot. Not only did Xueqi lose his sorrowful cloud mirror, but the hairpin-shaped Origin King Grade artifact in Yu Ruamei's hand was also destroyed by the black flames. The two of them, who had suffered such a huge loss, glared at the Firebird with eyes filled with endless hatred, but due to the ferocity of the Firebird, none of them dared to step forward and could only dodge awkwardly. Lee. The Firebird suddenly let out a cry that was mixed with an inexplicable anger. It pierced through the 9 heavens. The moment the cry rang out, everyone's face changed drastically. Because if they did, it was very likely to attract the attention of others. If all the cultivators who had entered Clear Jade Mountain were attracted here, all of their efforts would be wasted. Just as Yang Kai was in a daze, a fireball suddenly shot in front of him, causing Yang Kai's face to sink. Just as he was about to use the same trick to banish it, he never expected that the fireball would explode right in front of him. In an instant, the pitch-black rain of fire that filled the sky shot towards him like raindrops. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and without even thinking about it, he directly used another secret technique. Dragon transformation. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a huge dragon head flashed behind Yang Kai. At that moment, dragon pressure filled the air, causing the Firebird opposite him to be stunned, a look of dread flashing across its red eyes. Dragon scales appeared and wrapped around most of Yang Kai's body. Even the real dragon scale appeared on Yang Kai's chest, covering the vital points on his chest. Hong hong hong. A series of explosions rang out as countless black flames hit Yang Kai's body, causing Yang Kai to cough up a mouthful of blood. The black flame stained the surface of his body and burned fiercely, causing the strength in his body to rapidly melt away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai's face sank as he desperately urged the power of his golden divine dragon source to stop the spread of the black flames. However, his appearance was extremely miserable, and his entire aura had fallen by quite a bit. Sister Xueqi, I've reached my limit. Yang Kai hurriedly said and was about to leave. He had done everything he could, and if he stayed any longer, he was afraid the situation wouldn't be good. He had stood in front of Xueqi and bought her so much time, even suffering injuries in the process. He had done enough. I'm done. Xueqi shouted tenderly as she suddenly waved her hand, causing the sound of a tsunami to ring out from the blue sphere in front of her, giving people the illusion that they were standing in the middle of the sea and listening to the crashing waves. The blue sphere also burst into pieces, turning into a mist that shot forward like it had a life of its own. This mist swept over Yang Kai's body, instantly extinguishing the burning black flames. Immediately afterwards, the mist arrived in front of the Firebird and wrapped it up, transforming back into a blue sphere. However, this blue ball was many times larger than before. No matter how much the Firebird struggled, it couldn't escape the ball's wrapping. After doing all this, Xueqi seemed to be a little exhausted, her delicate face pale and her towering chest heaving up and down violently. Obviously, using this artifact had taken a huge toll on her. Although the price was not small, the result was gratifying. Hee hee, I finally caught you, little thing. Let's see where you can run now. Xueqi looked forward with a grin. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank as he shouted, "Be careful!" Saying so, he quickly dodged and a figure strangely appeared behind him, using a secret technique to hit Yang Kai's afterimage and shatter it. The figure revealed himself and frowned, as if he had not expected that his sneak attack would be seen through by Yang Kai. Who else could this person be but Xueqi? At the same time, Yu Ruamei's figure also appeared behind Xueqi, her slender palm filled with violent power, a cruel and greedy smile on her charming face as she slammed her palm into Xueqi's back. Xueqi let out a miserable cry as she opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. While she was sent flying, her beautiful eyes were still filled with disbelief. Ah! Along with Xueqi's scream, Yu Ruamei also let out a cry of alarm. After unleashing this move, Yu Ruamei seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, her figure continuously retreating as her pretty face suddenly turned pale. She felt a burning pain in her palm as she raised her hand and looked down. In an instant, her face turned ugly as she screamed, "How is this possible? What is this?" An extremely strange imprint had actually appeared at the center of her palm. The imprint looked like the face of a ghost, and it was savage, terrifying, and warped to the extreme. One could faintly hear miserable and shrill howls that caused one's hair to stand on end. At this moment, 2 spots of light appeared in the eyes of this ghost face, and through these 2 spots of light, Yurume seemed to see a lofty existence staring at her indifferently. She lost her composure for a moment and fell to the ground, trembling all over. Ruame, what happened to you? On the other side, Xueqi, whose sneak attack had failed, saw Yurume fall to the ground and could not help calling out. Yurume's eyes were absent-minded as she sat on the ground sluggishly. If someone could invade her knowledge sea with their divine sense, they would be able to see that at this moment, inside her knowledge sea, there was a ghost face exactly the same as the one on her palm that was madly devouring her spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy her knowledge sea consumed, the dimmer the light in her eyes became. On the other side, Xueqi stood up while coughing lightly. From her current state, although she had been sneak attacked, it was obviously not a big deal. She turned her head and looked at Yurume blankly, a look of disbelief on her face as she asked, "Why did you attack me?" Her pained look didn't seem to be fake. After all, she had been attacked from behind by her trusted companion, and if it weren't for the protection of her powerful artifact armor, she would probably be a corpse by now. You really are a stupid woman. Yongkai looked at her as if she was an idiot. Xueqi turned her head and looked at Yongkai, her big eyes watery as she asked, "How am I stupid?" Yongkai stretched out his hand and held his forehead, really not knowing how to explain it to her. "What did you do to her?" Xueqi saw that no matter how he called out to Yurume, she didn't respond, so he turned his head and roared at Xueqi. Xueqi's tender body trembled as a look of extreme horror appeared on her face, waving her hand and saying, "I didn't do anything to her. I'm wearing my artifact armor. Anyone who attacks me will suffer a backlash from the evil ghost seal. She. Yongkai was dumbfounded. Is it really appropriate to reveal my details so easily? Now, he finally determined that this girl named Xueqi was not the treacherous existence he had imagined her to be, but rather a pure and innocent little girl who knew nothing about the world. Is she really only as old as she looks? Yongkai was taken aback by the thought that emerged in his mind. If this was the case, it would be too terrifying. Evil ghost seal? Xueqi frowned, obviously having never heard of this secret technique before, but soon, he shook his head and said lightly, "Fine. One less person is good. This Su can monopolize all the benefits." He no longer cared about Yurume's life and death and instead just grinned. Yongkai curled his lips and sneered, "Brother Su, where does your inexplicable self-confidence come from? Don't you see the situation clearly? We have two people on our side." Chapter 1972. So what if you have more people? Xueqi sneered as he looked at Yongkai contemptuously. How much strength can the two of you exert at this moment? After all, from his point of view, Yongkai had stood in front of Xueqi to resist the Firebird's attack, so he must have consumed a lot of his strength. Later, he had been hit by the black flames, so it was a miracle he hadn't died. After using that artifact, Xueqi also looked like she was about to collapse. These two were obviously not at their peak, so the strength they could exert was greatly reduced. Xueqi himself, on the other hand, was in perfect condition, so he was not afraid. Yongkai chuckled and said lightly, "If Brother Su really thinks so, you might as well give it a try." Seeing Yongkai's fearless look, Xueqi couldn't help frowning, unable to guess whether Yongkai was deliberately mystifying things or really had nothing to fear. Not far away, Xueqi still stood there with a lost look on her face, looking at Yurume, whose eyes had lost their luster and had become an idiot, muttering, "Why did you attack me? How could this be?" Yongkai turned his head and glanced at her, unable to help scolding. "Idiot, people die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food, you don't even understand such a simple truth. Do your parents know you ran out here to court death?" "I don't know." A look of panic appeared in Xueqi's eyes as she waved her hand at Yongkai. "Don't tell my father I'm here, or he'll beat me." "I don't even know your father. How am I supposed to tell him?" Yongkai almost vomited blood and died from anger at this girl. "That's right." Xueqi suddenly showed a look of relief. "Enough." When Xueqi saw the two of them talking to each other as if there was no one else around, he immediately roared angrily, "Brother Yang! If you don't want to die, leave here quickly. You have no reason to oppose this Su." Yongkai chuckled lightly as he looked at Xueqi calmly. "We really have no reason to be enemies with each other, but what Brother Su wants is exactly what this Yang wants." Xueqi was startled as he looked at Yongkai in surprise. Muttering in amazement, he said, "Brother Yang's strength is quite deep, but if that's the case, Why don't you and I join forces and split everything 50-50? No, no. Shaking his head, Yang Kai raised a finger and said, I have a shortcoming. I always like to eat alone and am not very willing to share with others. If Brother Su is sensible, then I will share with you. If Brother Xueqi's right, it's not too late now. Brother Yang's eyes. Brother Yang Kai? I have a great appetite. Xueqi looked at the two of them blankly and interjected, What do you want to eat? I have some spirit fruits here. Do you want them? Saying so, Huan really did take out 2 tender spirit fruits from his space ring. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air, causing everyone who smelled it to drool, and judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the spirit fruits, this spirit fruit was obviously not an ordinary item. It was very likely to be an extremely rare treasure. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Yang Kai glared at her angrily. Xueqi felt wronged. Since Brother Yang says so, does that mean there's no room for discussion? Xueqi gulped, his expression gradually becoming crazed. The good things Xueqi casually took out made him extremely greedy, making him more and more certain that there were countless treasures hidden in Xueqi's space ring. Thinking that as long as he could snatch this space ring, he might not have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of his life. How could Xueqi endure? From the moment Brother Su launched that sneak attack on me, we had nothing to say. Yang Kai sneered. Good. Then let this Su see how great Brother Yang's skill is. Xueqi's voice fell. The power in his body suddenly surged. Immediately, his whole body grew several times larger. The clothes on his body emitted a sizzling sound as they instantly turned into strips of cloth and scattered to the ground, revealing Xueqi's exposed skin. Countless golden hairs were visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths of time, Xueqi's entire appearance had undergone a huge change. At this moment, he was 5 meters tall. His body was slightly hunched. His arms were extraordinarily long. His muscles were bulging, and his eyes were shining with an indescribable ferocious light. His throat was letting out a beast-like roar, and his whole body was covered in golden hair, making him look like a giant golden ape. Yang Kai was stunned. This was the first time he had seen this kind of secret technique. At the very least, he had never seen such a beast-like secret technique in the home star territory. The wonders of the star boundary were truly extraordinary. However, what made Yang Kai somewhat disdainful was that even in that dangerous situation just now, Xueqi had not used his trump card, but when dealing with him, he did not hesitate to use it. Beast-soul symbiosis? Giant golden ape? Xueqi exclaimed from the side, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as she immediately did something that made Yang Kai feel was unreasonable. She actually stretched out her hands and covered her eyes, no longer daring to look at the almost naked Xueqi, even though the tattered clothes on his lower body were enough to cover his vitals. This silly girl! Yang Kai had nothing to say to her and completely abandoned any plans to join forces with her. Xueqi, who had used his trump card secret technique, roared at this moment and turned into a golden streak of light, rushing directly in front of Yang Kai at an incredible speed. A fist bigger than a clay pot slammed down from above, carrying with it the power to split mountains and split seas, enveloping this part of the heavens and earth. So fast! Yang Kai instantly realized how difficult Xueqi was to deal with at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, but he had no intention of dodging and instead gathered all his strength to meet this fist head-on. Xueqi's eyes flashed a look of ridicule as he sneered, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourself." The huge fist fell at an even faster speed. Hong. With a loud bang, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as half of his body was smashed into the ground, while Xueqi's 15-meter-tall body staggered slightly and was almost sent flying. His golden-haired face was filled with surprise, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai's physical strength to be so powerful. But soon, he stabilized himself, raised his other fist high, and smashed it down again. Like a falling meteorite, the sound of his fist whistling through the air was extremely ear-piercing. Yang Kai's body was half stuck in the ground, making it difficult for him to move, so he was unable to avoid this blow. Left with no choice, he could only raise his arms to block. With another loud bang, Yang Kai's entire body was smashed into the ground, leaving only half of his head. Xueqi did not even spare a glance at Yang Kai, nor did he care whether he lived or died. Instead his figure flickered as he rushed towards Xueqi. In his opinion, it was meaningless to fight a life-or-death battle with Yang Kai, As long as he could snatch Mo Xueqi's space ring, his goal would be achieved. Mo Xueqi was still standing there, covering her eyes, completely unaware of the impending danger. Her face flushed red, and even the tips of her ears were rosy. For Mo Xueqi, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, even if she saw the topless Xueqi in his beast form today, it was still not something she could bear. Her heart was filled with panic. Damn, I won't go blind like this, right? Auntie Feng's words were still ringing in her ears. Never look at a man's ugly body, it will blind you. Mo Xueqi still remembered Auntie Feng's serious expression and tone when she said this to her that day, so she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Xueqi was extremely fast and arrived beside Mo Xueqi in an instant. Looking at the girl who was completely unguarded against him and the sparkling space ring on her hand, Xueqi could not help but grin. Immediately, he reached out to grab Mo Xueqi's space ring. Because of Yu Ruamei's example, he did not dare to make a move against Mo Xueqi. Only the heavens knew what kind of power the artifact armor she was wearing had. If he followed in Yu Ruamei's footsteps, he would be in deep trouble. His goal from beginning to end had always been Mo Xueqi's space ring. But just as his big hand was a foot away from Mo Xueqi, the two earrings on Mo Xueqi's ears suddenly let out a tinkling sound. Immediately afterwards, these two seemingly inconspicuous earrings flickered slightly and transformed into two beams of light that shot towards Xueqi like arrows from a bow. The sharp edges of these two beams of light caused Xueqi's hair to shrink and his golden hair to stand on end. His complexion changed drastically and he no longer dared to attack Mo Xueqi, hurriedly retreating. However, the two beams of light did not give up and shot towards Xueqi from both sides. At this moment of crisis, Xueqi could not help roaring as his body glowed with a golden light and his already huge body seemed to grow even larger. With two light crackling sounds, the golden light around Xueqi's body suddenly shattered and his body shook, unable to help letting out a muffled groan as he stumbled back a few steps. The two beams of light returned and transformed back into the shape of the earrings on Mo Xueqi's delicate earlobes. However, a huge gash appeared on Xueqi's abdomen from which blood gushed out like a fountain. Panicking, Xueqi hurriedly circulated his strength to stop the bleeding. He looked at Mo Xueqi incredulously, unable to believe that this girl in front of him had not even been able to move her hand and had instead relied on the self-protection of her artifact to make him suffer such a big loss. Yu Ruamei's death was not unjust. Who the hell are you? Xueqi roared. At this time, if he still could not guess that Mo Xueqi's background was not small, he would not be worthy of being an Origin King realm cultivator. He secretly regretted having set his sights on Mo Xueqi. Such a person was definitely a descendant of some master. If he dealt with her without leaving any traces behind, it would be fine, but if he made the slightest mistake and caused his information to be leaked, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. If he fell into the hands of her elders, his life would be worse than death. However, there was no turning back, so regretting it now was useless. The only thing he could do now was to kill her to silence her. Just as he was lost in thought, a murderous intent suddenly bloomed behind him. Xueqi was startled and quickly turned his head, only to find Yang Kai rushing down from above, his body flashing with a dazzling five-colored light. His face was filled with anger and a violent power was brewing in his hands, like an enraged beast, causing anyone who saw him to shudder. Chapter 1973. Yang Kai had underestimated the power of Xueqi's beast form, mainly because he did not know who this giant golden ape was. If he had known that this giant golden ape was famous for its strength even in ancient times, he would not have been so careless and allowed himself to be smashed into the ground. In ancient times, this kind of powerful beast could easily uproot mountains. Fortunately, Yang Kai's skin was thick, so although he was a bit embarrassed, he was not injured. However, Xueqi's attack had completely enraged him. Yang Kai's third-order Origin King's territory domain pressed down on Xueqi, causing the surrounding space to become unstable as countless tiny void cracks began to appear. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he waved his hands and sent out a series of moon blades. Xueqi's complexion changed drastically. Although he was not able to immediately determine what kind of power these moon blades were, the strength of Yang Kai's territory domain made him feel a threat to his life. Ignoring the injury on his lower abdomen, Xueqi roared towards the sky as his golden hair stood on end, transforming into steel needles. Using his unparalleled divine strength, Xueqi broke free from the suppression of Yang Kai's territory domain and retreated. Chi-chi-chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly as the moon blade's attacks all hit empty air, splashing dirt everywhere. When Yang Kai turned around and locked onto Xueqi's position, Yang Kai saw that a big axe had appeared in the latter's hand at some point and was swinging it down. Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger as the five-colored glow around his body intensified. At the same time, he also used his dragon transformation secret technique, covering his right arm in a layer of dragon scales as he swept it towards the axe. When the two auras collided, it was as if two mountains had collided. Even the earth trembled. What? Xueqi's complexion changed drastically as he watched his artifact axe being sent flying while Yang Kai remained unscathed. His figure only paused for a moment before he dissipated the force behind his opponent's attack. Then, he charged forward again. Even a cultivator at the Third Order Origin King realm should have been severely injured or even killed if they were hit head-on by this attack, but Yang Kai seemed to be completely unscathed. Just how strong is his physical defense? Xueqi was furious. Instead of retreating, he roared and rushed forward to meet Yang Kai head-on. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle high up in the sky. From the very beginning, Xueqi was at a disadvantage while Yang Kai became fiercer and fiercer, using all kinds of secret techniques and martial skills to attack him. This caused Xueqi to complain. How can this be? I have already displayed the golden-haired great ape's beast soul symbiosis. Even if it is not invincible among Origin Kings, it is still not something anyone can suppress. Could it be that his source Qi? Xueqi's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It wasn't fear, but worry. It was hard for him to calm down. However, although Xueqi was in a difficult situation, being completely suppressed by Yang Kai. But there were no new wounds. All he had suffered were internal injuries. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Xueqi could not hold on any longer. He realized that if he stayed to fight Yang Kai, he would likely lose his life here. Thinking so, he began to think about retreating. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from afar. At the same time, it was accompanied by a person's laughter. The heavens have treated me well. I actually picked up a ready-made one here. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words fell, a ship suddenly blocked the sunlight overhead. On the ship, Li Chia was standing on the ship. A group of 7 or 8 cultivator emitting deep auras were looking down coldly, the old man in the lead staring at the firebird imprisoned by the blue sphere. Yang Kai and Xueqi were both shocked and hurriedly retreated. In the next moment, Yang Kai arrived beside Mo Xueqi. Frowning, Yang Kai looked up. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Yang Kai's face suddenly became ugly. He sensed that countless martial artists were rapidly approaching this place. Clearly, the cries of the firebird had attracted these people here. The ship was only the first batch to arrive, but the old man in the lead was a powerful Dao Source Realm cultivator. Just as the old man's voice fell, a figure flashed not far away, and a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared in front of everyone. He sneered and said, "Old Joe, you're quite fast." Hearing this, the old man glanced at the middle-aged scholar in disgust and said coldly, "Chen Xueqi, you've also come to join in the fun?" The middle-aged man named Chen Xueqi smiled and said, "What's wrong? Since old Joe can come, why can't this Chen come? My raging fire temple also wants to join in the fun. Old Joe, you won't be unwelcome, right?" Another voice interjected as 3 tiger-like war chariots appeared from a certain location. The burly man in the lead leapt off the chariot. He was as strong as a bear and gave off a very obvious fire attribute aura. Even his hair and beard were dark red in color. Humph. Seeing this man from Raging Fire Temple arrive, Old Joe and Chen Xueqi couldn't help coldly snorting as a look of displeasure appeared on their faces, seemingly extremely wary of this burly man. 3 Dao Source Realms. Yang Kai frowned. With his perception, he could vaguely estimate the strength of these 3 people. Old Joe and Chen Xueqi, who had arrived first, were probably from the First-Order Dao Source Realm while this burly man was a Second-Order Dao Source Realm Master. As soon as this burly man appeared, Old Joe and Chen Xueqi stopped arguing and after exchanging a glance, both of them seemed to want to work together. Temple Master Luo coming here is beyond this old master's expectations. Doesn't Temple Master Luo need to guard Raging Fire Temple? I heard that your noble temple hasn't been very peaceful recently, Old Joe coldly snorted. The burly man surnamed Luo chuckled and said, "Many thanks for Old Joe's concern. There were just some small disputes in the temple that were easily resolved by this Luo." Hearing this, Old Joe's face sank as he knew that this easily resolved situation was likely accompanied by the deaths of many people. Don't be fooled by this Temple Master Luo's crude and careless appearance. In fact, he was a vicious and merciless person, causing many people near Maplewood City to fear him. As these people talked, more and more cultivators gathered here. These cultivators basically came in groups, while those who came alone like Xueqi were extremely rare. This situation made the three Dao source realms extremely dissatisfied and they wanted to expel these small fries, but none of them dared to take the lead and provoke public anger. Yang Kai frowned secretly, feeling that this matter was a bit difficult to deal with. Just as he was hesitating though, Temple Master Luo suddenly asked, "Old Joe, you are quite knowledgeable. Do you recognize what kind of monster beast this thing is?" He had been staring at the firebird wrapped in an aqua blue ball but did not seem to recognize its species, so he had no choice but to ask. Old Joe frowned and said, "In this old master's opinion, this little thing seems to have a phoenix bloodline." Phoenix? Ancient divine spirit. Many of the cultivator present heard this and instead of being surprised, all of them took a step back in horror. The name of an ancient divine spirit was too great, so great that even an ordinary cultivator would be shocked to hear it. Even the 10 great Emperor Realm Masters would find it difficult to deal with an ancient divine spirit, a powerful divine spirit that had been born since ancient times. The power of an ancient divine spirit was enough to destroy an entire world. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. If this was really the case, it would explain why he felt a faint pressure coming from this firebird's body. Dragons had their dragon's aura, and phoenixes had their phoenix's aura. If this firebird really had the bloodline of the phoenix, it would naturally have an innate aura within its body, which was a deterrent to any living creature. Xueqi nodded from the side and said, "This Chen also agrees with Old Joe's opinion, but this Chen cannot tell which bloodline this thing belongs to." Temple Master Luo chuckled, "I heard that in ancient times, there was a kind of divine spirit called the Luan Feng, one that possessed both the phoenix and blue Luan bloodlines. This Luo is not a genius, but he has seen some records and diagrams in ancient books that are quite similar to this little thing, but he is not certain." Luan Feng? Old Joe frowned and suddenly shouted to Xueqi, who was standing nearby. "Boy, let me ask you, did this little thing use any kind of power before?" Xueqi had already removed his beast-soul symbiosis state and restored his original appearance, but his face was a little pale. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now, so when he heard Old Joe's question, he did not dare not answer and quickly explained everything he had experienced. As the Dao Source Realm Masters listened, their expressions became more and more excited. Because according to Xueqi's description, this firebird might really belong to the Luan Feng bloodline. That was an ancient divine spirit. In other words, this little firebird was a descendant of a divine spirit, and a young one at that. If they could capture it and bring it back to captivity, when it grew up, they would be able to obtain a divine spirit as a helper and its status would be no different from the 10 great emperors. Thinking so, many people's breathing became rapid. This was a good opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Old Joe, Xueqi, and Temple Master Luo all looked at the little firebird with greedy eyes. "It's time to go." Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and realized that this was not a place to stay for long, so he quickly whispered to Mo Xueqi. "Can I take my hands off now?" Mo Xueqi asked timidly. "Why do you keep covering your eyes?" Yang Kai angrily removed her hands from her eyes. Regaining her vision, Mo Xueqi looked around and was suddenly startled. "So many people?" "Yes, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to," Yang Kai ground his teeth. "But, my little Luan Feng." Mo Xueqi bit her red lips as she stared at the firebird imprisoned by her artifact. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that it was impossible to take the firebird away in front of so many people. "You know it's a Luan Feng?" Yang Kai looked at Mo Xueqi in amazement. I knew it the first time I saw it," Mo Xueqi said matter-of-factly. Yang Kai was dumbfounded for a long time before cursing fiercely. If he had known that there was a young Luan Feng in Clear Jade Mountain, even if Mo Xueqi offered him many benefits, he would never have come. Chapter 1974. Not to mention that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. If he really obtained this Luan Feng, he would definitely be in trouble. It was a divine spirit, so if there were young ones, there would definitely be old ones. Yang Kai did not want to be chased by a mature Luan Feng all day long. This little Luan Feng was obviously a hot potato. It was ridiculous that so many people had been blinded by the promise of a bright future and actually wanted to take it for themselves. But facing this stupid young girl, what else could Kai Yang say? If he tried to reason with her, Yang Kai would probably vomit blood in anger. Just as the two were communicating secretly, old Jiu asked again, "What kind of artifact is this? It can actually bind a young divine spirit. It seems quite extraordinary." He stared at the aqua blue ball with a greedy look on his face. Xueqi and Temple Master Luo were the same. Even if this Luanfeng in front of them was just a baby, it still had the bloodline of a divine spirit, so was not something that could be easily bound by some artifact. The aqua blue ball did not look very eye-catching at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was quite shocking. The three Dao Source Realm Masters were unable to see through its quality. This thing was brought by that girl. It was unknown what Xueqi was thinking, but when he heard old Jiu's question, he actually smiled slightly and pointed to Mo Xueqi. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy as he cursed 18 generations of Xueqi's ancestors in his heart. Xueqi was obviously trying to get someone else to do his dirty work. He had already offended Mo Xueqi, so he was afraid of being hunted down by the force behind Mo Xueqi, so he could only turn his attention to old Jiu. Sure enough, when old Jiu and the others heard this, they could not help looking at Mo Xueqi with bright eyes. Temple Master Luo grinned meaningfully, saying, "Little girl, not bad. Do you want to join my Raging Fire Temple? This Luo can provide you with very good cultivation resources." He actually directly opened his mouth to win over Mo Xueqi. As long as he could win over Mo Xueqi, she would be willing to work for him. Naturally, he could make her work for him and obtain the Luanfeng sealed by Mo Xueqi's artifact. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they refused, it would not be too obvious, but Mo Xueqi was obviously not so tactful. Hearing this, he shook his head decisively and said, "Aunt Feng said that the forces outside are as messy as grass and not worth mentioning. I don't want to join the Raging Fire Temple." The veins on Temple Master Luo's forehead throbbed, and his eyes turned cold. On the other hand, old Jiu and Xueqi were shocked. He laughed gloatingly on the side. Yang Kai's face darkened. The corners of his mouth twitched as he cupped his fists and said, "Temple Master Luo, please don't mind her. This girl is a little crazy." "What did I say wrong?" Mo Xueqi looked at Yang Kai blankly. "Shut up." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "Humph, how dare you insult my Raging Fire Temple? Little girl, you've got guts. If you promise me one thing today, I'll spare your life. Otherwise..." How could Temple Master Luo pay any attention to Yang Kai's pleading? Mo Xueqi's answer had made him lose all face, so his murderous intent had already risen. If it weren't for him wanting to use Mo Xueqi's artifact to subdue the Luanfeng, he would have already attacked. "Temple Master Luo, you must not act rashly against her. This little girl is covered in artifacts, many of which have autonomous defensive abilities. One of my companions was caught off guard and was killed by her, losing his soul and turning into an idiot. Even this junior himself was affected. Even junior brother Luo Feng was almost killed by her," Xueqi shouted. His voice was so loud that everyone could hear him clearly. "An artifact that has autonomous defensive abilities?" Temple Master Luo heard this and cried out, "An artifact with an artifact spirit?" Artifacts were inanimate objects. An artifact that had autonomous defensive abilities meant that it already had an artifact spirit. Such an artifact was definitely not low-grade and was extremely valuable. "That's interesting." Old Jiu also stared at Mo Xueqi with shining eyes, his gaze constantly wandering over her earrings, hairpins, pendants, and bracelets. Secretly probing them with his divine sense, old Jiu found that just as Xueqi had said, all of Mo Xueqi's accessories were artifacts of high grade. Xueqi's expression also flickered as greed filled his eyes. "Bastard Xueqi, you'll die a horrible death." Yang Kai cursed angrily before grabbing Mo Xueqi and shouting, "Let's go." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai let go of Mo Xueqi as if he had been electrocuted, because the moment he grabbed her, Yang Kai felt like he had been pricked by a needle, causing his hand to ache. "Sorry, my hand is smeared with..." "Don't say anything, save your life first." Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with her, so after speaking, he wrapped her in his Saint Qi and rushed out. "My weak water bead and little Luanfeng." Mo Xueqi called out tenderly as she formed a series of hand seals, seemingly trying to take back the weak water bead and imprisoned Luan Feng. But how could the 3 Dao Source Realm Masters present just stand by and watch this happen? Temple Master Luo and the others simply waved their hands and suppressed the weak water bead and Luan Feng in place. Quickly take back the weak water bead, Yang Kai said hurriedly. Mo Xueqi was extremely obedient and stopped caring about the Luan Feng after hearing this, taking back the weak water bead with a single thought. Without the imprisonment of the weak water bead, the infant Luan Feng immediately regained its freedom. Spreading its wings, it sent out countless black fireballs in all directions, causing the surrounding cultivator to panic. At the same time, the infant Luan Feng's body shot up into the sky, as if it was trying to escape from this dangerous place. Where do you think you're going? The 3 Dao Source Realm Masters took action together, blocking all the escape routes of the infant Luan Feng, but none of them dared to approach. After all, the black flames were too intimidating and would be extremely difficult to extinguish once they came into contact with them. After blocking the Luan Feng, Temple Master Luo even had the time to send out a palm strike towards the fleeing Yang Kai and Mo Xueqi. You think you can just run away? Too naive. Temple Master Luo coldly snorted. The blow of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, even if it was just a casual blow, was enough to stir up the surrounding world principles, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of crisis. Quickly using his Nihility secret technique, his figure suddenly disappeared. The power of the palm strike arrived as expected and passed through Yang Kai's body, hitting nothing but air. On the other side, an oval-shaped energy barrier flashed around Mo Xueqi's body, completely neutralizing Temple Master Luo's attack, leaving her unscathed. When Yang Kai reappeared, he immediately stared at Mo Xueqi like she was some kind of monster. He was able to avoid Temple Master Luo's attack because he used his space secret technique, but Mo Xueqi was obviously able to do so because of the array of artifacts she was wearing. This girl's heritage was far greater than he had expected. The speed of the two of them was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had fled far away. Behind them, Temple Master Luo and the others were caught in a fierce battle over the Luan Feng, the sounds of battle filling the air as the energy fluctuations around them became extremely chaotic and the light of their artifacts flashed brightly. It was estimated that they would not be able to find Yang Kai and Mo Xueqi for a while. After running a few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Mo Xueqi also stopped and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her coldly and grinned. Mo Xueqi's beautiful face suddenly turned pale as she stumbled back a few steps and tried to act tough. What do you want to do? I'm not someone to be trifled with. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. What do you think I want to do? I just want to stay here and observe for a while longer. Mo Xueqi frowned and thought for a while before suddenly jumping up and saying, What you mean is, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? She looked extremely excited, as if she had found something fun. I just want to set up an ambush and see if Xueqi will come over. Those who dare plot against me are doomed to have a bad end, Yang Kai sneered. I'll help you, that guy doesn't seem to be a good person, Mo Xueqi volunteered. You should have already noticed that he isn't a good person, right? Yang Kai was completely speechless towards her. Immediately, the two of them set up an ambush and concealed their auras. However, Mo Xueqi stayed far away from Yang Kai. It wasn't that Mo Xueqi was cautious and wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would harm her, but Yang Kai was afraid. This girl was covered in thorns, and when he accidentally touched her just now, his hand was covered in blood. If he got too close, who knew what would happen? So, under Yang Kai's strong request, Mo Xueqi hid 1,000 meters away from him. At this moment, she was pursing her lips and muttering something with an unhappy expression. Although there was a distance of 30 kilometers between them, with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he was still able to clearly observe the situation there. More and more cultivator rushed to that position and became involved in the battle, many of whom were Dao Source Realm Masters. These cultivator were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 7 or 8, all of them fighting fiercely. From time to time, someone would fall and die, but instead of calming them down, the flow of blood and the screams of death only served to further stimulate the ferocity in their hearts, causing almost all of them to become bloodshot. On the other hand, the Dao Source Realm Masters were undoubtedly much calmer. While they were dealing with others, they were also blocking the Luan Feng's escape route, forcing it to stay in place and unable to leave. Yang Kai found Xueqi in the crowd. This guy had once again used his beast-soul symbiosis secret technique to transform into the giant golden ape and was following behind old Joe, slaughtering his way through the crowd. In just 2 hours, at least 80% of the hundreds of cultivator that entered Clear Jade Mountain had been attracted to the battlefield. Blood flowed like rivers on the battlefield, and the scene was extremely chaotic. As time passed, the Dao Source Realm Masters also began to suffer injuries. At this point, almost everyone had become enraged. It was no longer just a matter of snatching the Luan Feng, but rather a matter of seeking revenge and repaying grievances. Almost all of them were cultivator from the vicinity of Maplewood City, so there were many differences between them. Many of them held grudges against each other, so now was naturally a good time to settle them. More and more cultivator fell. The Dao Source Realm Masters finally realized that something was wrong. No one knew who suggested it, but in the end, the battle subsided, but only half of the original cultivator remained. The infant Luan Feng was still surrounded by the cultivator in the center, but at this moment, it was no longer as ferocious as before. Instead, it was lying weakly on the ground, its beautiful fur stained with blood, and the burning flames on its body seemed to be on the verge of extinguishing. This battle seemed to have damaged its foundation. Chapter 1975. The infant Luan Feng was destined to have no way to escape. Under the watchful eyes of so many cultivator, where could it escape to? The only question left was who would be able to subdue it. However, seeing that no one was willing to back down, Yang Kai was certain no one would be able to come to a good conclusion in a short time. Sure enough, the surviving cultivator argued for an hour without coming up with any good countermeasures. The situation was still deadlocked, and the atmosphere gradually froze, as if a second battle was about to break out. Throughout the entire process, the infant Luan Feng lay on the ground, letting out a soft cry. Yang Kai, who was hiding 30 kilometers away, frowned, no longer having the patience to continue waiting. Once these people reached a consensus on who the Luan Feng belonged to, their next target would most likely be Xueqi. After all, her value did not seem to be any less than the infant Luan Feng. Just as Yang Kai was about to withdraw from this place, he suddenly felt his skin tighten as a sense of crisis and horror welled up in his heart. This made him frown, not knowing what had happened to cause him to feel this way. Turning his head to the other side, Yang Kai saw that Xueqi also seemed to be aware of this and was looking around furtively. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was as if dark clouds had covered the sun overhead, casting a huge shadow over the earth. At the same time, the temperature of the air suddenly rose. The lush trees around Clear Jade Mountain began to wither and burn. Screech! Above his head, a resounding and sharp screech resounded through the sky. Yang Kai was startled and looked up. The next moment, he froze in place. In the sky, an existence that looked exactly the same as the infant Luan Feng was flapping its wings as it flew overhead. However, this existence was countless times larger than the infant Luan Feng, as if it was an enlarged version of the infant Luan Feng. Wherever it passed, even the sky was left burning marks. Space shattered as an unimaginably huge pressure descended like a collapsing mountain, suppressing Yang Kai so much that his bones creaked. Luan Feng, an ancient divine spirit? Yang Kai exclaimed. This was a truly mature Luan Feng, a powerful existence that only appeared in legends, a peerless overlord that could contend with a true dragon. Yang Kai groaned inwardly. Although he had already guessed that there would be a young Luan Feng, he had no idea. Then there must be a mature Luan Feng, but he never imagined that a mature Luan Feng would appear in front of him. Yang Kai was almost unable to move due to the deterrence of its huge body, not to mention the pitch-black flames burning all over its body. Those were black flames that could destroy an entire world. His eyes trembled violently. He wanted to move his fingers, but he found that he was completely powerless. He could only watch as the Luan Feng flew over his head. Screech! 30 kilometers away, the young Luan Feng let out an anxious cry and stood up with its weak body. He was like a lost child who had finally found his parents. It kept chirping in response to the sky. Hall Master Luo, Elder Jiu, Chen Shiqi, and the others all froze in place when the shadow that covered the light descended upon them. Everyone knew that a great disaster was imminent and large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. Everyone desperately pushed their strength, trying to escape from this place as quickly as possible. However, under the suppression of an ancient divine spirit, they were like children, unable to withstand a single blow. Even the Dao Source Realm Masters were like this, So the Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm Masters were even worse off. There were even a few weaker Origin Returning Realm Masters who vomited blood and died. The Luan Feng circled in the air, as if it had seen the miserable state of its child. Its eyes suddenly turned crimson red, and a violent aura escaped from its body, sweeping in all directions. Stopping mid-air, it opened its mouth wide, its abdomen slightly contracting and expanding as it sent out a tsunami of black flames. No! Hallmaster Luo could only shout out this one word before he was incinerated by the black flames and turned into nothingness. Wherever the black flames passed, nothing remained. None of the more than 200 cultivators who survived were able to escape this calamity. All of them burned to death, their souls extinguished. The black flames soared into the sky, and even from 100 kilometers away, they could still be seen clearly. These flames seemed to want to incinerate even the heavens and earth, a ferocious sight to behold. The ground was scorched, and not a single blade of grass grew. The area within a radius of 5 kilometers had turned into a dead zone, and this dead zone was still spreading out at an extremely fast speed. 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the black flames rapidly burn towards him. He no longer dared to hesitate and pushed his golden divine dragon source to resist the violent pressure coming from the Luan Feng, allowing him to regain some of his freedom. In the next moment, he summoned the sealed world bead and hid inside it. The moment Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the black flames burned through the place he was hiding. If he had been just a moment slower, he would have followed in the footsteps of Hallmaster Luo and the others. Shit! As soon as he hid inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about Mo Xueqi. Although Mo Xueqi had powerful artifacts, in front of the peerless flames of an ancient divine spirit, she would not be able to resist. Just now, he had been in too much of a hurry to consider Mo Xueqi's situation. Now that he thought about it, even if he had gone out to save her, it would have been too late. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little annoyed. Although he and Mo Xueqi did not have much of a friendship, this simple-minded girl had no ulterior motives, so Yang Kai felt a little guilty for letting her die in these black flames. Hopefully, the heavens will help the worthy. Yang Kai thought to himself, although he knew that the possibility of this happening was slim. Clear Jade Mountain was burning, and a black light enveloped a radius of 100 kilometers, destroying all living creatures. At this moment, the figure of the Luan Feng that was flying in the sky swayed. Suddenly, it transformed into a young woman, her hair tied up in a bun, her temperament cold, and her clothes luxurious. Her pair of beautiful eyes did not contain the slightest emotion. There was only a cold murderous intent. Only when she looked at the young Luan Feng on the ground did she reveal a rare trace of gentleness. The young Luan Feng also turned at this moment and suddenly transformed into a child who looked only 3 or 4 years old with a sky-piercing spear on his head. He looked like a tiger. The young woman stretched out her hand and an inexplicable force wrapped around the child and pulled him in front of her. The young woman glared fiercely at the child, as if blaming him. The child, however, giggled and crawled into the young woman's arms. He assumed a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The young woman sighed faintly. Hugging the child with one hand, she disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Before leaving, her brow furrowed as she glanced in the direction Yang Kai had been, seemingly a little confused. After a full 10 days, Yang Kai quietly ran out of the sealed world bead. As soon as he appeared, he felt an unbearable heat coming from all directions. And this was not just heat, but also a kind of power that seemed to be able to burn one's soul. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly flew up. Looking down, he couldn't help feeling frightened. At this moment, on clear Jade Mountain, with the battlefield as the center, black flames were burning in a radius of 100 kilometers. Although 10 days had passed, there were still no signs of them extinguishing, especially the 10-kilometer radius in the center, where the black flames gave off a world-destroying aura. It had probably been hundreds or thousands of years. It was impossible for anything to grow in that place. There were no corpses on the ground either, all of them having been burned clean, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. Looking at the place where Mo Xueqi had been hiding, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling sad. There. It seemed to have been affected by the black flames, as the burning flames were particularly dark. Mo Xueqi had long since disappeared. That girl. I'm afraid she's already dead. Yang Kai thought to himself. If there had been a chance at that time, he would definitely not have left her in the lurch, but at that time, He was not close to Mo Xueqi, and life or death could have been decided in an instant, so he didn't have time to think too much. Is this fate? If he hadn't been stabbed by Mo Xueqi, they wouldn't have been so far apart. If she had been by his side at that time, Yang Kai could have taken her to hide in the sealed world bead. Shaking his head, Yang Kai was about to leave this place. But at that moment, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and turned his eyes in a certain direction. Over there seemed to be something left behind. In front of the Luan Feng's world extinguishing black flames, anything that could remain was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai smiled happily and hurriedly flew over. Only when he got closer did he really see what it was. It was actually a feather, about 2 meters long, but it was not black and instead exuded a fiery red glow as it lay quietly in a corner. A Luan Feng feather. Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly stepped forward. He did not dare to reach out rashly and instead released his golden blood thread to hold it in front of him. Unexpectedly, this Luan Feng feather was not burning hot. Through the golden blood thread, Yang Kai could feel that it was not a threat at the moment, as if it was just an ordinary object, but if he probed it carefully, he could feel that this feather contained a terrifying aura. This is a good thing. A divine spirit feather, if given to an excellent artifact refiner, would definitely be able to refine an extraordinary artifact, possibly even an emperor artifact. After all, this was already a top-grade artifact refining material. Yang Kai examined it for a moment before happily putting it away. This trip to Clear Jade Mountain had not been completely fruitless. He had obtained the ice attribute purple-green dual swords from Mo Xueqi and picked up a Luan Feng feather. Compared to the time he had spent on this trip, this harvest was already extremely generous. It's just a pity for Mo Xueqi. Yang Kai sighed secretly, adjusted his mood, and flew out. His goal was Maplewood City. When he arrived in the Star Boundary, he was caught by Ko Wu and forced to enter the Blue Feather Sect. Yang Kai had not had time to experience the many wonders of the Star Boundary yet, so he was still looking forward to visiting the nearby Maplewood City. He was only a third-order Origin King now, and the strength in his body had not been completely transformed into Source Qi, so he did not even have the qualifications to break through to the Dao Source Realm, so his top priority now was to transform his strength. Chapter 1976. Maplewood City was more prosperous than any city Yang Kai had seen in the Home Star territory. Even Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Sky City could not compare. But in the Star Boundary, it was merely one of the countless obscure cities. Even in the entire southern region, it couldn't be considered to be very eye-catching. Yang Kai's horizons were truly broadened. The only thing he despised was that he had to pay 10 low-rank source crystals to enter the city. This made him feel extremely distressed. He was no longer in the Home Star territory. Every source crystal was extremely precious to him, so he naturally did not dare to use it casually. The source crystals he had were all found in the space rings of the Blue Feather Sect disciples. There were not many of them, only a few thousand. Originally, there were 4 space rings, and even a first-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator's ring. However, Yang Kai gave 3 to Lu Xianyun and only kept 1 for himself. In addition to the few thousand source crystals, there were only 2 low-grade artifacts in the ring. There were also some miscellaneous materials that were not of much use. After entering Maplewood City, he did not rush to find a place to live. Instead, he walked around and listened to the conversations of the surrounding cultivator to obtain information that would be beneficial to him. After a day, he gained a lot. Just as he had expected, the cultivators in Maplewood City weren't very strong. Even some of the small forces in the surrounding area didn't have powerful masters overseeing them. City Lord Duan Yuan Shan was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, and the 2 Vice-City Lords were first-order Dao Source Realm Cultivators. The 3 of them jointly governed the entire Maplewood City. As for the small families in the city, only the Jiang family had an old ancestor from the first-order Dao Source Realm. There was no other Dao Source Realm Cultivator. Most of the surrounding small forces only had a first-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator. Only Raging Fire Temple had a second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator. They could vaguely compete with the City Lord's mansion in Maplewood City. However, Yang Kai knew that the Raging Fire Temple's Hall Master Luo had already died in the Clear Jade Mountain. It would not be long before he died. The power structure of Maplewood City was about to change. The tragedy in Clear Jade Mountain had already spread to Maplewood City. It was even spreading to the entire Southern Territory at an extremely fast speed. After all, The appearance of the Holy Spirit Wanfeng would most likely attract the attention of many powerhouses. Of course, this wasn't what Yang Kai needed to care about. What he cared about was whether or not Maplewood City could become his temporary foothold. Now, it seemed that this place was not bad. If there wasn't a powerful cultivator, it meant that he wouldn't encounter too big of a threat. He had plenty of time to slowly grow. After gathering enough information, Yang Kai decided to stay in Maplewood City for the time being. At the very least, he had to convert the energy in his body into source chi before making any other plans. When night fell, he came to a side hall beside the city lord's mansion. He found the personnel on duty in the city lord's mansion to handle his identity token and various procedures. After a while, he spent more than 3,000 origin crystals, which made Yang Kai grit his teeth in pain. However, although the cost was high, he could live in Maplewood City with peace of mind for a year. Moreover, he also had a good cave residence. This cave residence was built by the city lord's mansion of Maplewood City. Any foreign cultivator could rent it, but depending on the quality of the cave residence, the fee needed to be paid was different. Yang Kai was not stingy in this regard, because he knew that the speed of cultivation was inseparable from a good environment, so he directly rented a good cave residence. Leaving the side hall took a lot of twists and turns. He inquired about the location of the cave residence. Finally, he came to the place where he settled down. Using his identity token to open the cave residence, Yang Kai entered. Although it was called a cave residence, it was actually just a well-built house with a lot of good restrictions inside. To prevent outsiders from peeping, Yang Kai walked around inside and found that it was not bad. The world energy in the cave residence was much richer than in the city. It seemed that some kind of spirit array was used to gather world energy. There were also several rooms with different functions for Yang Kai to use. He did not have many requirements in this regard, as long as he could have a place to stay. The night passed silently. Yang Kai just sat cross-legged in meditation, converting his source chi while recovering his spirit. The next day, he came out of the cave residence. Walking on the street, looking at the various cultivator and the people coming and going on the street, Yang Kai's thoughts flew. When he first entered the star territory, his mood was almost the same as now. He was full of curiosity and the desire to explore everything. Step by step, he grew from a weak person to a strong one. If he could do it at that time, he could definitely do it now. Thinking so, Yang Kai's gaze became firm. But I don't know how my two great helpers, Aio, Guizhu, and the others are doing, and where they are. If I'm not separated from them, it would be better to work with them than to work alone. Yang Kai shook his head and did not think too much about it, walking straight ahead. Not long after, he stopped in front of a shop called Spirit Pill Plaza. After pondering for a moment, he walked in directly. The shop assistant opposite him immediately bowed and greeted him. What would this guest like? I'm not bragging, but our Spirit Pill Plaza has everything you need. The prices are fair, and we don't cheat anyone. We guarantee that you will have the spirit pills you need. Also, let me tell you a secret. We have a share of the City Lord's shares, so you don't have to worry about buying fake goods here. The waiter had a mysterious look on his face as he lowered his voice. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He knew that this old man must have said this to every guest who came here. However, this Spirit Pill Plaza really was owned by the City Lord. In Maplewood City, this old man didn't dare to speak nonsense, otherwise, even if he had several lives, it wouldn't be enough. I'm not here to buy spirit pills. Yang Kai waved his hand. Then what would this guest like? The shop assistant had a good temper and smiled. We only sell spirit pills here, nothing else. Do you have pill recipes? Yang Kai raised his brow. The shop assistant frowned and forced a smile. I really can't decide. Would this guest like to wait for a moment while I ask the shopkeeper? Yang Kai nodded. The shop assistant immediately turned around and went inside. The reason why Yang Kai came to buy pill recipes was entirely related to his experience during the month he spent in Blue Feather Sect performing alchemy. Although he was very popular in Blue Feather Sect when he was performing alchemy and was sought after by many Blue Feather Sect disciples, Yang Kai had never even heard of the pills a cultivator would ask him to refine, let alone refine them. After all, the materials and products of the Star Boundary were much richer than those of the hometown Star's territory. Many herbs that could not be found in the Star Boundary's territory could be found everywhere in the Star Boundary. which promoted the development of alchemy in the star boundary. Countless different pill recipes were born. With Xueqi's knowledge of alchemy, it was enough to use in the star boundary's territory, but it was somewhat lacking in the star boundary. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to earn source crystals, and the only way he could think of was to resume his old profession of alchemy. Perfecting his own pill recipes was a preparatory work. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Moreover, Xueqi was in urgent need of a pill recipe, the source condensing pill. The role of the source condensing pill was to help an Origin King realm cultivator transform their Saint Qi into source Qi, and it was very popular among Origin King cultivators. After all, once one's strength reached this level, it was extremely difficult to break through. Not only did it require a variety of opportunities, but it also required the accumulation of time. However, compared to breaking through to the next realm, transforming one's Saint Qi into source Qi could also improve one's combat power. An Origin King realm cultivator naturally needed a large number of source condensing pills to help shorten the time it took to transform their Saint Qi. When Xueqi broke through to the Third Order Origin King realm, the starlight in his body had been exhausted, so the speed at which he could transform his Saint Qi into source Qi had suddenly slowed down. If he wanted to increase the speed, he could only start with source condensing pills. Moreover, this kind of pill was extremely popular among Origin King realm cultivator and was very expensive. The materials were not too difficult to find, so as long as Xueqi could buy the pill recipe for this kind of spirit pill, he could refine it freely. Even if he only refined source condensing pills, Xueqi felt that he could make a lot of money. While waiting, Xueqi wandered around Spirit Pill Plaza and saw many spirit pills that he had never heard of before, each with strange effects that greatly interested him. As an alchemist, Xueqi naturally had a desire for pill recipes, so he was secretly thinking about how to ask someone to buy the pill recipe. Not long after, the shop assistant returned with a smile on his face. "Honored guest, our shopkeeper invites you in for a chat." Xueqi raised his brow, looking a little surprised. After all, he was just here to buy a pill recipe and had never met the shopkeeper before, so why was he being so enthusiastic? However, after thinking about it carefully, Xueqi nodded and said, "Good, I'll have to trouble you. This way, please." The shop assistant eagerly led the way, and soon, he brought Xueqi to a side room. He gestured to him before bowing and retreating. Xueqi raised his hand and knocked on the door, and an old voice immediately called out from inside, "Please come in." Pushing the door open and entering, Xueqi was greeted by the smell of sandalwood and simple decorations. An old man was standing there with his hands behind his back, and after seeing Xueqi, he quickly cupped his fists with a smile and said, "This old man is Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper, Xueqi Ran. May I know honored guest's name?" Xueqi greets shopkeeper Kong. Xueqi smiled and returned the greeting. Xueqi Ran nodded and looked Xueqi up and down, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Young Master Yang is young and promising." Xueqi naturally knew that Xueqi Ran had seen through his cultivation, and Xueqi Ran was also a third-order Origin King cultivator. However, Xueqi could feel that the strength in his body was very pure and not chaotic. Obviously, all of it had been transformed into source Qi, and if there was an opportunity, he might even be able to break through to the Tao source realm. Since the other party praised him so highly, Xueqi was naturally modest. "Come, young Master Yang, please sit down and try the rain maple initial stamen that this old master personally stir-fried." As Xueqi Ran spoke, he enthusiastically poured a cup of steaming tea for Xueqi, and in an instant, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Xueqi Ran pushed the teacup in front of Xueqi and gestured for him to taste it. Chapter 1977. Inside the room, Xueqi took a seat but didn't rush to touch the tea in front of him. The shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza was a bit too enthusiastic, which made him feel like he was being unaccountably solicitous, so Xueqi showed the necessary caution. Xueqi Ran obviously noticed this as well, but he didn't care and simply smiled lightly. "I heard that customer is here to buy pill recipes?" Xueqi nodded. Xueqi Ran's eyes lit up as he asked, "So, customer is an alchemist?" Xueqi frowned and said lightly, "While selling things, do you also inquire about the details of your customers?" There was an element of blame in these words, but Xueqi Ran didn't get angry and instead apologized. "Young Master Yang, please don't take offense, this old master was wrong. This old master will offer you tea instead of wine as an apology." As he spoke, he really finished the tea in his cup in one gulp. Wiping the water from his chin, he said, If customer is really an alchemist, and if your alchemist grade is high enough, this old master can give you any pill recipe you need. What do you mean? Yang Kai was confused. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly when he heard this, but did not answer immediately, seemingly choosing his words carefully. After a while he said, "Since that's the case, this old master will get straight to the point. Please speak." Shopkeeper Kong. Actually, it's like this, Kong Si Ran pondered for a moment. Our Spirit Pill Plaza is currently lacking in alchemists. If customer is an Origin King grade alchemist or above, this old master would like to hire customer as an alchemist of our Spirit Pill Plaza. This old master has two proposals for you to choose from. Either you will be given a certain amount of monthly salary or you will receive a commission from our Spirit Pill Plaza. Everything is up to you. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Your Spirit Pill Plaza doesn't have enough alchemists. To be honest, Kong Si Ran seemed to have been worried about this for a while. Now that he saw a glimmer of hope, he had no intention of hiding it. Our pill shop originally had 3 alchemists, but 2 of them left a while ago. Now, there is only 1 person left, and the spirit pills he refined are not enough to make ends meet, so. But you can rest assured that if our Spirit Pill Plaza has any pill recipes, you can check them out. This old man will never hide them. This answer couldn't help but make Yang Kai a little excited. After all, he didn't have many source crystals on hand right now. Perhaps he would only be able to buy 1 or 2 ordinary pill recipes. As for the source condensing pill recipe, it would definitely be incomparably expensive. With his current financial resources, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Originally, he had only planned to inquire about the price of the pill recipe before raising the source crystals to buy it. He hadn't expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise in the Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai calmly asked, why did the 2 alchemists suddenly leave? Could it be that shopkeeper Kong didn't pay enough? How could there be such a thing? Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. This old man has always been fair in doing business in Maplewood City. He is an honest man, and the price that the Spirit Pill Plaza offered to his alchemists was definitely not low. It's just that people want to go higher who wants to go lower. This is an immutable truth. In the face of greater benefits, it is only natural for them to choose to leave the Spirit Pill Plaza. Listening to what he said, Yang Kai understood a little. He's been poached. Kong Si Ran heard this and a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. Nodding, he said, indeed. Our Spirit Pill Plaza is actually the property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and the Pill Pavilion across the street is the business of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. It is only natural that they would target us. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce? 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai frowned. Customer hasn't heard of it? This time, it was Kong Si Ran's turn to be surprised. Kai Yang smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Kong Si Ran was stunned for a while. He did not expect that Yang Kai, a third-order Origin King, would not have heard of these 2 great chambers of commerce. After all, in the Southern Territory, besides the Supreme Overlord Star Soul Palace, the great forces below them were Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai's strength was not low, so how could he not have heard of them? But in the end, Kong Si Ran was a businessman and was very good at reading people's expressions. In order to avoid embarrassing Yang Kai, he quickly smiled and said, "It seems that customer is a cultivator. No wonder your cultivation is not inferior to this old man's at such a young age. This old man admires you." Yang Kai gave a hollow laugh but did not answer. However, from the information revealed by Kong Si Ran, it seemed that these 2 chambers of commerce had a hostile relationship. This was not difficult to understand. After all, peers were enemies. Since they were all doing business, it was natural for them to compete. 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce had offered a higher price to poach 2 of Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemists, causing Spirit Pill Plaza to be in an awkward situation. Without enough alchemists, there would naturally not be enough spirit pills. Over time, it was likely that no one would patronize Spirit Pill Plaza anymore. Kong Si Ran, as the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, was naturally anxious about this situation. These days, Yang Kai had been looking for suitable alchemists to recruit into the Spirit Pill Plaza. But Maplewood City wasn't a big city in the star boundary. Even if there were alchemists, they would already belong to someone else. Therefore, even if he hired low-level alchemists, they wouldn't be of much use. This was why he was so enthusiastic about Yang Kai. When he heard that Yang Kai was here to buy pill recipes, he immediately asked the shop assistant to invite him in. Those who would buy pill recipes were undoubtedly alchemists. An ordinary cultivator would not care about pill recipes at all. They only needed to collect materials and pay enough to hire an alchemist to refine pills. Dare I ask, what is customer's alchemist grade? Kong Si Ran explained his predicament before looking at Yang Kai nervously and expectantly. If Yang Kai's alchemist grade was not high, then there was no need for him to waste any time with Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought about it and said, I have no problem refining Origin King grade spirit pills. His answer was not complete, and there was some concealment, but it was enough to satisfy Kong Si Ran. Hearing Yang Kai admit that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, Kong Si Ran was extremely excited. His eyes filled with sincerity. Before he could speak, Yang Kai said, Shopkeeper Kong, there is no need to say anything more. I only perform alchemy because I need source crystals. It is a way to make money, and it can also be regarded as a form of cultivation. I will not continue to perform alchemy for long. Perhaps one day I will stop. Shopkeeper Kong should find someone better qualified. The other party's attitude was very sincere, and Yang Kai did not want to hide anything, so he spoke bluntly. After all, for Yang Kai, alchemy was just a means of cultivation, and he would not invest too much energy and time into it. If he agreed to Kong Si Ran's request, it would be tantamount to selling himself to Spirit Pill Plaza, and his time and freedom would be limited in the future. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. You won't be able to perform alchemy for long? Kong Si Ran was stunned for a moment, but immediately smiled and said, It doesn't matter, as long as customer can help this old master with alchemy for 3 months. No, 2 months will be enough. This old master will not delay your cultivation too much. Only 2 months? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. In fact, this old master has already reported the situation here to the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, and they have agreed to transfer 2 alchemists here, but it will still take some time. After all, the journey is long, and this is a small place, so the headquarters will not pay too much attention. It will take about 2 months, so customer only needs to help this old master through these 2 months. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Customer, what do you think? Do you want to think about it carefully? Kong Si Ran asked nervously. He had been tormented by this matter for some time now, and now that a suitable person had been sent to him, he was not willing to miss this opportunity. If it is 2 months, I can give it a try, but Shopkeeper Kong, the pill recipes of your esteemed Chamber of Commerce. Before Yang Kai could finish, Kong Si Ran waved his hand boldly and said, If customer really becomes one of us, you can naturally investigate those pill recipes at will and even copy them. Can I ask what pill recipes are available? Are there source condensing pills among them? Almost every pill shop has a pill recipe for source condensing pills, but because each shop is different, there will be some small differences in pill recipes. Why? Since customer is an Origin King grade alchemist, does he not know how to refine source condensing pills? Kong Si Ran suddenly felt a little uneasy, wondering if Yang Kai was talking nonsense just now. Which Origin King grade alchemist did not have a pill recipe for source condensing pills? This was the pill that an Origin King realm cultivator needed the most. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and could only say, The place where I came from is relatively remote, and there is no powerful cultivator, so... Although this explanation was full of loopholes, it was still a reasonable explanation. Kong Si Ran did not try to get to the bottom of this matter, as it was annoying. Shopkeeper Kong, please give me a list of the pill shops owned by your esteemed Chamber of Commerce. I will go back and consider it carefully. If possible, I will definitely come back in 3 days. Yang Kai did not rashly agree to Kong Si Ran's request. After all, he was not familiar with this Spirit Pill Plaza or Kong Si Ran himself, so who knew if he was a hypocrite? It was always right to be careful. Very well. Then this old master will wait for customer's arrival. Please consider it as soon as possible. Our Spirit Pill Plaza supply of pills is currently running out. Kong Si Ran knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he could only agree to Yang Kai's request. Immediately, he sorted out a list of pill recipes and handed it to Yang Kai. After bidding farewell to Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai did not return to his residence but instead continued to wander around the city. Every time he saw a shop selling spirit pills, he would go in and ask about it. Although he had already negotiated with Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai still wanted to try to buy pill recipes from other places. After all, if he could do it alone, It would be better than taking a cut from Spirit Pill Plaza, and the profits he could obtain would be much greater. Of course, there were also some benefits to cooperating with Spirit Pill Plaza, such as a fixed source of customers, sufficient materials, and no need to worry about sales channels. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 1978. Late at night, Yang Kai returned to his residence with a gloomy look on his face. Today's trip hadn't gone very smoothly. Although he had visited a lot of shops, those shops either treated their pill recipes as precious treasures and wouldn't easily show them to outsiders, or they would offer sky-high prices that Yang Kai couldn't do anything about. Moreover, the pill recipes these shops were willing to sell were all obscure pill recipes that were basically useless. As for the truly useful and popular pill recipes, they wouldn't sell them at all. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't going to be taken advantage of. He could understand the practices of these shops. The pill recipes of each shop were refined by many alchemists and could be considered their own trade secrets, so how could they easily show them to outsiders? As such, he had to carefully consider Kong Si Rant's proposal. Over the next 2 days, nothing happened. On the third day, Yang Kai came to Spirit Pill Plaza again. Kong Si Ran seemed to have instructed him to do so. As soon as the shop assistant saw Yang Kai, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Master, you're here. Please come in. The shopkeeper has been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Kai nodded lightly and motioned for him to lead the way. Entering the same room as last time, Kong Si Ran saw that Yang Kai was as punctual and trustworthy as he had previously promised. His old face bloomed with a smile as he warmly invited Yang Kai to take a seat. After pouring some tea for Yang Kai, Kong Si Ran took out a piece of paper from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is the list of pill recipes young Master Yang requested. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied." Yang Kai thanked him before taking the pill recipe list and browsing through it. After just a glance, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. That was because there were 40 to 50 types of pill formulas in the pill formula catalog. Looking carefully at them one by one, Yang Kai found that the first one was the source condensing pill he had requested. Although Yang Kai had already mastered most of the pill recipes, they were still not fixed. However, things like pill recipes weren't fixed. Depending on the geographical environment and the production of resources, they would be distributed in different regions. A pill recipe could be derived from many different versions, and the effects of the spirit pills refined would also be somewhat different. Therefore, even if he had already mastered the pill recipes, he could learn from the experience of the Spirit Pill Plaza's pill recipes and improve them. It was not completely worthless. Out of the 40 to 50 types of pill recipes, there were only about a dozen that he didn't have. However, Yang Kai was very satisfied with this result. He nodded and put the paper down. Kong Si Rant's pair of fiery golden eyes had been carefully observing the situation. How could he not know that Yang Kai was already tempted? He immediately asked, "Young Master Yang, are you satisfied with the catalog this old man provided?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Shopkeeper Kong is too kind. These pill recipes are not easy to come by, right?" Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "Young Master Yang's vision is indeed sharp. Only a small portion of these pill recipes are owned by our pill square. The rest were obtained by this old master from some old friends and are not trade secrets. Therefore, young Master Yang need not worry about it." "You have so many different kinds of spirit pills? Does this mean that if I were to refine pills here, I would need to refine all of these pills?" No. Kong Si Ran quickly waved his hand. "The pills our pill square mainly sells are the top 15 spirit pills on this catalog. We do not sell the rest mainly because there are not many cultivators demand them, so there is not much profit to be made. In particular, source condensing pills are the top priority of our pill square. It is not that this old master wants to boast, but the source condensing pills produced by our pill square are at least 10% better. Compared to the source condensing pills on the market, the effects of our pill square are at least 10% better. It is highly sought after by all cultivator in Maplewood City." "Why is that?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised. In fact, he had noticed before that many cultivator who came to Spirit Pill Square to buy pills needed source condensing pills, and these cultivators were all Origin Realm cultivators. Without a doubt, all of them were Origin Kings. Hearing this, Kong Si Ran smiled proudly. Stroking his beard, he said calmly, "Because our source condensing pill recipes were personally improved by Grandmaster Huang Pu from the headquarters." After saying so, Kong Si Ran seemed to realize that Yang Kai was a little ignorant and quickly added, Grandmaster Huang Pu is an emperor-grade alchemist who enjoys a high reputation throughout the star boundary. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Only now did he understand why Spirit Pill Square Source Condensing Pills were so popular. It turned out that the pill recipes were personally improved by an emperor-grade alchemist, so it was only natural that their effects were better than those of others. However, this was good news for Yang Kai, because what he needed the most now was source condensing pills. Refining pills with a pill recipe improved by an emperor-grade alchemist would naturally be of great help to him. Perhaps, he could even learn some mysteries from this pill recipe. Haha, young Master Yang, this old master will be frank. I wonder if young Master Yang. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai with a smile. At this moment, he was no longer as anxious as before because he could tell from Yang Kai's demeanor and tone that Yang Kai would be joining Spirit Pill Square for the time being. Sure enough, as expected, Yang Kai nodded and said, "It is this Yang's honor to be able to perform alchemy for your esteemed Spirit Pill Square. I will have to trouble shopkeeper Kong to take care of this Yang for the next 2 months." Good. Kong Si Ran laughed heartily, the haze that had covered his face for the past few days finally sweeping away, putting him in a good mood. The current situation of Spirit Pill Square could be said to be strapped for cash. Because source condensing pills were selling well, Spirit Pill Square had a steady stream of customers. Previously, there were 3 Origin King-grade alchemists in charge, so the pills they refined could barely keep up with the sales. But after 2 of them were poached by 7 Glory's Chamber of Commerce's Pill Pavilion, the remaining one had to work overtime to refine pills desperately but still couldn't make ends meet. Now, Spirit Pill Square's source condensing pills were in short supply, causing many old customers who came to buy pills to complain. Doing business was about maintaining a steady flow, and once there was a lack of supply, it was very likely that one would lose many customers, which was a fatal blow to Spirit Pill Square. Now that Yang Kai had joined them, although things wouldn't return to normal immediately, they could at least breathe a sigh of relief. All that was left was to survive the next 2 months. As long as he waited for the 2 alchemists from the headquarters to arrive, everything would be fine. Young Master Yang, this old man is a businessman, so he will speak his mind. If I have offended you in any way, I will not offend you. If there is any offense, I hope young Master Yang can forgive me. After the great joy, Kong Si Ran suddenly became solemn again. Shopkeeper Kong, please speak freely. Good, young Master Yang can study these pill recipes and even copy them. However, you cannot disclose them to others, especially the source condensing pill recipes. This old man needs Yang Kai to sign a contract with me using his soul brand. I wonder if young Master Yang can agree? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded readily. Very good. Then I ask young Master Yang to see if this contract needs to be changed. Kong Si Ran was already prepared and directly took out the prepared contract from his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know what this contract was made of, but he could vaguely sense a trace of energy fluctuation from it. Yang Kai took it and read it carefully. The responsibilities and obligations of both parties were written in detail on the contract, especially the problems with the pill recipes. Yang Kai was not allowed to disclose the secrets of those pill recipes. After a long time, Yang Kai nodded and said, "No problem." Kong Si Ran said, "Then I ask young Master Yang to brand this contract with this old man's soul brand. That should be enough." Saying so, he took the initiative to release his divine sense and brand it onto the contract. Although Yang Kai had never done this before, with Kong Si Ran's demonstration, he was able to quickly learn. When the 2 soul imprints were completely branded into the contract suddenly lit up without any flames. As the contract burned, a trace of inexplicable power split into 2 and poured into Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran's knowledge seas. Unknowingly, Kai Yang felt that there was an inexplicable barrier in his knowledge sea. Normally, this barrier had no effect on him, but if he tried to reveal something that he shouldn't, he would inevitably suffer a backlash from this barrier. This thing is quite mysterious. Yang Kai thought to himself. He didn't know which master had developed this, but it was undoubtedly of great help to those who did business. Kong Si Ran knew that Yang Kai didn't know much, so he took the initiative to explain. This kind of soul contract originated from the Serene Soul Palace. It was developed by the great emperors of the Serene Soul. The Serene Soul Palace is one of the great emperors of the 10 great emperors. This kind of soul contract can guarantee the integrity of both parties. If young Master Yang goes out in the future and has no choice but to cooperate with a stranger, this kind of soul contract can be signed. However, the value of this thing is not low. A single one costs at least 150,000 low-rank source crystals, and it is extremely difficult to obtain. So expensive. Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. He had only earned 30,000 low-rank source crystals a month in Blue Feather Sect, but 150,000 meant that it would take him 5 months to refine a single soul contract, and even then, he might not necessarily be able to buy it. Haha, this old master's soul contract was inadvertently obtained in his early years, Kong Si Ran said with a pained expression. Although he was reluctant to use his soul contract, in order to protect Spirit Pill Plaza, Kong Si Ran had no other choice. Alchemist Yang, please take care of me for the next 2 months. Kong Si Ran put away his pained expression and cupped his fists to Yang Kai with a warm smile. Likewise. Yang Kai replied. Good, since we have signed a soul contract, let's talk about the remuneration, Kong Si Ran said before sitting down. The soul contract just now only guaranteed that Yang Kai would not leak the pill recipe. The remuneration was not written on it. This required Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai to discuss in detail. At that moment, however, there was a knock on the door from outside. Kong Si Ran frowned and shouted coldly, "What is it?" He had clearly ordered that he would be discussing an important matter with Yang Kai today, and that no one was to disturb them, but he had not expected that there would still be an insensible waiter, which made him very annoyed. "Manager, this is bad. Alchemist Fan is about to leave our pill shop." The panicked voice of the shop assistant came from outside the door. "What?" Kong Si Ran stood up abruptly, his face pale and stunned, obviously very surprised. "Shopkeeper, please go and take a look, Alchemist Fan says he's leaving." How preposterous. Kong Si Ran was furious and hurriedly rushed out, but when he reached the door, he suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked, "Will Alchemist Yang come with me?" "Can I?" "Naturally, you are no longer an outsider." Chapter 1979. Kong Si Ran had not been having a good time in the past month. His opponent, Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Alchemy Pavilion, was despicable and shameless, disregarding the ethics of the industry and poaching 2 of his alchemist pillars. If Spirit Pill Plaza really closed down because of this matter, his future in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would come to an end. He had finally found Yang Kai and had just signed a soul contract with him, hoping to become the second alchemist of Spirit Pill Plaza to stabilize the situation. He had not expected that at this critical juncture, news of Alchemist Fan's departure would appear. If Alchemist Fan really left, then the situation he had worked so hard to salvage was very likely to tilt again, and his future would be bleak. He was so anxious that his throat burned as he led Yang Kai to the backyard, but before he arrived, he heard Fan Hong shouting, "Who dares to stop me? This Fan won't do it. Get out of my way. If you don't blame this Fan for being impolite." In the backyard, a few shop assistants were trying to persuade him, but they were still unable to stop Fan Hong. Kong Si Ran heard this and knew that the situation was not good, so he quickly sped up and arrived at the backyard in the blink of an eye, only to see Fan Hong's angry face and surging strength, as if he was about to fight. But after seeing Kong Si Ran, Fan Hong frowned and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Alchemist Fan, what are you doing?" Although Kong Si Ran was annoyed that Fan Hong was causing trouble at this time, he did not dare to speak too harshly and could only ask with a sullen face. Fan Hong sighed. He said, "Shopkeeper Kong, this Fan is sorry, but this Fan has made up his mind to leave. Please forgive me, Shopkeeper Kong." Is Alchemist Fan dissatisfied that this Kong did not pay enough? Or perhaps someone else offered a better price? If so, we can discuss it. Kong Si Ran knew that the most important thing now was to figure out why Fan Hong wanted to leave Spirit Pill Plaza so that they could find the right remedy. "Shopkeeper Kong is insulting this Fan. Ever since I came to Maplewood City, I have been working in the Spirit Pill Plaza and have been refining pills for the Spirit Pill Plaza for 10 years. This Fan has long regarded this place as his home, so even if someone else offers a higher price, this Fan will not covet it." Fan Hong put on an impassioned look, as if Kong Si Ran's words were insulting him. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. If that's not the reason, why did Alchemist Fan suddenly decide to leave? Fan Hong heaved a sigh and opened his mouth to say, "Shopkeeper Kong, this recent month, this Fan has been refining pills day and night. I'm practically already a lamp without oil. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. Shopkeeper Kong, please do me a favor and let me go." Hearing this, Kong Si Ran was at a loss for words. While the two were talking, Yang Kai was also observing Fan Hong. He found that what Fan Hong said was true. It was very likely that this person had overexerted himself. His mental state was not very good. The energy fluctuations around his body were fluctuating. His hair was messy, and his eyes were sunken. It was obvious that he was exhausted. This Fan Hong's strength was not high, only reaching the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. With such a cultivation, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was an Origin King grade alchemist, he would at most be an Origin King grade low-rank alchemist. After all, sometimes alchemy required the support of one's strength. The weaker one's strength was, the less hope one had of refining a good spirit pill. However, alchemists dealt with spirit grasses and medicines all year round. How could they have the time to cultivate? If they did not cultivate, how could they have great strength? Without great strength, how could they support high-intensity alchemy? This had almost become a vicious cycle for alchemists. This Kong was not thoughtful enough. Please forgive me, alchemist Fan. Kong Si Ran also knew that Fan Hong had paid too much this month, so he quickly bowed. Fan Hong was shocked. Shopkeeper Kong is too polite. Kong Si Ran shook his head. It's this Kang's fault. But now, this Kong has found another alchemist. Alchemist Fan, you no longer need to refine spirit pills like before. How about you go back and rest for a few days before coming to the pill shop? You've found another alchemist? Fan Hong was stunned when he heard this, his eyes sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled at him lightly. Alchemist Fan's contributions to the pill shop are naturally seen by this Kong, so I won't say any words of gratitude. Why don't you go back and rest for a few days and come back when you feel the time is right? Kong Si Ran looked at Fan Hong sincerely, unwilling to let him go no matter what. This. Fan Hong looked like he was in a dilemma, seemingly hesitant. Just as Kong Si Ran was about to strike while the iron was hot and persuade Fan Hong, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly called out from outside. Alchemist Fan, it's time. This mistress has come to pick you up personally. As soon as this person's voice fell, Fan Hong's face changed drastically. His originally pale face due to excessive consumption suddenly turned purplish red, like a pig's liver, making him look extremely embarrassed. Kong Si Ran, on the other hand, was startled but soon ground his teeth and shouted, Xuening Si! A look of extreme hatred appeared on his face, as if he had a great hatred for this woman named Xuening Si. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he vaguely understood what was going on and turned to look at Fan Hong with a smile. Fan Hong's whole body became uncomfortable as his eyes flickered and his lips squirmed, seemingly cursing. When Kong Si Ran's gaze shifted to him, Fan Hong's face turned even redder, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. This old master understands. Kong Si Ran smiled coldly. Alchemist Fan, it turns out you really have found a better place to go. If that's the case, you should have said so earlier and this old master would have congratulated you. Why bother making excuses? Fan Hong grit his teeth and became angry out of shame. What does Shopkeeper Kong mean? Could it be that this Fan's efforts this past month were fake? In order to produce spirit pills for the pill shop, this Fan coughed up blood several times. If it weren't for this Fan's support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became and the more impassioned he became. Kong Si Ran heard this and frowned deeply. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and nodded slightly, seeming to have aged quite a bit. What Alchemist Fan said is correct. If it weren't for your support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. Humph. Since you understand, there's no need to say anything more. Fan Hong snorted coldly. This Fan is only thinking about his own future. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Shopkeeper Kong should also know this. Shopkeeper Kong, take care of yourself. This Fan will take his leave now. Saying so, Fan Hong pushed aside the two shop assistants in front of him and walked straight out. When he passed by Yang Kai, he turned his head and smiled at Yang Kai, taking pleasure in his misfortune. You're going to be miserable in the future. Yang Kai just shrugged and did not comment. Kong Si Ran stood in place and pondered for a moment before suddenly turning around and leaving with Fan Hong. Outside Spirit Pill Plaza, a beautiful woman wearing revealing clothes stood at the entrance with a smile on her face. She was accompanied by several beautiful maidservants. She had a charming smile on her face, and her exposed snow-white skin and faintly discernible cleavage attracted the gazes of countless passing cultivators. However, she didn't seem to care at all and instead seemed to enjoy the gazes of these men, casting a few flirtatious glances around from time to time, causing many men to fall head over heels for her. Fan Hong hurriedly walked out of Spirit Pill Plaza and came to the beautiful woman's side, whispering, "Didn't you say I would come? What are you doing here?" Xueqi smiled charmingly, her red lips wriggling as she asked, "What's wrong? I came to pick you up in person. Is that not enough?" "You woman," sigh. Fan Hong looked helpless. Xueqi said, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. You might be able to hide it for a while, but do you want to hide it forever? Besides, you're just changing places to perform alchemy. What's so shameful about it?" Fan Hong's face became gloomy and he didn't answer. He knew that Xueqi didn't come here to greet him, but to attack the morale of Spirit Pill Plaza. He was just a chess piece that Xueqi could use. So he knew that it was useless for him to say anything. While the two were talking, Kong Si Ran walked out and stared at the graceful woman with fiery eyes. Xueqi let out a strange cry as she patted her towering chest with her jade hand. Shopkeeper Kang's eyes are so fierce, as if he wants to eat this mistress. "But Shopkeeper Kong, you're so old, can you really do it?" After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. "Shopkeeper Xua." Kong Si Ran wasn't moved by her beauty at all and just smiled coldly. "Good means, this old man admires you greatly." "Oh, what does Shopkeeper Kong mean?" "This mistress doesn't understand." Xueqi's slender waist swayed as a fan suddenly appeared in her hand, gently waving it. "We're all sensible people, so there's no need to play dumb. However, if Shopkeeper Xua thinks this will cause my Spirit Pill Plaza to close down, you're gravely mistaken," Kong Si Ran sneered. "Ha ha!" Xueqi covered her mouth with her fan as she stared at Kong Si Ran with her beautiful eyes. This mistress remembers that Shopkeeper Kong used to have 3 Origin King-grade alchemists, but now they seem to have all gone to this Mistress Alchemy Pavilion. Could it be that Shopkeeper Kong is also an alchemy grandmaster and plans to go into battle personally? "Old master, you're not young anymore, so you must take care of your body." "Humph, Maplewood City is so big. Do you think it's difficult to find an Origin King-grade alchemist?" Kong Si Ran smiled when he heard this. Xueqi was stunned and asked in surprise, "Does Shopkeeper Kong have other alchemists?" Fan Hong leaned over and whispered a few words in Xueqi's ear. Xueqi frowned and her eyes immediately turned to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she smiled and said, "Honored Alchemist Master, dare I ask your name?" "Yang." "So it is Alchemist Yang. This mistress greets you." Xueqi smiled and said, "Alchemist Yang is so young, but his cultivation is not bad, and he also knows alchemy. This mistress admires you greatly." "There have always been many people who admire me," Yang Kai chuckled. Xueqi froze for a moment, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, but she didn't care, still smiling as she said, "I wonder if Alchemist Yang is interested in coming to my alchemy pavilion? This mistress can give Alchemist Yang." Xueqi. Before she could finish speaking, Kong Si Ran roared angrily. Chapter 1980. The previous 2 alchemists and even Fan Hong had been secretly poached by Xueqi, but now this woman was trying to win over Yang Kai right in front of him. She was simply not putting him in her eyes. Kong Si Ran was furious. Why is Shopkeeper Kong so angry? Xueqi was not afraid of him at all. After all, both of them were 3rd-order Origin King cultivators, and their source chi had long since been fully transformed. It was just that they had not had the opportunity to break through to the Dao source realm. She pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. "I just want to say a few words to Alchemist Yang. I'm not bothering you in any way." Kong Si Ran's face was filled with murderous intent, but he could not really attack, so he could only suppress his anger, feeling as if his lungs were burning. Seeing this, Xueqi turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai again and said, "Alchemist Yang, what do you think of this mistress' proposal? As for the remuneration, you don't have to worry about it. How about we double the amount Shopkeeper Kong is offering you?" Hearing this, Kong Si Ran's face became even more livid. The previous 3 alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza had all been tempted by benefits and turned to Pill and Artifact Pavilion. He did not know much about Yang Kai, nor did he have any friendship with Yang Kai, so he did not know what Yang Kai's attitude was. Looking at Yang Kai anxiously, Kong Si Ran's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Yang Kai actually looked interested and said with a smile, "Is there such a good thing?" Xueqi smiled even more happily and nodded. "Naturally, if Alchemist Yang does not believe me, you can ask Alchemist Fan. In addition, In addition to the remuneration, this mistress will arrange for 4 beautiful maids to serve you and take care of alchemist Yang's daily needs. Men pursued fame and fortune all their lives. It was nothing more than power, wealth, and women. As an experienced woman, Xueqi naturally knew what these men were thinking. As such, she was able to successfully poach several alchemists from Kongxi Ran. She believed that as long as Yang Kai was not stupid, he should make a wise choice. Shopkeeper Xue's proposal is very tempting. Yang Kai's eyes darted around the beautiful maidservants. Seeing his appearance, Fan Hong couldn't help but sneer. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes, as if he despised Yang Kai's character. However, on second thought, he didn't seem to have the qualifications to do so. Suddenly, he felt a little embarrassed. Alchemist Yang Kai, you? Kongxi Ran looked at Yang Kai in despair. He wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end, all he could do was sigh helplessly. Although he had just signed a spiritual contract with Yang Kai, it was only a contract that stated that the pill recipe could not be leaked. Yang Kai hadn't gotten the pill formula from him yet. Therefore, the soul contract could not be used at all. Kongxi Ran was annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have written all kinds of agreements on the contract, but now it was too late to regret. Xueqi chuckled, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, as if she could already see the day Spirit Pill Plaza closed down and the day she would be valued by the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce. As long as she could deal a heavy blow to Spirit Pill Plaza, it would close down. Then she would have a chance to gain the favor of the upper echelons and possibly be transferred away from a small place like Maplewood City to a bigger city to take charge of the Chamber of Commerce's business. Just as she was about to strike while the iron was hot and finalize this matter, she saw Yang Kai say with a look of embarrassment, "Unfortunately." "Unfortunately what?" Xueqi frowned. "Unfortunately, this Yang has just signed a soul contract with shopkeeper Kong. So even if I want to, I'm afraid I won't be able to help shopkeeper Xue," Yang Kai sighed, a look of regret on his face. Kongxi Ran was stunned for a moment before immediately looking at Yang Kai with overjoyed eyes. He didn't believe that Yang Kai didn't know the restrictions of the soul contract. Yang Kai saying this now meant that he had no intention of going to Pill Pavilion. How could Kongxi Ran not be surprised? Kongxi Ran stared at Yang Kai with excited eyes. He was filled with gratitude. After all, if Kai Yang really did leave, other than spitting on Kai Yang for not keeping his word, what else could he do? At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza would have no alchemist and would not be far from closing down. As for Yang Kai's attitude, it had become a life-saving straw for Kongxi Ran. In an instant, Kongxi Ran's evaluation of Yang Kai in his heart underwent a 180-degree change, and even Yang Kai's figure suddenly became taller. A soul contract. Xueqi was also shocked. Shopkeeper Kong is so generous, even using a precious soul contract. Kongxi Ran coldly snorted, "I had no other choice." "Shopkeeper Xue, what do you think?" Yang Kai looked at Xueqi with a smile. "I'll perform alchemy for shopkeeper Kong while also performing alchemy for your pill pavilion. I'll only take half of the benefits you promised before. How about it?" "Go to hell." Xueqi glared at Yang Kai without any trace of politeness. After learning that Yang Kai and Kongxi Ran had signed a soul contract, she subconsciously felt that it was impossible for her to poach Yang Kai, so she no longer tried to be perfunctory and instead resorted to vicious words. Since she couldn't poach him, what was the point of being polite? This woman's sudden change in attitude stunned Yang Kai. Xueqi no longer had any intention of entangling with Yang Kai. In any case, her purpose for coming to Spirit Pill Plaza this time had been achieved, so she sneered and said, "Shopkeeper Kong, now that you only have one alchemist left, I'd like to see how long your Spirit Pill Plaza can last. Let's go." Saying so, she waved her hand and led the beautiful maidservants across the street. Fan Hong didn't want to stay here and be treated with disdain, so he hurriedly followed. The storm subsided, but Kongxi Ran's brow furrowed deeply. The predicament of Spirit Pill Plaza had not improved. Originally, with Yang Kai and Fan Hong, there were now 2 alchemists in the plaza, which allowed Kongxi Ran to breathe a sigh of relief. He was confident that they could hold on for 2 months while waiting for the alchemists sent by headquarters to arrive. But what he really hadn't expected was that after inviting Yang Kai, Fan Hong would leave. This situation had not changed at all. The only thing he could hope for now was that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were better than Fan Hong's, but after thinking about it carefully, this was somewhat unlikely. After all, Yang Kai was already a third-order origin king, and he himself had said that he only regarded alchemy as a means to make money and would not invest too much time and effort in it. Such an alchemist would definitely only treat alchemy as a sideline. Being able to refine an origin king-grade spirit pill by chance was already good enough. So how could Kong Si Ran expect Yang Kai to be so good? However, Yang Kai's previous actions had left Kong Si Ran with a good impression of him. At the very least, Yang Kai was a man of his word. Returning to his room, Kong Si Ran cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Alchemist Yang, this old master must thank you for today's matter. If not for you, Spirit Pill Plaza and this old master would have lost a great deal of face." Yang Kai waved his hand slightly and said, "Shopkeeper Kong is too serious, this Yang did not do anything." Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "This old master is actually a little confused. Since shopkeeper Zhua offered such generous conditions, why did alchemist Yang? And 3 days ago, I went to Pill Pavilion to buy some pill recipes, but I was rudely driven out by the shop assistant. Just because of that?" Kong Si Ran's jaw dropped. "Then why does shopkeeper Kong think?" Yang Kai chuckled. "This old master understands. Then let's continue to talk about the matter of remuneration. Our Spirit Pill Plaza can provide 2 methods of payment. The first is a monthly salary. Spirit Pill Plaza will give you a certain amount of source crystals every month. Of course, this old master can give you double this monthly salary." Perhaps he was grateful to Yang Kai for choosing to stay and help him, or perhaps it was because of the remuneration Xueqi had offered before, but Kong Si Ran was not stingy on this issue and readily expressed that he could double the remuneration. "The other method is a commission. Our Spirit Pill Plaza will provide you with various herbs and Alchemist Yang will be responsible for refining them. After the refined spirit pills are sold, you will receive a commission from the Spirit Pill Plaza." "What does Alchemist Yang think?" "The second method," Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Kong Si Ran couldn't help being startled. He had thought that Yang Kai would choose the first method. After all, only capable alchemists would choose the second method, because the more spirit pills one refined, the more rewards one would receive. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just a dabbler in alchemy, so choosing the first method would naturally ensure his own benefits to the greatest extent, but he chose the second method, which greatly surprised Kong Si Ran. "Is this alchemist Yang a master of alchemy?" Kong Si Ran's heart shook. Just to be cautious, he still asked, "Alchemist Yang, do you not want to reconsider?" Alchemist Fan, who left before, paid with the Spirit Pill Plaza using the first method. "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. Then, all right, since it was someone else's choice, Kong Si Ran could not say anything more. Soon, the two of them finalized the ratio of profits. Originally, the ratio between the Spirit Pill Plaza and the alchemist was 30-70, with the alchemist taking 30% and the Spirit Pill Plaza taking 70%. After all the materials were sold by the Spirit Pill Plaza while the alchemist was only responsible for refining. The Spirit Pill Plaza also had to bear some of the losses, so the alchemist taking 30% of the profits was quite fair. However, Kong Si Ran took the initiative to propose a 40-60 split with Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. After everything was agreed upon, Kong Si Ran said, "Then we've reached an agreement. Alchemist Yang, do you want to go back and rest for a few days?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "With Spirit Pill Plaza's current situation, is there any time for me to rest?" "There's no time to lose. So let's get started. Shopkeeper Kong, please give me the pill recipes on the catalog. I'll study them for 2 days before I begin refining the spirit pills." "No need to rush. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping firewood," Kong Si Ran said. As Kong Si Ran spoke, he took out a variety of pill recipes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and handed them to Yang Kai. "Alchemist Yang, please come with me to perform alchemy." Spirit Pill Plaza had its own alchemy pill plaza, and inside it was a grand fire array that could draw fire from the ground for alchemists to use. This grand fire array was a few dozen meters below the store and was originally used by 3 alchemists, but now it had become Yang Kai's territory. Chapter 1981. After entering, Yang Kai immediately felt a scorching heat wash over him. "Alchemist Yang, take your time to comprehend the mysteries of these pill recipes. Don't worry about alchemy for now, just wait until you are ready." Kong Si Ran was afraid that Yang Kai would not be fully prepared, so he urged him. Yang Kai nodded before turning back and asking, "By the way, shopkeeper Kong, what kind of spirit pill is your shop in urgent need of right now?" Naturally. Source condensing pills. There are countless Origin King Realm cultivator in Maplewood City, so the demand for this kind of spirit pill is extremely high. Our source condensing pills are often sold out as soon as they are refined, Kong Si Ran replied proudly. I understand, Yong Kai nodded lightly, having some ideas in his mind. There were countless spirit pills and miraculous medicines in this world, and the number of pill recipes was impossible to calculate. But if one were to ask cultivators what spirit pills they needed the most, the answer would be source condensing pills. The use of source condensing pills had been with an Origin King Realm cultivator for many years, and any Origin King Realm cultivator had a great demand for this kind of spirit pill because it could promote the transformation of source chi in one's body. Maplewood City was not big, and there were not many Dao Source Realm masters, but it had become a gathering place for many Origin King Realm cultivators, so the demand for source condensing pills was terrifying. If one opened a pharmacy in Maplewood City without source condensing pills, it was impossible for anyone to patronize it. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe was actually improved by an emperor-grade alchemist, and its effects were about 10% better than ordinary source condensing pills. It had long since accumulated countless praise and popularity. Countless cultivator wanted to buy source condensing pills from Spirit Pill Plaza, and every time a new source condensing pill was refined, it would be snatched up. This was the result of Kong Si Ran limiting the number of pills each person could buy. If he had not limited the number of pills he could buy, the competition would have been even fiercer. Now that Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were out of stock, many of its old customers were naturally dissatisfied. Outside the alchemy room, Kong Si Ran paced back and forth. He was anxious and uneasy. His strength was not considered low at his level, and as the shopkeeper of a workshop, he had a calm temperament. But now, he was still as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the impatient urging of the Origin King Realm cultivator at the entrance of Spirit Pill Plaza. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps sounded from above. Kong Si Ran didn't need to look to know that it was one of the shop staff who had rushed over. He stopped in his tracks, and before the shop assistant could speak, he snapped. Didn't I ask you to go and appease those customers? Why did you come back? That won't do, shopkeeper. The situation is a little out of control. Originally, our pill shop should have released the new source congealing pills yesterday. Many old customers have been queuing up to buy them since yesterday, but they have not arrived until now. They have been dissatisfied for a long time. So what if you're dissatisfied? Could it be that they want this old man to make them appear out of thin air? Tell them to wait. Kong Si Ran replied impatiently. I've already told them many times, but they won't listen, the shop assistant said with a long face. Furthermore what? Kong Si Ran's face sank. Furthermore, I don't know who spread the rumor that our Spirit Pill Plaza will no longer supply spirit pills in the future, so some customers became impatient and left, the shop assistant replied in a low voice. Xuening Si. You cheap slut. Kong Si Ran ground his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, with his shrewdness, how could he not know that Xuening Si had instigated this rumor? This vicious woman naturally would not miss this opportunity to add insult to injury. She could not wait for Spirit Pill Plaza to close down as soon as possible. Although she despised this rumor, it was really troublesome now. If they could not produce source congealing pills in a short time, those customers who did not know the truth would most likely believe this rumor. When that time came, they would lose a large number of customers, which would be a huge blow to the future of Spirit Pill Plaza. But in this situation, what could Kong Si Ran do? He turned his head. Looking eagerly at the closed alchemy door, he could only pray that Yong Kai would not disappoint him too much. Shopkeeper, can this alchemist Yong really do it? The shop assistant did not seem to have much confidence in Yong Kai. He had seen many alchemists before, but none of them had a cultivation as high as Yong Kai's, and most alchemists were sloppy and unkempt. They dealt with herbs all year round and had medicinal fragrances all over their bodies. From his previous contact with Yong Kai, he could tell that Yong Kai was not an orthodox alchemist at all. How should I know? Kong Si Ran replied weakly. It had been 10 days since Yong Kai entered alchemy. 2 days ago, he had been studying the pill recipes, but on the third day, he had asked for a large number of herbs to refine source congealing pills and immediately closed the alchemy door, not coming out until now. Kong Si Ran really wanted to rush in and see how many source congealing pills Yang Kai had refined and how many herbs he had wasted. Every alchemist would lose some herbs in the process of alchemy. This was unavoidable. Even the most experienced alchemist could not guarantee that every batch of spirit pills would be successfully refined. However, depending on the skill of an alchemist, the loss rate of herbs varied. Of the 3 alchemists in Spirit Pill Plaza, the best one could control the loss rate of herbs to about 30%, which meant that out of 10 batches of pills, 7 would be successful while the remaining 3 would be wasted. This was already an amazing result, and Fan Hong's material loss rate was about 50%. Even so, Kong Si Ran had to treat him as a guest of honor. Who made him an Origin King grade alchemist? What was Yang Kai's loss rate of herbs? 60%. 70%. Even if it was 80%. Kong Si Ran felt that this was acceptable as long as he could refine some source congealing pills. But what made him anxious was that Yang Kai had not taken out a single source congealing pill until now. If it weren't for the fact that alchemists could not be disturbed while they were refining spirit pills, Kong Si Ran would have rushed in to investigate. The noise outside seemed to be getting more and more intense, making Kong Si Ran extremely irritated. Gotcha. At that moment, a soft sound rang out. Kong Si Ran was startled for a moment before he was overjoyed. His eyes widened as he looked forward and saw the closed alchemy door open. Before it could fully open, Kong Si Ran rushed in directly. The alchemy room was filled with flames, but Kong Si Ran turned a deaf ear to it and went straight to Yang Kai. With a glance, he saw a pile of dregs not far from Yang Kai. This was the result of a failed spirit pill refinement. It was black and had a burnt smell to it. There wasn't much dregs here, only about 10 batches of herbs or so. What Kong Si Ran had given Yang Kai 7 days ago was a full 100 batches of source congealing pill materials. I don't know how many batches this alchemist Yang has consumed. If I can find out, I can estimate his loss rate, Kong Si Ran thought secretly. Alchemist Yang. Kong Si Ran squeezed out a smile on his face and cupped his fists. Have you finished refining the spirit pills? And they are all here. Yang Kai waved his hand and more than 30 jade bottles appeared in front of him. C. Seeing this scene, Kong Si Ran couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air as he stared blankly at the jade bottles on the ground. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement and called out, "Shopkeeper Kong?" Kong Si Ran came back to his senses and turned his stiff neck to look at Yang Kai. Alchemist Yang, are these all source congealing pills? Yes, Shopkeeper Kong can inspect them. Hearing what he said, Kong Si Ran no longer hesitated and reached out his hand, sucking over a few jade bottles. Opening the caps one by one, he found that they were all filled with round and fragrant source congealing pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills, so there were more than 30 bottles here, which meant there were more than 300 source congealing pills here. When this number appeared in Kong Si Ran's mind, it was like a sledgehammer had struck him, making him dizzy and unable to think. How is this possible? How could this happen? In just 7 days, a single person refined more than 300 source congealing pills. This is equivalent to the result of 3 alchemists working together in Spirit Pill Plaza. Can Yang Kai replace 3 alchemists by himself? Kong Si Ran completely lost his mind and stood there stiffly, unable to recover for a long time. Everything in front of him had subverted his understanding of common sense. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had taken too many. If he had known earlier, he would have kept another 100. Refining source congealing pills was actually not difficult for Yang Kai. After all, it was only an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Yang Kai himself could have refined Origin King grade high-rank pills long ago. He just didn't know the pill recipe and had never refined one before. After experiencing the first few failures, Yang Kai had become proficient in this process. The number of pills he could produce from a furnace of herbs was also gradually increasing. From the beginning, he could produce 2 or 3 pills, but now he could condense 4 pills, then 5. Out of 100 sets of materials, 10 sets had been wasted, and the remaining herbs had all been refined into pills, resulting in a total of more than 400 pills. Yang Kai had secretly kept 100 pills to avoid shocking the world. But now, it seemed that keeping 200 pills would not be a problem. Yang Kai needed source congealing pills himself, and in large quantities at that. Even if he couldn't use them all up, he could sell them. There was absolutely no need to worry about a market for source congealing pills. Kong Si Ran's expression made him feel very annoyed. However, fortunately, the source congealing pills with pill veins had been kept by Yang Kai, which could be considered a consolation. After a long time, Kong Si Ran also chuckled, a somewhat nervous look on his face. Yang Kai seemed to be able to understand Kong Si Ran's mood a little, so he didn't say anything. After all, Kong Si Ran didn't expect Yang Kai to be so amazing. He alone could produce as many pills as the previous 3 alchemists combined. Kong Si Ran had only hoped that Yang Kai would not waste too many herbs, but the result had greatly surprised him. The violent ups and downs of his mood made it impossible for him to suppress the joy in his heart, so it was only natural for him to laugh out loud. Chapter 1982. How is that possible? Old Ghost Kong actually took out more than 30 bottles of source condensing pills? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Inside Pill Pavilion, Xueqi's pretty face was gloomy as she stared at the First Order Origin King cultivator in front of her and asked in a deep voice. The cultivator, who was short and stout, nodded and said, "Subordinate is not mistaken. Those more than 30 bottles of spirit pills were indeed source condensing pills. As soon as they were taken out, they were immediately snatched up by many people. Subordinate also expended a great deal of effort to purchase 3 pills." Saying so, he respectfully placed the jade bottle containing the 3 spirit pills in front of Xueqi. Because Spirit Pill Plaza source condensing pills were so popular, Kong Si Ran stipulated that any customer could only buy 3 at a time. 3 source condensing pills were enough for an Origin King cultivator to use for 10 days to half a month. When they ran out, they could buy more, and it just so happened that Spirit Pill Plaza would produce new source condensing pills. This way of selling was also one of the important reasons why Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were so popular. Because of the tight supply of source condensing pills, the black market of Maplewood City had even begun selling them. Although they were only 20% more expensive than those sold in shops, they were still in short supply. Many Origin King Realm cultivators did not care about the extra 20%, they just wanted to convert the Saint Qi in their body into source Qi as soon as possible. Are they really source condensing pills? Xueqi poured out the 3 spirit pills and frowned even more. Shopkeeper, could these spirit pills have been refined by that guy named Yang Kai? The short and fat cultivator asked. Xueqi sneered and coldly snorted. Do you think he can refine so many spirit pills in 10 days? What kind of alchemist do you think he is? Even a Dao source-grade alchemist does not have such ability. Shopkeeper is right, subordinate was too stupid. The short and fat cultivator thought about it and agreed. Although he did not know much about alchemy, he knew how many spirit pills were needed to refine and how much energy an alchemist would consume to refine a furnace of spirit pills. A person could refine more than 300 spirit pills in 10 days, even if they had enough time. It was impossible for him to have so much energy. This kind of thing was too comical. It looks like old Ghost Kong still has some reserves, Xueqi said thoughtfully. This old fogey really isn't easy to deal with. What should we do? I've heard that the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will send 2 alchemists to Maplewood City in 2 months. If we can't take down the Spiritual Pill Plaza in 2 months, we'll have to deal with them. At that time, we won't have much of a chance. Hearing this, Xueqi gently nodded, a cold killing intent flashing through her beautiful stars-like eyes. The killing intent bloomed slightly, making the short and fat cultivator shudder involuntarily. You can go now. Keep an eye on the Spirit Pill Plaza. If there's any movement, report it to me immediately. Xueqi waved her hand. Yes. After the short and fat cultivator left, Xueqi picked up another source condensing pill with a puzzled expression, sniffed it, and carefully observed it for a while. She murmured, "Strange, these pills don't look like they have been stored for a long time. They look like they were newly refined." She had noticed this before. After all, although Xueqi wasn't an alchemist, she had dealt with spirit pills all year round, so she had some insight. The 3 spirit pills in front of her were round and smooth. They were plump and gave off a pure pill fragrance. Obviously, they were high-quality goods. What Xueqi cared about the most was that these spirit pills seemed to have been refined recently. Could they have been refined by that alchemist named Yang Kai? This thought appeared in Xueqi's mind, but she quickly rejected it. No matter what, she didn't want to believe that a person could refine so many spirit pills in such a short time. She would rather believe that old Ghost Kong had been prepared for this and threw out his stock. After pondering for a moment, she stretched out her slender jade fingers. She picked up a spirit pill and stuffed it into her mouth. After swallowing it, she circulated her secret art to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. She had already reached the peak of the Origin King realm, and all the source chi in her body had been transformed, so she didn't need source condensing pills to assist her. She just wanted to test the efficacy of this spirit pill, so she did this. At first, Xueqi's expression didn't change, but as time passed and the medicinal efficacies began flowing through her body, her face couldn't help changing slightly as she opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "This is..." She found that the medicinal efficacies contained in these source condensing pills were even stronger than the source condensing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Although this increase was very subtle and almost imperceptible, it was still there. Old Ghost Kong, that idiot, actually found that Grandmaster to modify his pill recipe again? Xueqi suddenly thought of this possibility. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe made Xueqi extremely jealous, and it was also the main reason why she had spared no expense to poach 3 alchemists from her rival. These 3 alchemists, for various reasons, would not leak their pill recipes to others, but it was not a problem to provide them with materials to refine them. As long as they were poached, Pill Pavilion would be able to sell the same pills as Spirit Pill Plaza in the future. At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza's only advantage would be gone, and it would be much easier to suppress them. But today's discovery made Xueqi very angry. Old Ghost Kong was really cunning. He must have known her plan, so he changed the pill recipe again to make the source condensing pill even more effective. In this way, Spirit Pill Plaza still had the advantage in terms of medicinal efficacies. Xueqi's lungs were about to explode. What was the point of her spending so much to poach 3 alchemists from her rival? Old Ghost Kong, you idiot. Just you wait. In a few days, the Star Envoy from Star Soul Palace will come to Maplewood City. At that time, I want to see how you will fight with me. Xueqi muttered to herself angrily. At the same time, in the underground alchemy room of Spirit Pill Plaza, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and turned all his alchemy experience over the past few days into insights, examining them one by one and accumulating them. After refining so many furnaces of source condensing pills, Yang Kai naturally had some gains. This kind of gain was not just the harvest of 100 source condensing pills, but also the growth of his alchemy experience and comprehension of the alchemic Tao. A few years ago, he triggered the Grand Alchemic Tao tone on Water Moonstar, and since then, he had a unique advantage in the alchemic Tao. That time, the Grand Alchemic Tao tone had caused a fundamental change in his alchemy talent. Not to be modest, Yang Kai's alchemy aptitude was not inferior to Xia Ning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body in the slightest, and even surpassed him in some aspects. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to get started so easily after obtaining the new pill recipe and was able to refine even better pills. Xueqi guessed wrong. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe had not changed. It was just that Yang Kai was refining it himself, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was much purer, so the spirit pills he refined were much more effective. And this was just the beginning. Xueqi believed that as Yang Kai continued to refine pills, the spirit pills he refined would become more and more powerful, eventually becoming unique. Kong Si Ran ordered another 100 sets of source condensing pill materials to be delivered, but he also told Yang Kai to rest for a few more days before opening the furnace again. He was more concerned about Yang Kai's physical condition than Yang Kai himself. Now, in Spirit Pill Plaza, there was only one alchemist, Yang Kai, in charge, and he alone could take on 3 others, so Kong Si Ran did not dare to neglect him. Since taking away more than 300 source condensing pills that day, his attitude towards Yang Kai had become more and more amiable, granting almost all of his requests. But then again, Yang Kai did not seem to have any requests. At this time, Yang Kai was absorbing the insights he gained from the past few days while taking source condensing pills to transform the Saint Qi in his body. A few days passed by quickly, and Yang Kai opened the furnace again. 100 sets of materials were divided into different categories. Yang Kai wore a solemn expression as his conflagrated knowledge sea pulsed inside the purple origin furnace in front of him. Herbs were thrown in one after another, and under the powerful power of his divine sense, the impurities were removed and the medicinal liquids were condensed. Various spirit arrays were drawn and formed inside the furnace. Yang Kai's movements were extremely skillful, without the slightest hesitation. His control of the flames was so perfect that it could almost make an emperor-grade alchemist gasp in amazement. The timing of the herbs he threw in was also perfect. The change in his talent made it much easier for Yang Kai to perform alchemy. For Yang Kai, Alchemy was almost like eating and drinking, it was a kind of instinct. He clearly knew what kind of spirit array to inscribe, which spirit array would have the best effect, when to use the right amount of heat, and when to add the required herbs. When alchemy became an instinct, even failing to refine a pill was an extravagant hope. Coupled with his powerful conflagrated knowledge C, which was a natural advantage that all alchemists dreamed of, Yang Kai had walked in front of many people on the alchemic Tao. Although he had not put much effort into it all this time, the great Tao was obscure and elusive, and only a few lucky people could reach out and touch it. Yang Kai was undoubtedly one of them. As the pill fragrance began to diffuse, Yang Kai's expression became more and more focused. He did not let his guard down because of his proficiency and instead became even more cautious. Inside the purple origin furnace, various medicinal liquids were mixed, and under the influence of the spirit arrays and conflagrated knowledge C, a magical transformation took place. When the pill fragrance condensed to a certain extent, Yang Kai suddenly moved. Both of his hands were constantly forming mysterious seals as streaks of light shot into the purple origin furnace and disappeared. A sense of ancient desolation suddenly filled the air, as if this set of seals did not belong to the current era, but rather to the ancient era. However, this set of techniques was in harmony with the great Tao and contained countless mysteries. As he displayed this technique, Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy were rapidly drained away like a broken dam, unable to stop himself from being consumed. 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. This was a set of extremely profound pill condensing techniques, which had no effect on cultivation and could only be used when an alchemist condensed pills. There were countless pill condensing techniques and secret arts in the world, each with its own merits. Grandmaster Xueqi, who competed with Yang Kai in the alchemy Dao in Water Sky City, had once created a set of red lotus magical hand seals, which was sought after by countless alchemists within the territory of the Homeland Star. In the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, there was also a pill condensing technique, which Yang Kai had studied quite a bit. However, this set of 9 Heavens Profound Pill method did not come from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, but from the grand alchemic Tao Tone. Chapter 1983. On that day, during the competition between Yang Kai and Xueqi, it was because of the pill condensing technique that triggered the grand alchemic Tao Tone. That pill condensing technique was the prototype of the 9 Heavens Profound Pill method. Yang Kai combined all his alchemy knowledge and lifetime of alchemy experience to comprehend it. With the grand alchemic Tao Tone, the omnipresent and all-encompassing heavenly Tao principles perfected this pill condensing technique for Yang Kai. Therefore, the 9 Heavens Profound Pill method could be regarded as the crystallization of the heavenly Tao. The truth of heaven and earth was everywhere, and only those who were fated could comprehend it and benefit infinitely. Yang Kai's 9 Heavens Profound Pill method was a product of heaven and earth itself, but he was able to peek into it by chance. Even if he wanted to teach such a technique to others, they would not be able to comprehend it because this was the affirmation of the grand alchemic Tao Tone. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this pill condensing technique was extremely mysterious. If he wanted to comprehend it thoroughly, he would not be able to do so in a short time. Now, it seemed that it made some sense. After all, this 9 Heavens Profound Pill method, which was born in the territory of Home Star, was still an extremely high-end technique in the star boundary. All the pills that he had refined, he had used the 9 Heavens Profound Pill method to end the pill. At this moment, it was time to condense the pills. As the 9 Heavens Profound Pill method was used, the pill fragrance in the alchemy room became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, there was even a strange sound coming from the purple origin furnace. Realizing that the time had come, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at the purple origin furnace. The lid flew up, followed by 6 rolling spirit pills. Yang Kai took out the jade bottle he had prepared and put it away. Only 6. Yang Kai frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Theoretically speaking, one set of source condensing pill materials could condense up to 9 pills, which was the limit of most pill recipes. Yang Kai had good aptitude in alchemy and a unique pill condensing technique like the 9 Heavens Profound Pill method. But after all, he was just an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist. Even if he tried his best, he could only condense 6 pills at a time. 3 pills short of the limit of 9. But this was already amazing. There were very few alchemists who could refine a spirit pill to its limit. Those who could do this were all great grandmasters with reputations throughout the entire star boundary. Alchemists like alchemists, it was impossible to achieve such results every time. The 9 Heavens Profound Pill method was the method 9 Heavens Profound Pill method. And Yang Kai was able to achieve this was mostly thanks to the Nine Heavens profound pill method. That was the reason why so many alchemists were masters had a profound condensing technique. This was because a good pill condensing technique meant that one could refine more pills at the last moment, which in turn save a lot of materials, time and energy. When Yang Kai first began refining source condensing pills, he could only condense 2, but now, only 10 days had passed. Yang origins Yang. Although it seemed that he was not far from the limit of 9, sometimes 1 or 2 pills could become an insurmountable gap. If Yang Kai wanted to reach this limit, he would need a lot of practice and experience. 100 sets of materials, Yang Kai spent 6 or 7 days consuming them. He deliberately failed a dozen times to avoid Kong Si Ran's suspicions. In fact, according to his ability, refining source condensing pills now was as easy as closing his eyes. Naturally, he wouldn't fail. When Kong Si Ran received a notice to collect the pills, Kong Si Ran's expression was extremely interesting. Although he had already experienced this once, Kong Si Ran still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could refine 100 spirit pills in such a short time. In terms of quantity, there was almost no difference from the last time, more than 300 pills. Yang Kai kept more than 200 source condensing pills this time. Alchemist Yang. It is this old master's honor to be able to cooperate with you. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai with a smile. If it weren't for you, my spirit pill plaza would have really closed down. Words cannot express my gratitude for Alchemist Yang's kindness. If Alchemist Yang has any request in the future, this old master will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. It is my duty. Shopkeeper Kong is too serious. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yang Kai's modesty and geniality made Kong Si Ran smile even more heartily. He had never seen such a young, capable alchemist without putting on airs. Which one of the 3 alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza wasn't extremely difficult to serve? Every time Kong Si Ran came to pick up the pills, the 3 of them would wear gloomy expressions, as if he owed them millions of source crystals. Even though Kong Si Ran's cultivation was higher than theirs, he still had to put on a polite smile and carefully deal with them. He also had to complete all kinds of strange requests for them. For example, Fan Hong, every time he finished alchemy, he had to find a beautiful virgin to relax with, and this virgin's cultivation couldn't be lower than an Origin Returning Realm Master. There were many Origin Returning Realm cultivator in Maplewood City, but Spirit Pill Plaza definitely wouldn't pay a low price for such a woman. The requirements of the other 2 alchemists were even more outrageous. One wanted to drink the 10,000 safflower wine, which was only available in the City Lord's mansion, while the other wanted to eat the demon flame fruit that grew in the depths of the flame swamp. A small cup of the 10,000 safflower wine cost 1,000 source crystals. What's more, it was a special gift from the City Lord's mansion. If Kong Si Ran hadn't had some connections, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it. The demon flame fruit was even rarer. The depths of the flame swamp was a dangerous place where even a Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be able to survive. The value of the demon flame fruit that grew there was naturally extraordinary. 5,000 source crystals for a single fruit was already considered low, with 7,000 to 8,000 possible. The key was that this thing could only satisfy one's appetite and had no use for improving one's strength. Every time he thought of this, Kong Si Ran's heart bled. This alchemist Yang, on the other hand, not only had an amiable personality, he also didn't have any other requirements. Only a few alchemic pills were enough to satisfy him. In contrast, Yang Kai's noble character was far superior to those 3 pieces of trash. Now that those 3 were in Pill and Artifact Pavilion, that cheap maid Xuening Si could deal with them. Considering all this, Kong Si Ran's mood suddenly improved. Alchemist Yang, do you want to rest for a few more days? With the source condensing pills you provided this time, our Spirit Pill Plaza won't need to worry about supply for the next half a month. Kong Si Ran saw Yang Kai being so conscientious and felt a little moved, so he took the initiative to propose. If you have enough source condensing pills, do you want to refine other spirit pills? Yang Kai asked. Kong Si Ran chuckled. The demand for other spirit pills is not very high, and this old master still has some in stock, so there is no need to worry. Alchemist Yang, you should take a good rest. Don't tire yourself out. Very well, I'll rest for a few days. Yang Kai thought for a while before nodding and replying. That would be best. By the way, Alchemist Yang has just arrived in Maplewood City. Would you like to go out with this old master tomorrow? Go where? Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran suspiciously. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly and said, "It's like this, a star envoy from Star Soul Palace has arrived and is now in the City Lord's mansion. This old master is fortunate enough to be invited to accompany the Star Envoy's master tomorrow, and can bring one person with him." A star envoy from Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai raised his brow. Seeing him like this, Kong Si Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not so ignorant as to not know about Star Soul Palace. After all, this was the overlord of the entire Southern Territory, the sect where the Bright Moon Great Emperors were. And the Bright Moon Great Emperors was one of the 10 Great Emperors. And as a star envoy from Star Soul Palace, his status was obviously extremely respected. Why would a star envoy from Star Soul Palace come to Maplewood City? Yang Kai frowned. After all, Maplewood City was not very prosperous, so it was impossible to attract such a character. But soon, Yang Kai suddenly realized, could it be because of the matter in Clear Jade Mountain? Indeed. Kong Si Ran nodded. Traces of a Luan Feng have appeared in Clear Jade Mountain. During this time, many foreign masters have come to Maplewood City to investigate. Alchemist Yang, you have been performing alchemy here day and night, so you don't know much about the outside world. The reason the Star Envoy Master came here is naturally because of the Luan Feng. Otherwise, how could so many masters have come to the small Maplewood City? Who are these people? Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He was not here to gossip, but to inquire about the power structure of the Southern Territory. Hearing him ask this question, Kong Si Ran naturally told him everything he knew. The news of the Luan Feng's appearance spread very quickly, and almost all the great sects and great forces in the Southern Territory have come. From what this old master knows, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, and Azure Sun Temple are all great sects second only to Star Soul Palace. In addition, it seems that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have also sent masters. But this old master is only responsible for business matters, so he was not notified or contacted with the masters of his Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran said unhurriedly, there are also countless small and medium-sized forces. Now, Maplewood City is bustling with activity. Do they want to track down the whereabouts of the Luan Feng? Yang Kai looked stunned. That's not it. Kong Si Ran laughed in surprise. The Luan Feng is an ancient divine spirit, and even the 10 great emperors may not necessarily be able to defeat her. Who would dare risk their lives to track her down? It's just, after all, the appearance of a divine spirit will naturally attract the attention of many. Moreover, all the great forces know that they won't be able to track her down, but they can't just ignore it. In fact, the people who have come are not the true elders of those sects, but also some newcomers who have come to accumulate experience and see the world. So that's how it is. Although our Spirit Pill Plaza is not a big deal, it is still a property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, so the City Lord has taken great care of it. This time, in order to welcome and accompany the Star Envoy Master, this old master has been invited. Alchemist Yang, are you interested in joining us? Would you like to see the place where the divine spirit appeared in Clear Jade Mountain? I heard that the world-extinguishing black flames are still burning there, and even a Dao Source Realm cultivator does not dare to enter them easily. However, we will not go too deep either. We just want to relax and broaden our horizons to see what the world-extinguishing black flames are like. I've already deeply experienced those flames, Yang Kai thought secretly. Chapter 1984. When the Luan Feng appeared, Yang Kai was in Clear Jade Mountain. It could be said that among the cultivator who had observed the Luan Feng up close, Yang Kai was the only one who was still alive, the others were all dead. Naturally, he had no interest in Kong Si Ran's proposal. So, he declined Kong Si Ran's invitation. Although shopkeeper Kong felt it was a pity, he did not say anything. After all, not everyone wanted to show their face in front of the Star Envoy Master in hopes of receiving guidance. Everyone had their own aspirations and could not be forced. Kong Si Ran admired Yang Kai's free and easy temperament, so after telling him to rest for a few days, he left. Yang Kai simply packed up and left Spirit Pill Plaza, returning to the secluded home he rented in Maplewood City. The next day, a magnificent, extremely large, and luxuriously decorated ship flew out of the City Lord's mansion and headed straight for Clear Jade Mountain. On the ship, there was a symbol of the moon and stars. This was the symbol of Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the Southern Territory. All the cultivators in Maplewood City were shocked. At this moment, Yang Kai rented a white jade dragon horse carriage and ordered the coachman to go to a street in the western part of the city. Even if Maplewood City was not famous in the Southern Territory, it still occupied a vast area. Flying was not allowed in the city, so cultivators who wanted to save time could only rent this white jade dragon horse carriage. The white jade dragon horse was said to have the bloodline of an ancient divine dragon, but it was extremely thin. It had a gentle temperament and was easy to domesticate. It was also very suitable for pulling carriages. After half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Yang Kai paid the fare and got off the carriage. Coming to a remote corner, he took out a set of clothes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and put them on. Lifting his hat to cover his face, Yang Kai walked straight to the bustling street in front of him. Here. Maplewood City's black market. Although he had not been in Maplewood City for long, he had already inquired about the existence of the black market. The so-called black market was a place that could not exist openly, but it was a street that was tacitly permitted by Maplewood City's city lord's mansion. Here. There were many spoils of war from killing and robbing. Many things that couldn't be sold in the open could be found in a good market here. There were also some items of unknown origin that could be sold here. The cultivator who entered and exited the black market all consciously followed a rule. They did not ask about the origin of the goods, nor the seller's name and background. After the transaction was completed, they would have nothing to do with each other. In a place like this, it was easy to find some good things, so it was very popular and sought after by the cultivator in Maplewood City. Every day, it was packed with people. However, it was precisely because of that special rule that there were also some speculators. They would sell fake and substandard goods as good goods. This was a test of the buyer's eyesight and knowledge. If they were deceived because of greed, they would not be able to get away with it. He asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Yang Kai was a little worried that his outfit would attract too much attention. After all, he looked guilty and didn't look like a good person. However, when he entered the black market street, he realized that his thoughts were unnecessary. There were actually a lot of martial artists wearing similar clothes to him, and they were everywhere. This discovery made him immediately relax. As soon as he entered the street, a shifty-eyed old man quietly approached him with a mysterious look on his face. He pulled Yang Kai's clothes. His eyes drifted and signaled him to talk to the side. If you have something to say it, Yang Kai said coldly. Brother, this old man is looking for you to tell you something good. How can I say it in this place? Be careful that the walls have ears, the old man said while looking around. He was as vigilant as a mouse stealing oil. Then don't say it. Yang Kai naturally knew that there were all kinds of people in this place. How could he be in the mood to waste time with a stranger? As he spoke, he strode forward. Hey, little brother, don't go. The old man quickly caught up and stopped in front of Yang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, Well, little brother seems to be a busy person. Then this old man won't waste your time. Look at this. As he said so, he took out a wrinkled animal skin paper from his chest. It was unknown what kind of monster beast the animal skin paper was made of, but it still had a strong energy fluctuation. On the animal skin paper, there were complicated lines running through it, crisscrossing and looking very profound. The old man just waved the animal skin paper in front of Yang Kai and quickly put it away. Then he said bitterly, To tell you the truth, little brother, this treasure map is a treasure passed down by this old man's ancestors. This old man's ancestors followed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. And this treasure map points to the heaven-devouring great emperor's treasure. This old man's strength is too low to look for the treasure. Today, seeing little brother, we hit it off very well. How about I sell this treasure map to you at a cheap price? The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes. The great emperors who had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy? Who else could it be but him? The old man looked at Yang Kai with exultation. So little brother knows about the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy. That is a top-secret art that even heaven and earth cannot tolerate. To tell you the truth, this secret art is very likely to be in this treasure trove. If little brother can obtain this secret art, it will only be a matter of time before you become one of the 10 great emperors. Haha, I already know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy, so I have no interest in your treasure map. Go find someone else. I'll sell it to you for 5,000 source crystals. This is a top opportunity. Little brother, do you want to consider it? the old man shouted behind Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. The old man suddenly became angry. Brat, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. How dare you boast that you know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy? Do you really think this old man is a fool? After saying that, he muttered to himself, isn't this trick too easy to see through? Should I change to another method? Just as he was worried that no one had been fooled for several months and that he was penniless, a martial artist walked over from the corner of the street. That martial artist was a young girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The young girl was not ugly, and her figure was also very good. It was just that half of her face had a large crescent-shaped birthmark that ruined her overall beauty, making people sigh and wring their hands. The young girl bounced over from that side, like a happy little elf, with a face full of innocence. Seeing this, the old man immediately greeted her with an extremely kind smile on his face. What are you doing? The young girl was startled and immediately took a few steps back, looking at the old man warily. Young girl, don't be afraid. This old man has no malicious intentions. The old man's smile became even more amiable. Then what do you want to do? The young girl looked the old man up and down. Her clear, beautiful eyes filled with instinctive vigilance. The old man chuckled and pretended to be profound. This old man and this young girl are destined to meet here, so I want to give you a great opportunity. When the young girl heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she asked in surprise. Great opportunity? What great opportunity? Tell me, tell me. In the depths of her heart, she was overjoyed, thinking that the legends and stories Auntie Feng had told her when she was a child were not lies. In this world, there really were such opportunities and good fortune. In those stories, ordinary cultivators, because of the guidance and benefits given by mysterious old men, would soar to the heavens and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, achieving unparalleled greatness and being worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. When she was a child, she listened to these stories with great interest, but this time, after coming out for more than half a year, the young girl thought that Auntie Feng was just trying to deceive her, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Now that a mysterious old man was going to give her a great opportunity, the young girl couldn't be more excited, her heart jumping with joy. In an instant, the old man who was good at deceiving others became an extremely powerful master in the eyes of the young girl, and the reason he appeared in this crowded place was to find a suitable successor. And she was undoubtedly that peerless genius 1 in 10 million, so she was chosen by this master. As for her casual dress, well, a little sloppy, wasn't this how a master should look? Heh 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 heh. The old man revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth and smiled mysteriously, then reached into his chest and took out the wrinkled animal skin paper. Granny, is there a shop here that sells spirit pills? Yang Kai stood in front of a stall, looking at the silver-haired, trembling old woman and asked. 500 source crystals for one, refined by this old woman herself. The old woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile and pointed to a pile of unknown things in front of her. Yang Kai frowned and said, I'm asking if there is a shop here that sells spirit pills. Oh, you want to buy two? I'll give you a discount, 900 source crystals for two, no haggling. The old woman raised her hand and waved it back and forth, looking as if she had just taken advantage of him. Don't pretend to be deaf and mute with me. Do you believe I won't flip your stall upside down? Yang Kai glared at the old woman in front of him fiercely, showing off his powerful third-order origin king aura at the right time. The old woman's face changed, and her previous senile appearance disappeared, replaced by a cold look. Little thing, you don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. You really don't know any manners. A first-order origin king pretending to be deaf here. Are you trying to tease me? Yang Kai looked at her contemptuously. Go over there, don't block this old woman's way of doing business. It's hard to do business these days. The old woman casually pointed in a direction, and in the blink of an eye, she returned to her previous trembling appearance. Following the old woman's directions, Yang Kai soon arrived at the entrance of a shop. The shop assistant was a normal person, unlike the old woman and old man he had met before. After asking Yang Kai why he had come, the shop assistant warmly welcomed him in, arranged a room for him, served him tea, and asked Yang Kai to wait for a moment before retreating respectfully. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and simply sipped his tea while waiting quietly. Chapter 1985. The reason why Yang Kai had come to the black market was because he had no choice but to do so. And the biggest reason was the 300 or so source condensing pills. These source condensing pills had been secretly embezzled by Yang Kai. If he used them himself, he wouldn't be able to use them all, and keeping them would be a waste. As for selling them, he had no good channels. After all, the origin of this batch of source condensing pills was not so open and aboveboard. Yang Kai couldn't open a store to sell these pills himself. If he really did that, he would definitely be criticized by the people of Spirit Pill Plaza. So, he could only come to the black market. This was the best and most suitable place. He basically had no source crystals on hand, so after selling this batch of spirit pills, he could at least save himself some money. Not long after, a round fatty pushed open the door and entered. The fatty's face was flushed red, and his body was full of fat. When he walked, the floor creaked. His 2 eyes had already narrowed into a slit, and the slit in the slit was shining brightly. As soon as he entered, the fat man cupped his fists enthusiastically and said, "This humble one is Jin Fu Gue. Greetings, young lord." He tactfully didn't ask Yang Kai's name, because people who came here didn't like others inquiring about their details. Yang Kai got up and said, "Shopkeeper Jin is too polite." Looking up and down, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this fat man was also a third-order origin king cultivator. Moreover, the strength in his body was quite vigorous. It seemed that he had also completed the transformation of his source chi. Even if there were many such existences in Maplewood City, there were definitely not many of them. Like Kong Si Ran and Xuening Si, he could be considered a master in Maplewood City. Jin Fu Gue sat down with a genial face, the chair under his buttocks groaning. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "I heard from the shop assistant that young lord has a batch of spirit pills on hand?" "Indeed." Jin Fu Gue heard this. His small eyes lit up as he asked, "Dare I ask what kind of spirit pills young lord has?" This Jin has some face in Maplewood City, so young lord can rest assured that young lord will trade here. This Jin has always offered a fair price and has a good reputation. I will never reveal the slightest bit of information about the guest. Please rest assured about this. Shopkeeper Jin can say that. That's for the best. Yang Kai nodded before reaching out to take out a jade bottle from his space ring and pushing it in front of Jin Fu Gue. "Shopkeeper Jin, take a look. This is the spirit pill I want to sell." Jin Fu Gue raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai. Then, he picked up the jade bottle, opened the cap, and looked inside. In the next moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He exclaimed in surprise, "Is it the source congealing pill?" Things like source congealing pills were never lacking in demand, especially in the black market. There were at least 8,000 people waiting to buy source congealing pills every day. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, this kind of spirit pill would be snatched up as soon as it appeared. Therefore, Jin Fu Gue was very satisfied with the goods brought by Yang Kai. "How many guests are there?" Yang Kai gestured a number with his hand. Jin Fu Gue was moved. 300? "Sir, you actually have such means to obtain 300 source congealing pills?" He swallowed a source congealing pill. It was enough for a first-order origin king cultivator to consume for 10 days, a second-order origin king for 6 or 7 days, and a third-order origin king for 3 or 4 days. Therefore, 300 source congealing pills might not seem like a lot, but it was definitely not a small number. Any origin king realm cultivator who obtained these source condensing pills would not have to worry about source chi conversion for the next few years or even a decade. What puzzled Jin Fu Gue the most was where Yang Kai had obtained such a large number of source congealing pills. However, this was a confidential matter, so he tactfully did not ask. After pondering for a moment, Jin Fu Gue said, "The quantity is indeed not small, but the quality." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Jin can give it a try." Jin Fu Gue did not refuse and nodded after hearing this. "Then please forgive this Jin for being rude." While speaking, he poured out a source congealing pill from the jade bottle. Stuffing it into his mouth, he silently circulated his secret art to dissolve it. After a short while, the fat on his face trembled slightly. A look of surprise flashed across his small eyes. These were source congealing pills refined by Yang Kai with the pill recipe provided by Spirit Pill Plaza. In terms of quality, there was absolutely nothing to complain about. Even better than the source congealing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Jin Fu Gue was a third-order origin king and had dealt with spirit pills all year round, so how could he not be able to tell the difference? He was secretly shocked as he realized that the origin of these source congealing pills in Yang Kai's hands was very likely extraordinary. The room fell silent for a while, with only Jean Fugue tapping his hand on the table again and again, as if he was deliberating about something. After a long time he said, "The quality of customer's source congealing pills is unquestionable. How about I offer customer this price?" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and gestured. Yang Kai could not help but sneer. "Shopkeeper Jean, in your eyes, is this the only price of my source congealing pills? If that's the case, I'd be happy to go to other stores to have a look." Jean Fugue lightly coughed and said, "Customer, please listen to me. This batch of source congealing pills is indeed high-quality goods, but if this store sells them, it will require some manpower and labor. You can't just not make a profit, right?" Shopkeeper Jin's words make sense. Yang Kai nodded, "But there is no need to worry about a market for source congealing pills. I don't even need to go to any stores. I only need to stand on the street and shout, and I'm afraid they will all be snatched up. Shopkeeper Jean, are you sure you want to give up this great opportunity to make money?" Jean Fugue's face suddenly twitched as he steeled his heart and gestured again. "Then how about this price?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, 500 for one, perhaps we will have a chance to cooperate again." Jean Fugue frowned when he heard this, but soon made a decision, stood up and said, "Then we'll do as customer says. I hope that the next time customer has source congealing pills, customer must consider this store first." "Naturally, naturally." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "By the way, in addition to source congealing pills, I also have some other pills here. Shopkeeper Jean can help me estimate them." The other pills Yang Kai mentioned were naturally the ones he had obtained from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy. There were many of them and many kinds, but their grade and popularity could not be compared to source congealing pills. Of course, Jean Fugue did not care about these things. For a black market merchant like him, as long as he could make money, it was enough. Immediately, the two of them counted and calculated. Jean Fugue took away most of the spirit pills in Yang Kai's hands, while Yang Kai received nearly 170,000 source crystals. This number gave Yang Kai some confidence. After all, he had only earned 30,000 source crystals from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy for an entire month. But now, in just half a month, he had earned 170,000 source crystals. And the biggest reason for this was the high demand and high price of source congealing pills. Coming out of Jean Fugue's shop, Yang Kai was still wearing his black robe. He was not in a hurry to go back and instead wandered around the black market. In this kind of place, it was easy to find some good things, but the chances were very small. After all, there were not many cultivators who did not know what was good for them, and it was rare for them to sell treasures like garbage. Yang Kai wandered around but did not gain anything. Just as he was about to return home, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. There was a trace of anger and grievance in the voice. "Why are you all so unreasonable?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this voice, and the image of a young girl immediately flashed in front of his eyes. Impossible, right? Yang Kai thought to himself, but he had only been in Maplewood City for a few days and did not know many people, so the only voice that sounded familiar to him was this young girl. His curiosity was piqued, and he hurriedly walked over. Not far away, a group of people was watching something, and many cultivators were pointing at the center of the field. Yang Kai parted the crowd and looked inside. In an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the center of the field, a young girl in a dark green dress was frowning as she looked forward. She was petite, had a full chest, and a graceful figure. Her face was delicate and pretty, and her skin was fair. The most striking thing about her was the large crescent-shaped birthmark on her cheek. There were also several bulging cloth bags hanging from her waist. No one knew what was in them. Mo Xueqi. Yang Kai could not believe his eyes. It really was Mo Xueqi, the innocent girl he had met in Clear Jade Mountain. She was still alive? To be honest, seeing this little girl alive and kicking, Yang Kai inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, and the guilt that had been in his heart disappeared in an instant. That day in Clear Jade Mountain, the divine spirit was angry, and the black flame destroyed the world, and Clear Jade Mountain was poisoned, and Mo Xueqi had disappeared. Yang Kai thought she had died and felt quite guilty at the time. Because if he had been close enough to Mo Xueqi, he could have pulled her into the sealed world bead before the black flame reached her. But because of a momentary lapse in judgment, this innocent girl had died under the Luan Feng's wrath. At that time, Yang Kai did feel a little guilty. Although he was not very familiar with Mo Xueqi, the impression she gave him was quite good, and there were very few girls like Xueqi in this world. Now that he saw her again, Yang Kai was overjoyed, but at the same time, he wondered how she had managed to escape from that place. After all, the Luan Feng's indiscriminate attacks were too terrifying, and if he did not have the sealed world bead, he would not have been able to escape death. But thinking about it carefully, this little girl's origins were extremely mysterious, and she had a dazzling array of high-grade artifacts on her. Perhaps, she had used the power of some kind of artifact to escape. Thinking so, Yang Kai's evaluation of Xueqi rose a few notches. After all, an artifact that could withstand the Luan Feng's wrath was at least an emperor artifact, and Xueqi being able to possess an emperor artifact showed that her origins were unimaginable. But at this moment, this girl with great origins was in a predicament. Opposite her, a group of cultivators were surrounding a young man. This young man looked handsome and elegant, but his pair of lustful eyes were constantly sweeping Xueqi's body back and forth, especially her full twin peaks, which attracted this young man's attention. However, when he shifted his gaze to Xueqi's face, a look of extreme regret appeared on his face, as if he hated the unfairness of the Creator, his expression full of complaints against the blood and tears of the heavens. Chapter 1986. Why are you being so unreasonable? I saw this thing first and even paid for it with source crystals. Why should I give it to you? Xueqi was holding something in one of her hands behind her, but as she puffed out her full chest, facing the dozen or so burly men without fear. Girl, you can't say that. Since my young lord has taken a fancy to this thing, he must buy it. How many source crystals did you pay? We'll pay you double. Please take out that thing so as not to hurt our friendship. Opposite them, a man coldly snorted, his aura fluctuating as he spoke, his threatening tone obvious. Do you think I care about your source crystals? Xueqi pouted before turning to an elderly man beside her and asking, Tell me, did I buy it from you first? The old man was obviously the seller as he wore a frown on his face. Hearing this, he glanced at Xueqi, then at the dozen or so menacing men opposite him before letting out a hollow laugh. Probably, yes. What do you mean probably? Xueqi looked at him in amazement. Didn't I give you source crystals? I just gave you a few extra source crystals, and you even thanked me. The old man's mouth twitched as he fell silent. The young man who had been surrounded by many cultivators suddenly chuckled and looked at the old man. Old sir, how many source crystals did this girl pay you? The old man hesitated for a moment before replying softly, 8,000. 8,000? That's not much. This young lord offers 10,000. How about you sell it to me? The young man looked at the old man with a smile. 10,000? The old man was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded repeatedly. Good, good. After agreeing, he wore a troubled look. But this thing has already been bought by this girl. What does that matter? When it comes to business, the highest bidder wins. The young man smiled heartily. Turning to Xueqi, he said, Girl, you should have heard clearly. This young lord has bought this old sir's thing for 10,000 source crystals. Please take out. The highest bidder wins? Xueqi ground her teeth angrily. Before he could finish speaking, she said, Good, then I'll pay 20,000. Hearing this, the old seller was pleasantly surprised. He had never thought that his item could be sold for such a high price. At the same time, he was a little vexed. Since the two of them were fighting over it so fiercely, it was obviously a good item. Unfortunately, he didn't recognize it and sold it as an ordinary item, allowing others to pick up a great bargain. The young man frowned as a fierce look appeared on his face. This young lord offers 30,000, more than source crystals? You think you can beat me? 50,000. Xueqi threw out a number lightly. Immediately, it was as if an invisible sledgehammer had smashed down, smashing the youth across from him. The young man glared at her and roared, Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you steal from me? How would I know who you are? Xueqi looked at him with disgust. Besides, you're the one who wants to steal from me, right? You're too unreasonable. Fine, 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 you little girl. He really wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. This young lord will let you know what's good for you. I am Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuan Cheng. If you know what's good for you, leave this thing behind and scram. If you don't, this young lord will make you leave this thing behind. Ning Yuan Cheng grinned meaningfully as his eyes swept over Xueqi's body maliciously. Flying Saint Palace. This person is Ning Yuancheng. This girl is in big trouble. When Ning Yuancheng's voice fell, Mo Xueqi didn't react, but the surrounding cultivator's expression changed slightly. After all, although Flying Saint Palace wasn't a first-class force in the entire Southern Territory and couldn't be compared to Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, or Azure Sun Temple. However, it still had some fame. It was far from being comparable to the great forces around Maplewood City. As the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuancheng's reputation was naturally not small. At the very least, in this part of the Southern Territory, his name was well known. During this time, due to the appearance of the Luan Feng, many forces had gathered around to investigate. This caused many forces to head to Jade Clear Mountain to investigate the situation, and Flying Saint Palace was naturally no exception. The leader of this group was none other than young palace master Ning Yuancheng. However, after their trip to Clear Jade Mountain, they didn't gain anything and had decided to rest briefly in Maplewood City on the way back. But they hadn't expected to encounter such a situation in the black market. Ning Yuancheng wore a smug expression on his face. He had thought that after he revealed his name and the great force behind him, this woman who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would definitely apologize and even throw herself into his arms to beg for forgiveness. And, although this little girl had a large birthmark that affected her appearance, her figure was still quite good. Especially her pair of large breasts, which were definitely interesting to play with. When night fell, she would take off her clothes and turn off the lights, making no difference. Flying Saint Palace? What's that? I've never heard of it. Mo Xueqi frowned slightly, a blank look on her face. Ning Yuancheng's smug expression instantly stiffened, and the faces of the many Flying Saint Palace cultivator also became gloomy. Bold madwoman, you dare insult my Saint Palace? Take her down for me. This young lord will let her know what Flying Saint Palace is. Ning Yuancheng ordered fiercely. The dozen or so Origin King Realm cultivator took action without hesitation. Maplewood City was a small city, and even its city lord was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Its two vice-city lords were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so there were only 3 Dao Source Realm cultivators in total, so these Flying Saint Palace cultivators didn't put them in their eyes. Not to mention a place like the black market, even if they were on the streets, they would still dare to act. So what if it was the city lord's mansion? Could it oppose Flying Saint Palace? The dozen or so people rushed out at the same time, 3 of them moving the fastest and arriving beside Mo Xueqi in an instant. 2 of them reached out to grab Mo Xueqi's fragrant shoulders while one of them sent a palm strike towards Mo Xueqi's lower abdomen. Strength surged from each of their palms. Fortunately, they knew that their young lord's order was to capture, not kill, so they all held back. The onlookers exclaimed, all of them showing sympathetic looks. After all, a group of old men coming together to bully a little girl. Although this little girl was also a third-order Origin King, it was still enough to arouse sympathy from the onlookers. Yang Kai also couldn't bear to see this happen and averted his gaze, clicking his tongue a few times. His sympathy was not directed at Mo Xueqi, but at the Flying Saint Palace cultivator who had taken the initiative to attack her. What happened on Clear Jade Mountain that day was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. Even he, who had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and had taken countless origin mixing pills, had been injured by Mo Xueqi's attacks, let alone these ignorant fools. What's more, Yang Kai had only wanted to grab Mo Xueqi and take her away with him at that time, so he had not used any of his strength, but now, these people had attacked in anger. As for the consequences, sure enough, a series of screams rang out, causing all the onlookers to be stunned. After seeing the change in the situation, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. The 2 cultivators who had reached out to grab Mo Xueqi's fragrant shoulders screamed and flew back the moment they touched her, their palms bleeding profusely. It was unknown what had caused these wounds, but they were so deep that even bone could be seen, causing the onlookers to be horrified. The cultivator who had sent a palm strike towards Mo Xueqi's lower abdomen was in the most miserable state. After his palm struck, although Mo Xueqi was slightly shaken, the cultivator also let out a scream and fell back, his palm burning with pain. Looking around, the cultivator saw a human face mark appear on his palm for some reason. This face's facial features were distorted as it let out a shrill howl that seemed to reach the depths of one's knowledge sea. This cultivator instantly froze in place as a huge ghost face suddenly appeared in his knowledge sea. This ghost face was green and had sharp fangs, its mouth wide open as it devoured his spiritual energy like it was drinking from a spring, an extremely joyful expression appearing on its face. This cultivator was unable to resist at all, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. What? Ning Yuancheng saw this scene and immediately exclaimed. Everything in front of him was beyond his ability to comprehend. It was clearly his 3 cultivator subordinates who were attacking Mo Xueqi, but the other party just stood there without moving, her eyes filled with panic, as if she didn't know how to fight back. But before she could do anything, his 3 cultivator subordinates had already suffered heavy casualties. 2 injured and 1 dead. Such a result was simply blinding. What kind of secret technique is this? Is this little girl pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Could it be that she is some old witch who has lived for thousands of years and is hiding her cultivation and pretending to be innocent? All kinds of thoughts appeared in Ning Yuancheng's mind, causing his back to be soaked with sweat in an instant. Retreat! At that moment, the remaining cultivators also rushed to Mo Xueqi's side, but they were all shouted back. Everyone reacted quickly, and seeing the situation turn bad, how could they dare to attack Mo Xueqi at will? One after another, they retreated in fear and shock. A person with a gloomy face walked out from behind Ning Yuancheng. This person seemed to be a middle-aged man who had been standing silently behind Ning Yuancheng before, his expression as calm as an ancient well. Only now did he slowly walk out and stand in front of Ning Yuancheng. As the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, when he went out, he would naturally be accompanied by 1 or 2 masters. This person was the Flying Saint Palace Master responsible for protecting Ning Yuancheng, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, Lu Yizhi. As a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, his eyesight was naturally extraordinary, and he could tell at a glance that Mo Xueqi's background was extraordinary. Just now, it was he who had sensed the situation and ordered his disciples to retreat. He silently stood in front of Ning Yuancheng, blocking all possible angles of attack as he stared at Mo Xueqi solemnly, his eyes deep, as if he wanted to examine her from the inside out. You. What do you want to do? Mo Xueqi didn't come back to her senses until now and shouted with a fierce look on her face. Don't come any closer, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Be careful I don't beat you up. The onlookers couldn't help rolling their eyes. You're not someone to be trifled with. Isn't that obvious? Do we need you to tell us that? Chapter 1987. Lu Yizhi frowned slightly. Although he instinctively felt that Mo Xueqi's demeanor wasn't fake, nor did she look like an old witch who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he still didn't dare to take her lightly. After thinking about it for a while, he asked in a deep voice, "May I ask young lady's name?" Mo Xueqi gritted her teeth and glared at him, not answering. Lu Yizhi's frown deepened. The other party's silence really put him in a difficult position, so he could only ask again, "May I ask which sect young lady comes from? I see that young lady looks somewhat familiar, vaguely similar to someone I know. Perhaps our 2 sects have some kind of relationship. If that is the case, please tell me, lest the Dragon King's temple be washed away by the flood and we fail to recognize each other." He was obviously trying to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. After all, Lu Yizhi really couldn't see through Mo Xueqi's mysteries. It was best not to provoke such a person easily, otherwise, it was very likely that it would bring disaster to his sect. Especially now that Maplewood City was filled with dragons and snakes mixed in with people from various great forces. Lu Yizhi felt that Mo Xueqi was most likely a direct descendant of some super sect. Anyone with a little bit of experience would know what to say in the face of Lu Yizhi's speech. But how could Mo Xueqi know this? She didn't expect to give Lu Yizhi and the people from Flying Saint Palace a way out, so she simply said, "What relationship? I've never even heard of your Flying Saint Palace, so how could it be related to my spirit, us?" Lu Yizhi's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he secretly cursed Mo Xueqi for being so insensible, wondering if she really didn't understand. However, Mo Xueqi's slip of the tongue just now made Lu Yizhi secretly shocked. Mo Xueqi clearly wanted to say, "spirit," or something. However, in the star boundary, there were many great forces that started with the word spirit, and there were several that Flying Saint Palace couldn't afford to provoke. For a while, Lu Yizhi couldn't infer the true origins of the other party. Just as he was feeling like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, a strange laugh suddenly came from the crowd. "Who is it?" Lu Yizhi was still annoyed, so when he heard this, he naturally looked towards the source of the sound without any trace of politeness. What he saw was a person wrapped in a black robe, whose face couldn't be seen, but from the sound of this person's voice. But he could tell that this person was a man, a third-order origin, not much different from Xueqi. The black robe was naturally Yang Kai. He Ijit man. Others might not know Xueqi's temperament, but Yang Kai was well aware that if he didn't handle this matter well, even if Flying Saint Palace had scruples, they would still attack Xueqi for the sake of their sex face and reputation. When that time came, Ij's Yang. Although she had many miraculous abilities, the other party was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator who was able to draw upon the world principles. It was hard to say whether the artifacts on her would be able to display their full potential. Faced with Lu Yiji's inquiry, Yang Kai ignored him and instead walked directly towards Xueqi while saying, "Young lady, so you're here. It took me a long time to find him." "Me? Young lady?" Xueqi instinctively felt her heart clench, thinking that her whereabouts had been exposed and that her father had sent someone to catch her, so she subconsciously took out something from her space ring and prepared to escape. But she soon felt that something was not right, because that person's voice was somewhat familiar to her. At that moment, Yang Kai revealed a bit of his face. Xueqi was taken aback, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. "Ah, it's you. You didn't die." Yang Kai covered his face again. Chuckling meaningfully, he said, "Young lady, don't be too harsh on me. Although subordinate is resilient, he can't block your killing blow. I've been recuperating for many days. I've finally recovered." While speaking, Yang Kai quietly winked at Xueqi. Fearing that this little girl was blind, he quickly sent her a divine sense message, telling her not to speak. Xueqi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. The surrounding cultivator listened with black lines on his face, all of them looking at Yang Kai sympathetically, as if they were looking at a poor subordinate responsible for the safety of their noble young lady. Not only did he have to work hard as a nanny, but he also had to guard against his young lady's murderous intentions. Young lady, what happened here?" Yang Kai pretended to have only just noticed the anomaly, turning his head to look around as he asked, immediately becoming furious as he shouted, "Who dares be so bold as to attack my young lady? Are you tired of living?" He was a third-order origin king cultivator, but in front of a second-order Dao Source Realm master, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his murderous intent was so thick it was almost tangible, overflowing from his body, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Good, such a bold person actually exists in this world. Ha. I'm afraid even if the Star Envoy Master comes, he won't be able to save your life. Yang Kai sneered as he swept his eyes around, the scarlet eyes hidden under his black robes making him look like a mad beast. If it was just this ferocious appearance, it would have been fine. However, the information revealed in his words caused Lu Yiji's expression to suddenly collapse. Even the Star Envoy Master was powerless here. So where did these two come from? Could they be the heirs of the senior leaders of the Southern Territory's Star Soul Palace? Lu Yiji was so frightened, so there was no need to even mention Ning Yuancheng. He had thought that in Maplewood City, as the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, he could do whatever he wanted. No one dared to provoke him. How could he have known that he would suddenly provoke a noble existence that even the Star Envoy Master did not put in his eyes? In an instant, Ning Yuancheng's face turned pale and his legs trembled as he looked at Lu Yiji imploringly. Although the latter was a powerful second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, in front of those great forces, what did such a cultivation count for? Any random person from Star Soul Palace could crush Flying Saint Palace to dust. Secretly gulping, Ning Yuancheng braced himself and cupped his fists. "This friend, please calm your anger. Just now, there was some misunderstanding between this young lady and my young lord. A few disciples who did not have eyes and offended this young lady have already been punished. I hope this friend can be magnanimous and forgive them." "Is that so?" Yang Kai squinted at Lu Yiji. "Indeed. Friend, look, this young lady is actually unscathed." "Humph, if young lady was injured, do you think you would still be standing here talking to me?" Yang Kai sneered. Lu Yiji was furious. After all, the gap in cultivation between him and Yang Kai was huge. No Origin King had ever dared to speak to him so shamelessly, but Lu Yiji did not dare show it because the other party's background was not small. There was definitely more than one third-order Origin King protecting this young lady. Perhaps there was an even more powerful master hiding in the dark. When the man in the black robe was talking to him, he made a few strange hand gestures in a certain direction. Obviously, he was informing his companions of some information. Discovering this, Lu Yiji's forehead gradually oozed cold sweat. Because under the perception of his divine sense, he could not detect the existence of any master here. There was only one possibility for this situation. There was a master hiding in the dark who was stronger than him. Dare I ask this, friend? Where are you from? Although Lu Yiji was intimidated by Yang Kai, he was still a little unwilling, so after hesitating for a moment, he still carefully probed Yang Kai's origins. Humph. Yang Kai snorted as he swept his eyes over them, not answering directly. Are you from Flying Saint Palace? Yes, Lu Yiji nodded, not knowing why Yang Kai asked this. You want to know where we are from? Sure, come here and I'll tell you, but you'll have to pay a price. Yang Kai smiled slightly before whispering, within 3 days, Flying Saint Palace will be removed from the Southern Territory, but I don't know if you can afford this price. Lu Yiji trembled as his face suddenly paled. Do you still want to know? Yang Kai stared at him contemptuously. This Lu misspoke. Please don't take offense, friend. Lu Yiji was completely intimidated, so how could he dare ask another word? A group of clowns, frogs at the bottom of a well. This king is too lazy to lower himself to your level. Seeing that young lady is unharmed, this king will let you off this time. But if there is a next time... Yang Kai's expression became angry as he narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Yiji, slowly saying, You understand. Lu Yiji's entire body was soaked with sweat, so at this moment, he no longer cared about his sect or his face, quickly cupping his fists and saying, Many thanks, friend. Saying so, he quickly pulled Ning Yuan Cheng, who had been standing in place for a long time, as if 2 of his 3 souls had left his body, and shouted, Let's go. The remaining Flying Saint Palace disciples did not dare to linger, quickly picking up the corpses on the ground and following Lu Yiji. Young lady, let's go. Only now did Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief and quickly shouted to Emo Xueqi. At this moment, this little girl was staring at Yang Kai with a look of worship on her face. Her 2 eyes were practically twinkling like stars. Let's go. Yang Kai couldn't help urging her in a low voice when he saw her like this. After all, Lu Yiji was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai might be able to fool him for a while, but he wouldn't be able to fool him forever. If Lu Yiji realized something and came to him for confirmation, it would be over. Acting so presumptuously in front of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, what good would come out of it? Hey, don't go. What happened to the 50,000 source crystals we agreed on? The previous seller, who seemed to be willing to sacrifice his life for wealth, quickly shouted after hearing Yang Kai's words. You have the nerve to ask for 50,000 source crystals? Do you believe I won't take your life? Yang Kai glared at him, causing the old man to smile awkwardly and step back, keeping a safe distance from Yang Kai. Let's go. Yang Kai grabbed Emo Xueqi's wrist and prepared to take her away from here. In the next moment, he let go of Emo Xueqi as if he had been electrocuted, his palm dripping with blood. I'm sorry, big brother Yang. Emo Xueqi finally recovered and began to apologize in a hurry. Chapter 1988. Maplewood City. Inside Yang Kai's cave mansion. Yang Kai and Emo Xueqi were sitting across from each other. After leaving the black market, Yang Kai took Emo Xueqi and hurriedly fled back here. Along the way, he deliberately checked to see if anyone was following them, and at the same time, he took some detours. After confirming it was safe, they returned to the cave mansion. Big brother Yang, you're amazing. Emo Xueqi cupped her cheeks with both hands, looking at Yang Kai with a smitten expression on her face, her beautiful eyes shining brightly, not stingy with her worship and admiration. You scared those hateful guys away with just a few words. How did you do it? Yang Kai chuckled dryly. If it were anyone else asking him this question, Yang Kai would definitely think they were mocking him, but since it came from Emo Xueqi, it was genuine praise. They were just overthinking it, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Today's matter was indeed the result of Flying Saint Palace's people overthinking it, and it was also the result of the current situation in Maplewood City. If it weren't for the current chaotic situation in Maplewood City, Yang Kai's words today might not have had any effect. But now there were many people from various great forces in Maplewood City, and although Flying Saint Palace was not bad, it was not the best, so Lu Yiji would naturally have some scruples. Let's not talk about this. Xueqi, why are you here? Yang Kai changed the topic. I've always been here. Xueqi looked at Yang Kai inexplicably, not knowing why he would ask such a question. By the way, the cave mansion I rented is very close to Big Brother Yang's, so why haven't I seen you before? I didn't live here before. I didn't return until today. Oh. Actually, I wanted to ask, Xueqi, how did you escape from Clear Jade Mountain last time? Yang Kai looked at Xueqi suspiciously. After all, when he came out of the sealed world bead, he had deliberately searched for Xueqi, but there was no trace of her at all. At that time, he thought that Xueqi must be dead, burned to ashes without leaving any trace. However, he had never expected to see him again in Maplewood City today. That day, I used this thing to escape. Saying so, Xueqi took out something from her space ring and placed it in front of Yang Kai. This is... Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He stared at the beast skin on the table, which was emitting a strange energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was very familiar to Yang Kai. It was the fluctuation of space energy. The beast skin was only about the size of 2 palms. There were many mysterious lines and runes engraved on the beast skin, forming a mysterious pattern. Yang Kai reached out and touched it, feeling it carefully. After a while, he was shocked. This thing has the ability to transfer space? Hearing this, Xueqi looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Big Brother Yang really cultivates the Tao of space. You can even sense this. You know that I cultivate the power of space? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. That's right, when you fought in Clear Jade Mountain, didn't you use your space force? I noticed at that time because when you used your space force, the feeling was a bit similar to when Uncle Li fought. Uncle Li? It's Uncle Li Wu-Yi. He also cultivates the Tao of space and is very powerful. This thing was made by him to save my life. Xueqi was not wary of Yang Kai. She didn't know if it was because it was easy to change a leopard's spots, or because Yang Kai had never had any malicious thoughts towards her. Saying so, she explained, Uncle Li said that this thing can open a void corridor at a critical moment, so it's perfect for escaping. I originally had 2, but I used one in Clear Jade Mountain last time, so now I only have this one left. Xueqi showed a hint of reluctance as she spoke. You can directly open a void corridor with a spirit array on this beast skin. Yang Kai was shocked. Although his research and attainments in the Tao of space were extremely extraordinary, it was absolutely impossible for him to make such a thing with his current ability. He could only rely on his own space force to teleport. Moreover, it was easily disturbed. Once the surrounding world energy became unstable, his teleportation would not be able to play much of a role. This was related to his strength, his attainments in the Tao of space, and the world principles of the star boundary. The world principles of the star boundary were countless times denser than those of the homeland star territory. As such, Yang Kai's teleportation was greatly suppressed in the star boundary. But that Li Wu-Yi was actually able to make a treasure like this beast skin. Obviously, his attainments in the Tao of space were far beyond Yang Kai's reach. Big Brother Yang, I'm sorry. Xueqi suddenly apologized with a guilty expression. Why are you suddenly saying this? Yang Kai looked up at her. When we were in danger last time, I wanted to take you with me, but the Luan Feng's attack came too quickly, so I could only... Later, I wanted to go inside to find you again, but I couldn't go too deep, so I thought you must have died. Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled. In this regard, he and Xueqi had the same idea. Both of them thought the other party must have died under the world-extinguishing black flames, but neither of them had expected the other to have a way to escape. Then how did you escape, Big Brother Yang? Xueqi asked. I'm proficient in the Tao of space. Yang Kai casually made up a story. Oh right, Uncle Li said that those who are proficient in the Tao of space have top-notch escaping abilities. Xueqi suddenly realized. Seeing her completely believe him, Kai Yang's heart inexplicably filled with a sense of guilt. Next, the two began chatting casually again. However, under Yang Kai's intentional or unintentional inquiries, he also discovered that Li Wu-Yi's cultivation was actually a master from the Emperor realm. He did not inquire about Xueqi's origin. Sometimes the less one knew the better. Xueqi's background was obviously extraordinary, something Yang Kai was well aware of. Big Brother Yang, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come with me to look for treasures? Mo Xueqi suddenly proposed with great interest. Treasures. Yes, yes. Mo Xueqi nodded repeatedly, taking out an animal skin parchment from her space ring as she spoke. I bought a treasure map today. That person told me it was a treasure left behind by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. Maybe there is a heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret technique inside. This thing. Why does it look so familiar? Xueqi looked puzzled as he picked up the animal skin parchment and observed it carefully, a moment later frowning. How many source crystals did you buy this thing for? Xueqi looked up at Mo Xueqi. 7,000. Mo Xueqi said proudly, it's not expensive, right? If we can really find the heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret technique, we'll be rich. Damn profiteer. Xueqi couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Big brother Yang, what did you say? Nothing. Xueqi coughed lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said earnestly, Xueqi, when you go out, people's hearts are sinister. Not everyone is as docile and kind as you. You must always be careful. I know, Auntie Feng used to tell me that a lot. In the star boundary, there are many deceitful people, so you can't believe everything they say. I know that too. Ha! This treasure map is fake. Xueqi sighed softly, having no choice but to make things clear. Expecting this little girl to understand on her own was a bit too difficult for her. How could that be? That person swore there was definitely the treasure of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, one of the Great Emperors from a long time ago. Mo Xueqi looked at Xueqi in disbelief and said absent-mindedly, could it be that the Great Emperors also lie? Whether the Great Emperors lie or not, I don't know, but the person who sold this thing definitely lied to you. Mo Xueqi was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, she vaguely understood and shouted, hateful swindler, how dare he fool me, I'm going to find him. Forget it, that person is definitely not here anymore. Where are you going to find him in this vast sea of people? Xueqi hurriedly stopped her. Mo Xueqi suddenly pursed her lips, stomped her feet, and waved her small fists. I'm so angry, don't let me see him again, or I'll teach him a lesson. After throwing out these harsh words, her mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, and after thinking about it, she took out 7 or 8 more treasure maps from her space ring and said, Big brother Yang, take a look at these things, are they real or fake? Xueqi fixed his eyes on them and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. What about this? Mo Xueqi took out another thing, a black and useless night sky stone that could only be used for ornamental purposes. Haha. Xueqi laughed dryly. What about this peerless secret art? Mo Xueqi threw out another thing. Xueqi glanced at it and suddenly his body shook. It was a peerless secret art, the pages were yellowed and looked quite old, and on the page were 2 large words, peerless secret art. It was as if she was afraid others wouldn't know this was a peerless secret art. But how simple must a person be to be fooled into buying so many useless things after a trip to the black market? If everyone in the world was like Mo Xueqi, wouldn't those swindlers have already made a fortune? Xueqi's silence made Mo Xueqi extremely depressed, causing her to bury her head in her chest, as if she was shrouded in an invisible shadow. Seeing her look like she had suffered a huge blow, Xueqi sighed softly and was about to comfort her, hoping she would learn from her mistakes and be more careful in the future when Mo Xueqi suddenly raised her head and grinned, this thing is definitely not fake. Saying so, she carefully took out an oval, light blue stone and placed it on the table. Seeing her confident look, Xueqi couldn't help feeling interested. Releasing his divine sense to probe this thing, he found that it didn't give off any world energy fluctuations, just like a real stone. But what was strange was that this stone-like thing had an inexplicable power on its surface that prevented his divine sense from penetrating it. What is this? Xueqi frowned and asked. Mo Xueqi smiled mysteriously, a beast egg. Chapter 1989. This is a beast egg? Xueqi was stunned. How do you know this is a beast egg? I just know. Mo Xueqi shook her head and replied with a proud look on her face. Anyway, this thing can't be wrong. I just don't know what kind of monster beast's egg it is, but I can feel that it should be very powerful. You have a secret technique that can sense it? Xueqi looked at her thoughtfully. That's right. This is what I was fighting over with that guy from Flying Saint Palace. Maybe he also saw how extraordinary this thing is. Since you're sure it's a beast egg, then keep it carefully. Xueqi didn't know much about this, but since Mo Xueqi had a secret technique that could sense it, It couldn't be wrong. This was probably her only gain from visiting the black market. By the way, Xueqi, do you know anything about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. That's the secret art of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Of course I know. Xueqi nodded. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor relied on this supreme secret art to reach the peak step by step and become a top emperor. In his era, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was an extremely powerful existence. Even among the 10 great emperors, he was ranked in the top 3. Then the heaven-devouring great emperors are now. The heaven-devouring great emperors have already fallen. Xueqi smiled slightly. Rumor has it that the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques were rejected by heaven and earth. In the end, the great emperors were rejected by heaven and earth, so they became the demon race and died. But I know. At this point, she smiled mysteriously and whispered, "This is fake." Then what is the real truth? The heaven-devouring great emperors were besieged and fell in the shattered star sea, Xueqi said. His expression suddenly became unprecedentedly solemn. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said in a serious voice, "The heaven-devouring great emperor's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 great emperors. Those who dared to besiege him." Shoo! Xueqi put her finger on her lips. "This is a big secret, uncle's secret. I also heard a few words from Uncle Li and Auntie Feng when they were chatting. Big brother Yang, don't go around talking about it, otherwise it is very likely to lead to a fatal disaster. In this world, there are not many people who know this secret." I understand, but why are those existences attacking the heaven-devouring martial monarch? I don't know, Xueqi shook her head. With Xueqi's character, if she really knew something, she would never hide it. Since she said she didn't know, then she really didn't know. Yang Kai didn't ask more about this matter. Yang Kai instinctively felt that the reason why the heaven-devouring great emperor was besieged might be related to the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. It seems that it's time to study the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wu Mengchuan didn't have good intentions in teaching him the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, it was still a secret art mastered by the 10 great emperors. It would be a pity to just leave it alone. The two chatted for a while. Xueqi then left. Before leaving, Xueqi gave Yang Kai a sound bead and told Yang Kai that if he wanted to find her, he just needed to pour his divine sense into the sound bead. Yang Kai naturally nodded and agreed. Although Xueqi was too naive, she had an extraordinary background and was covered in precious treasures. What's more, her knowledge and experience in certain aspects were not something Yang Kai could compare with. Perhaps one day, Yang Kai would be able to borrow her strength. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse her kindness. Not to mention, everyone was now settling down in Maplewood City. By deepening their contact, it would be easier to take care of each other if any accidents happened. A sound bead was similar to a communication artifact, but Xueqi's sound bead was specially made and was more useful than a communication artifact. Judging from the energy fluctuations alone, it was obviously an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. After sending Xueqi off, Yang Kai arranged a large number of source crystals in his secluded home and activated all the forbidden spirit arrays without caring about the consumption. Now that he had a lot of source crystals, he naturally wouldn't be stingy in this regard. After ensuring his safety and concealment were safe, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead and entered alone. Inside the small sealed world, it was still quiet. Yang Kai released his divine sense and the situation inside the small sealed world was clear at a glance. In the medicine garden, the herbs he had obtained from the severed world were growing vigorously. These herbs were all Origin King grade, and if they were refined into pills, they would be of great benefit to the growth of an Origin King realm cultivator. Previously, Yang Kai was reluctant to use these herbs because they were extremely rare in the territory of Home Star. But now that he was in the star boundary, where the resources were even more abundant, these herbs were nothing to him. Therefore, he decided to refine these herbs into pills to facilitate his cultivation. He could also use these herbs to refine pills to improve his alchemy skills and see if he could break through the bottleneck of the Dao Source grade. If he succeeded, he could be promoted to a Dao Source grade alchemist. In the star boundary, an Origin King grade alchemist was nothing, but a Dao Source grade alchemist was definitely a top-notch character. Yang Kai's current strength wasn't high, so if he had the identity of a Dao Source-grade alchemist as a shield, he may be able to save his life in a crisis. After busying himself, Yang Kai collected all the Origin King-grade herbs and sorted them out, preparing to refine them into pills after leaving this place. Inside the small sealed world, in addition to the herbs in the medicine garden, there was also the monster insect queen and the ice flower exotic fruit he obtained from the bottom of the ice cliff. The area around the ice flower exotic fruit was extremely cold, but the monster insect queen was sleeping peacefully, seemingly absorbing the cold energy emitted by the ice flower exotic fruit to strengthen itself. After a period of recuperation and fusion, the monster insect queen, which had transformed into a blood beast, was much better, and the large and small wounds on its body also showed signs of healing. After all, although the monster insect queen's physical body was dead, Yang Kai's pure golden blood had a powerful restorative ability. What surprised Yang Kai the most though was that the purple and green twin swords given to him by Mo Xueqi had actually begun to fuse with the monster insect queen's body. The purple and green twin swords were Origin King-grade high-rank artifacts, and when the two swords fused together, they were comparable to ordinary Dao Source-grade artifacts. Moreover, they were of the ice attribute, making them extremely suitable for the monster insect queen. When Yang Kai obtained the purple and green twin swords in Clear Jade Mountain, he had thrown them into the small sealed world without hesitation. Now, it seemed that the two swords were actually fusing with the two broken pincers of the monster insect queen. This was quite strange. At that time, Yang Kai only wanted to find a suitable weapon for the monster insect queen, so he had thrown the purple and green twin swords into the small sealed world. Now that he thought about it carefully, although the monster insect queen was now his blood beast, the sentience in its body was the manifestation of the sentient sword intent, so it had a natural affinity with sword-type artifacts. A blood beast, a sentient sword intent, and a monster insect body. When all these things were mixed together, Yang Kai didn't even know how to describe the monstrous monster insect queen. Unfortunately, it didn't have true sentience and wasn't a living creature. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been looking forward to seeing how far it could grow. After observing the monster insect queen for a while and confirming that it was fine, Yang Kai found a place to sit down cross-legged, took a source condensing pill, and began to meditate in his mind while transforming his source qi. He wanted to comprehend the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method that Wu Mengchuan had taught him. At that time in the bone prison, although Yang Kai had also briefly reviewed this secret art and felt that it was incredibly powerful and incredible, he didn't have much time to study it carefully. Moreover, after learning about the origin of this secret art, Yang Kai also felt that Wu Mengchuan had ill intentions and was unwilling to cultivate such a secret art. However, not cultivating it did not mean that it was useless. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Perhaps one could pry into a thread of mystery from this set of cultivation methods. Yang Kai quickly entered a state of selflessness. Cultivating to this point, he had come into contact with a lot of secret arts and secret techniques, so he naturally had some insight. But after comprehending it, he found that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method was more mysterious and powerful than any secret art or secret technique he had come into contact with. Devouring all things with aura from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and turning them into his own, when he reached the peak and achieved the Emperor physique, he could even devour the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Yang Kai was shocked. The creator of this secret art, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, was definitely a madman. He even wanted to devour the stars and refine the heavens and earth. But on second thought, Yang Kai admired the heaven-devouring Great Emperor even more. Regardless of whether he was a madman or not, this person was definitely a heaven-defying genius, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create such a secret art. There was a rumor that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method was not tolerated by the heavens and earth, which was not a rumor. Such a secret art was indeed not tolerated by the heavens and earth, nor by other emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was eventually besieged by other emperors and fell into the shattered star sea, which could be said to be his own fault. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware of the inappropriateness of this secret art. Devouring and refining everything in the world that contained world energy for one's own use sounded very tempting, and it could allow one to grow rapidly in a very short time, but this kind of unrestrained devouring and refining was bound to be accompanied by great hidden dangers. Devouring all kinds of energy into the same body, if one didn't have a strong ability to withstand and convert it, it would only lead to a conflict between different kinds of energy, and it was inevitable that it would become the demon race. The most obvious example was Wu Mengchuan. The old man's temperament was perverse, cruel and ruthless. Even his loyal subordinates would be killed without batting an eyelid. Obviously, it had something to do with the cultivation method he practiced. Moreover, if this secret art was really so magical, then Wu Mengchuan wouldn't have been in the Third Order Dao Source Realm until now. He would have likely cultivated to the Emperor Realm long ago. Useless. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Such a top-notch secret art had fallen into his hands, but it had become useless to keep and a pity to discard, which really made him feel regretful. In any case, he would never joke about his own future by cultivating this heaven-devouring great emperor battle method. There was more than one path to the Emperor Realm. Chapter 1990. Just as Yang Kai was feeling sorry for the heaven-devouring battle law, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind and an exciting idea popped up in his mind. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics allowed one to devour the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's spiritual objects and use them as their own. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed them to devour and refine all kinds of minerals, eliminating the impurities and preserving the essences to strengthen themselves. The two were shockingly similar in some aspects. Moreover, the stone mongoose was not made of flesh and blood. In terms of adaptability and endurance, what creature in the world could be stronger than them? For example, Xiao Xiao could devour and refine the sun's true essence, let alone other things. If the stone mongoose were to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, what would happen? Generally speaking, it was impossible for the Stone Puppet Clan to cultivate any kind of secret art because although they were extremely talented and powerful, their intelligence was simply too low, making it impossible for them to comprehend the mysteries of any secret art, let alone cultivate it. The creator was extremely fair. He had given the stone mongoose a strong physique and great destructive power. He had even given them an extremely high growth rate. However, he had erased most of their intelligence. If the stone mongoose also had high intelligence, they would definitely become a race comparable to the ancient divine spirits. Moreover, all of them had such intelligence. This was an extremely terrifying thing. However, Yang Kai had a Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya was originally transformed from the golden stone mongoose and merged with the entire floating continent. It was where Yang Kai's soul clone resided. The Dharmakaya was equivalent to Yang Kai's second body. The stone mongoose could not cultivate any battle tactics, but that did not mean the Dharmakaya could not. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's blood began to boil. He suddenly realized something. In the face of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, the Dharmakaya had a unique advantage in cultivation. He quickly used his divine telekinesis to retrieve the soul clone that was residing in the Dharmakaya. Then, he poured the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics and many of his previous understandings into the soul clone. Only then did he appear where the Dharmakaya was in a flash. The soul clone flew out again and entered the mountainous Dharmakaya's body. Then, the Dharmakaya took an extremely strange posture. It looked solemn and dignified as it cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics. At first, there was no movement, but as time passed, a cracking sound suddenly came from inside the huge embodiment. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, thinking that something had gone wrong with his cultivation, but after carefully examining the situation inside his soul clone, he discovered that something was amiss. But that was not the case. The cracking sound continued, followed by rustling noises. Large pieces of rock-like objects fell from the embodiment's body. As soon as they hit the ground, they turned into dust and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's soul clone. And he couldn't help but grin. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics were indeed extraordinary. It was simply a top-notch cultivation method tailor-made for the Stone Mongoose clan. That was because the things that fell from the Dharmakaya were all impurities and useless things that had been devoured. Back then, the Dharmakaya had merged with the entire floating continent. For the past few years, it had been using the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique to refine it. Unfortunately, the progress was very slow, so its body had always been huge and inconvenient to move. Yang Kai had never thought of using the Dharmakaya in many battles because of this reason. Its body was too big. He wanted to get it out of the sealed world bead. It would consume a lot of divine sense. Why would Yang Kai use it unless he had no other choice? Based on the previous progress, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 10 or 20 years for the Dharmakaya to gradually shrink to a height of 100 feet. Only then could he use the Dharmakaya at will. But when that time really came, Yang Kai's strength was definitely not at its current level. How much help could a Dharmakaya comparable to a third-order origin king exert? In fact, Yang Kai had always had a headache about the Dharmakaya, but he had no good solution and could only ignore it. But now, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics seemed to be able to solve this problem. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, coupled with the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique, allowed the Dharmakaya to refine impurities at a much faster speed. Countless impurities fell from the Dharmakaya, leaving behind only its essence. The Dharmakaya's outer shell seemed to have been peeled off. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Dharmakaya could become another great help to Yang Kai. But that wasn't all. What excited Yang Kai the most was that the Dharmakaya also had a set of secret arts that could be cultivated to become stronger. The Stone Mongoose clan couldn't cultivate and could only use their divine technique to devour ores to strengthen themselves. Xiao Xiao had grown up this way. But now, not only did the Dharmakaya have the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique, but it also had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics. With this two-pronged approach, as long as there were enough materials, the Dharmakaya's strength could be greatly improved in a very short time. *DDD. Where the Dharmakaya was, a meteor shower began to fall. Countless impurities fell from its body and soon formed a thick layer on the ground. With his soul clone presiding over the Dharmakaya's cultivation, Yang Kai didn't need to pay much attention to it. As such, Yang Kai soon began to cultivate in peace nearby, concentrating on transforming the source qi in his body. The starlight in his body had been exhausted, so if he wanted to accelerate the transformation of his source qi, he could only rely on source condensing pills. Although the effect was slower than that of the starlight, the source condensing pills refined by Yang Kai were of high quality, so they weren't bad. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the speed at which he consumed source condensing pills was much faster than that of an ordinary Origin King. For an ordinary third-order Origin King cultivator, taking a single source condensing pill was enough to support their cultivation for about 3 days. In other words, during these 3 days, the source condensing pill's medicinal efficacies would remain active. But Yang Kai used up all of them in a single day. After thinking about it, he could only think of the reason for this because he was a Star Master. As a Star Master, perhaps the speed at which he transformed his source qi was much faster than that of an ordinary Origin King. As such, the consumption of source condensing pills was also much greater. However, this was a good thing for Yang Kai. He didn't need to worry about source condensing pills now. He could just refine more once he ran out. What was most urgent right now was to completely transform his source qi as soon as possible and improve his combat effectiveness to reach the standard for breaking through to the Dao source realm. Time flew by and 7 days passed. Yang Kai walked out of the sealed world bead. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately noticed that someone had touched the barrier around his secluded home. After investigating further, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, took out his identity token, and deactivated all the barriers. Outside the secluded home, a man dressed like a waiter was waiting anxiously, holding a communication artifact in his hand. He seemed to be constantly communicating with someone. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Come in." The waiter was taken aback when he heard this, but he was immediately overjoyed and quickly pushed the door open to enter. "Greetings, Alchemist Yang." The waiter quickly saluted. "No need to be polite. Did shopkeeper Kong ask you to come find me? What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. This waiter was a clerk from Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai had seen him a few times before, so he recognized him. Shopkeeper Kong said that you can go to the Pill Plaza as soon as you come out of seclusion. He has something important to discuss with you. Shopkeeper Kong is back? Kong Si Ran had been invited by the City Lord's mansion to accompany him to clear Jade Mountain to investigate the situation where the Luan Feng had appeared. Yang Kai knew about this, but that place was now engulfed in black flames, so nothing could be found. Calculating the time, it was about time for Kong Si Ran to return. Shopkeeper Kong returned the day before yesterday. Alchemist Yang, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come with me to the Pill Plaza to talk with Shopkeeper Kong? Shopkeeper Kong has urged you many times, the waiter said with a smile. All right, I'll go right away, Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't know why Kong Si Ran was in such a hurry to find him, he knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Kong Si Ran to have a clerk stand guard at the entrance of his secluded home. Without needing to pack anything, Yang Kai immediately left the secluded home and rushed to Spirit Pill Plaza with the waiter. Not long after, they entered the Pill Plaza and Kong Si Ran immediately pulled Yang Kai into a secret room. Seeing him acting so mysteriously, Yang Kai couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What is shopkeeper Kong doing?" Kong Si Ran chuckled and said, "Alchemist Yang, there's good news." "What good news?" "Star Envoy Master is going to give us an opportunity. Don't you think that's a good thing?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Kong Si Ran's words were so vague that it was difficult for him to understand. "It's like this." Kong Si Ran poured a cup of tea for Yang Kai and said, "In 3 days, Star Envoy Master will open the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Maplewood City." 5-colored treasure pagoda? Yang Kai was even more confused. "What's that?" Kong Si Ran suddenly opened his mouth wide, seemingly quite surprised that Yang Kai hadn't even heard of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but after thinking about all the ignorant deeds Yang Kai had done before, Kong Si Ran patted his head and said, "This Kong was confused and didn't explain it clearly to Alchemist Yang." "Please don't take offense." Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression, knowing that Kong Si Ran was giving him face, so he didn't say anything and just stared at him seriously. "The 5-colored treasure pagoda is an emperor artifact." "An emperor artifact?" Yang Kai raised his brow. And among emperor artifacts, it is an extremely high-level one." Kong Si Ran smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with the look on Yang Kai's face. "However, the 5-colored treasure pagoda is a very special emperor artifact. It has no offensive or defensive abilities. If it can't attack or defend, what can it be used for? For cultivation?" Although Yang Kai was a little ignorant about the star boundary, he still knew some common sense. The functions of an artifact were nothing more than offensive and defensive, so it could only be used for cultivation. "More or less." Kong Si Ran chuckled. "The 5-colored treasure pagoda is used for experience, and it has always been a treasure that only the cultivator of Star Soul Palace is qualified to enter." Listening to shopkeeper Kang's words, could the interior of this 5-colored treasure pagoda be a world of its own? Yang Kai immediately thought of this possibility. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai in amazement and said with admiration, "Alchemist Yang is really sharp and quick-witted. The interior of this 5-colored treasure pagoda is indeed a world of its own, an extremely mysterious one at that." Chapter 1991. After listening to Kong Si Ran's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was a supreme treasure of Star Soul Palace and was extremely famous in the star boundary. This was not just because it was an emperor artifact, but also because it was extremely special. The interior of the 5-colored treasure pagoda was a world of its own, somewhat similar to the sealed world bead, but much more complete than the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hands. It was rumored that the 5-colored treasure pagoda was born in the hands of great emperors Ming Yu, the master of Star Soul Palace, but in fact, before the great emperors became famous, the 5-colored treasure pagoda had already taken shape. However, it was later obtained by the great emperors Ming Yu and refined into its final form. The space inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda was said to be an ancient battlefield that contained many ancient treasures and spirit grasses. The terrain of the battlefield was unpredictable and had always been stored inside Star Soul Palace. It was the most popular and easiest place for Star Soul Palace disciples to go to for life experience. As long as a disciple of Star Soul Palace met certain requirements, they could enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. There they could refine their cultivation, improve their combat skills, comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory's principles. Although the 5-colored treasure pagoda had existed for countless years and countless cultivators had entered it to gain experience and seek out opportunities that belonged to them, the number of treasures inside had never decreased. The reason for this was simple. Entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda was not without risk. Many of the disciples of Star Soul Palace had died inside, and the space rings of those cultivators had naturally become the remnants of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, serving as targets for the next batch of cultivators to find. The entire 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels. The first and second levels were for Origin King Realm cultivators, while the third and fourth levels were for Tao Source Realm cultivators. As for the highest 5th level, it was for the Emperor Realm cultivator to experience and pursue the Great Tao. Inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, there were not only hidden ancient artifacts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines that had grown for countless years. What tempted the cultivator the most was the power of the laws of heaven and earth and the origin of the stars that occasionally appeared briefly. This was because it was a dilapidated ancient battlefield. In the ancient times, countless powerful experts fought there, shattering the heaven and earth, shattering the stars, and collapsing the natural laws. That was why it was inside the pagoda. There were also many fragmented laws of nature and incomplete star sources. Both of them were incomplete, but they contained many mysteries and wonders. If a cultivator could comprehend them, they would be of great help to any cultivator. After the Origin King realm was the Tao Source realm, where a cultivator would begin to comprehend world principles. However, at the Tao Source realm, a cultivator could only use simple world principles. To truly use the laws for one's own use and to enforce the law with one's words was a profound mystery that only the experts of the Emperor realm could touch upon. In the star boundary, countless Origin King realm cultivators had completely transformed their source chi but were still unable to break through to the Tao Source realm. The biggest shackle was that they were unable to comprehend the world principles. It was for this reason that Star Master cultivators were so popular in the star boundary. For example, Xueqi had already begun to comprehend the world principles of Shadowed Star when he was just an Origin returning realm cultivator. Although that was only the world principles of a single cultivation star, which could not be compared to the world principles of the entire star boundary. However, if one understood one principle, one could understand all other principles. Xueqi could be considered to have just begun to comprehend the world principles, so he would not face too many bottlenecks when breaking through to the Tao Source realm in the future. He would even have a unique advantage when breaking through to the Emperor realm. However, this kind of welcome was not just from the appreciation and expectation of a master. It was more from envy and plunder. The actions of Yin Lushang of Netherworld sect were the best examples. As such, Xueqi would not expose the secret of his Star Master status. So, Alchemist Yang should understand why the 5-colored treasure pagoda is open. Do you understand how beneficial it is to us? Kong Si Ran asked with a bright face. I understand. If that's the case, then the 5-colored treasure pagoda is indeed a good place to go, Xueqi nodded. That's not all. Kong Si Ran smiled faintly. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly. Alchemist Yang, you also know that Maplewood City is filled with dragons and snakes mixed in with snakes. Countless forces large and small have arrived. So after Sir Star Envoy opened the 5-colored treasure pagoda, how could these top forces not express their gratitude? What shopkeeper Kong means is. Xueqi trembled as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Hehehe. I won't hide it from Alchemist Yang, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, and many other great forces have all taken out a batch of precious materials and placed them inside the pagoda. Not only are there pills inside, but there are also secret arts, secret techniques, and even Tao Source-grade artifacts. Xueqi's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was really the case, then the entire Maplewood City would be boiling with excitement. In the past, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a cultivator who cultivated on their own or came from a low background to obtain some benefits from a great force, but this time, such a great opportunity had arrived. Countless treasures were hidden inside the pagoda, waiting for those who were fated to find them. How could any cultivator not rush to obtain them? Heavenly Martial Holy Land even took out 3 Tao Source fruits and placed them inside. Kong Si Ran's expression suddenly became excited, and even his voice trembled. Alchemist Yang, as an alchemist, I'm afraid you know the role of Tao Source fruits better than anyone else. Tao Source fruits used to refine Tao Source pills? Xueqi exclaimed. Exactly. Kong Si Ran could not suppress the trembling of his hands and spilled water from his teacup. Tao Source fruits. In the entire star boundary, only a few top great forces can cultivate Tao Source fruits, and in the Southern Territory, even Star Soul Palace does not have a Tao Source fruit tree. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is the only one, and only 6 Tao Source fruits are produced every 10 years. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is really bleeding a lot this time. Does shopkeeper Kong want this Tao Source fruit? Xueqi saw the strange look on his face and immediately guessed. Of course this old master wants it. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, Alchemist Yang, this old master has been stuck in the Third Order Origin King realm for more than 200 years. This old master also knows that his aptitude is not high, and if nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid he will be stuck outside the Tao Source realm for the rest of his life. But if there is really a Tao Source fruit, this old master can still break through his bottleneck. Whether he succeeds or not, there is always a glimmer of hope. Although Kong Si Ran was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza and was considered a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, because his strength was not high and his status in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not high, he did not have the means to obtain a Tao Source pill from the Chamber of Commerce. A single Tao Source pill could create a Tao Source realm cultivator, and Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce would not casually bestow it to its subordinates. Only those with corresponding contributions would be granted. Kong Si Ran had to stay in Maplewood City for another 100 to 200 years, and if he made a certain achievement during this period, he might be granted a Dao Source Pill. Yang Kai could somewhat understand Kong Si Ran's excitement. A single Dao Source fruit could be used to refine a furnace of pills, and the limit of a furnace of Dao Source pills was 9. So, as long as he could obtain a Dao Source fruit, no matter who refined it, he would be able to obtain at least 1 or 2 Dao Source pills. Once he broke through to the Dao Source realm, his status in Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce would be completely different, and he would no longer have to stay in a small place like Maplewood City. Not to mention Kong Si Ran's desire, Yang Kai also had a need for a Dao Source pill. Once he finished transforming his Source Qi and peered into the mysteries of principles, he would be qualified to break through to the Dao Source realm. At that time, a Dao Source pill could greatly increase his chances of breaking through. Alchemist Yang, you won't miss the trip to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, right? Kong Si Ran calmed down and asked Yang Kai. Of course I will go and watch such a grand event. Yang Kai smiled slightly. That's good, that's good. Kong Si Ran laughed. Kong Si Ran laughed. If you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda in your life. But shopkeeper Kong, if this is really the case, then this experience will be extremely dangerous. You and I are both third-order Origin Kings, so we don't have to worry about facing Origin King realm enemies. But what if we encounter a Dao Source realm master? Haha, Alchemist Yang is overthinking things. Kong Si Ran waved his hand and smiled. Kong Si Ran smiled and waved his hand. Opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda is not so easy. Sir Star Emissary was kind enough to allow the cultivators of my Maplewood City to enter. But how could he open the entire 5-colored treasure pagoda? This time, only the first and second layers will be opened, so only cultivators at the Origin King realm and below can enter. No Dao Source realm cultivators will be allowed to enter. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned. But after thinking about it for a moment, it was understandable. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was an emperor artifact, so opening it once would definitely consume a lot of energy. No matter how strong the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace was, it was impossible for him to open the entire pagoda. If that were the case, Star Soul Palace would suffer a great loss. However, if this was the case, Yang Kai would be happy to see it happen. As long as there was no Dao Source Realm cultivator, he had nothing to fear. He just had to be careful of the dangers inside the pagoda. Indeed, I called Alchemist Yang here in a hurry to inform you of this matter. This news has not been officially spread yet, and only those who followed Star Envoy Master into Clear Jade Mountain know about it. I also received this news from the City Lord's Master. Since Alchemist Yang knows about it, please make preparations. Many thanks for Shopkeeper Kang's reminder, Yang Kai said gratefully. Alchemist Yang is too polite. Without you, Spirit Pill Plaza's future would be bleak. This can be considered a small repayment from this old master, so there is no need to worry. In that case, this Yang will take his leave first. I really need to go back and prepare. Yang Kai got up and said. See you in 3 days. Kong Si Ran cupped his fists slightly. Yang Kai nodded and quickly left Spirit Pill Plaza. Returning to his secluded home again, Yang Kai took out the herbs he had collected from the medicine garden in the mysterious small world and immediately began to refine spirit pills. Although the ones who entered were all Origin Kings and below, so Yang Kai was not worried about encountering strong enemies. The more spirit pills he had, the better. If he encountered an emergency, they could be used to help him. There were a lot of herbs, so Yang Kai refined one furnace after another without any distractions. Chapter 1992. The next day, the news that Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda was about to open spread throughout Maplewood City. Countless cultivators cheered excitedly, praising Star Soul Palace's generosity. Only a few Dao Source Realm Masters were indignant. After all, the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time had nothing to do with them. For a time, Maplewood City's pharmacies, artifact shops, and many other shops were overcrowded. The 5-colored treasure pagoda would open in 2 days, so the cultivator naturally wanted to be well prepared. They did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy a large number of life-saving and restorative spirit pills. They even gritted their teeth and bought artifacts that they had been reluctant to buy before. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Every cultivator understood this simple truth. If they wanted to gain anything from the five-colored treasure pagoda and escape unscathed, they had to make more thorough preparations. Xueqi had obviously also received the news and was very interested. She even used a sound bead to inform Yang Kai that they would enter the five-colored treasure pagoda together in 2 days. Yang Kai agreed, feeling a little guilty in his heart. Xueqi had informed him as soon as she received the news, but he had already known about it in advance and had forgotten to inform Xueqi. If she wanted to go to the five-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai would certainly not stop her. Although this girl was simple and could even be said to be ignorant of worldly affairs, she was like a hedgehog. No one in the Origin King realm would be able to do anything to her. Yang Kai continued to focus on alchemy. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, in a secret room, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged 10 meters across from each other. The man was about 40 years old, with a deep aura and a dignified appearance. He was wearing a black robe with a symbol of stars embroidered in silver thread on his chest. Although these stars were inanimate objects, they looked very real. They flickered with a mysterious light. Silver Star Envoy. Only the Silver Star emissary of the Star Soul Palace dared to wear this kind of attire. It was a symbol embroidered with silver thread. This was the characteristic of a Silver Star Envoy. In the Star Soul Palace, Star Envoys were divided into 3 ranks. From top to bottom, they were Gold Star Envoys, Silver Star Envoys, and Bronze Star Envoys. Even the lowest rank, Bronze Star Envoys, required a First-Order Emperor Realm Master to serve. This middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s was a Silver Star Envoy, which meant that his cultivation had reached the Second-Order Emperor Realm. As for the legendary Venus Emissary, he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Over the years, the number of times Star Soul Palace had sent out Gold Star Envoys could be counted on one hand. In fact, many ordinary people in the Emperor Realm hadn't even seen Gold Star Envoys. In the entire Star Soul Palace, there were only 3 Golden Star Envoys, and no one knew where they were or what they were doing. Opposite the Silver Star Emissary, she had bright eyes, white teeth, and a picturesque face. Her jet-black hair was soft and straight, and her beautiful eyes were like a pool of clear water, without the slightest impurity. The woman wore a long blue dress, which was decorated with luxurious and small gemstones. These gemstones were not ordinary either, and each of them was emitting a mysterious energy fluctuation. She sat there with her legs crossed. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her aura was fluctuating, and from time to time, it resonated with the world principles. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. The woman's cultivation was at the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm, and if she broke through, she would naturally reach the Tao Source realm. Your Highness, are you all right? Although the man in his 40s was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, when facing this woman who was at the peak of the Origin King realm, he still acted respectfully. However, her tone was still respectful, which clearly showed that this woman's status was not low. Hearing this, the woman nodded gently and said, "I'm fine for the time being." Hi, Your Highness, you are too capricious. The Silver Star Emissary looked annoyed. You tricked me with the fake face bead and left Star Soul Palace with me. When we return this time, we will be punished by the great emperors. Hearing this, the woman stuck out her tongue and said, Uncle Xiao, don't be afraid. When the time comes, Sun will plead for you. You are my father's old brother, so he won't really punish you. You. Xiao Yuyong glanced at Lan Sun and gloated. You can't even protect yourself now, so how can you plead for me? The great emperor said that when you return to Star Soul Palace, you will be grounded for 10 years. 10 years? Lan Sun exclaimed and wailed. You might as well kill me. It's too boring to stay in Star Soul Palace all day, so I wanted to come out and have some fun. Then you should have chosen a good time. Xiao Yuyong had a helpless look on his face as he smiled bitterly. You knew you were about to break through, so why didn't you stay in Star Soul Palace and take the risk of leaving? When Lan Sun heard this, she couldn't help but lower her head and muttered, I heard about the appearance of divine spirits, but I have never seen one before, so I wanted to come and see the fun. You are the daughter of the great emperors. Your body is priceless. Do you think you won't be able to see divine spirits in the future? If all else fails, let the great emperors take you to Dragon Island as a guest, where divine spirits are everywhere. What's there to see about a few big snakes? Lan Sun looked indifferent. A few big snakes. Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched. A dignified second-order Emperor Realm Master was speechless for a while, so he let out a long sigh and said, "Forget it, now that you can't suppress your breakthrough aura, it's too late to send you back to Star Soul Palace." The great emperors also agreed to let me open the entrance to the 5-colored treasure pagoda here. The great emperors will open the real treasure pagoda on the other side and let you enter to break through. In order to deceive the public, we even declared that this was an opportunity that our Star Soul Palace had given to the cultivators of this city. After much difficulty, we managed to convince those from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, and Azure Sun Temple to help. Otherwise, with my strength alone, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. However, you must be careful when the time comes. I will use a secret technique to send you directly to the 3rd layer. Find a good place there and comprehend the Heavenly Way and Martial Tao. Absorb as much of the broken world principles and star source as possible. This will be of great benefit to your future growth. I know. Do you know how to draw in the broken world principles and star source? Father taught me before, and I also learned a set of secret techniques. That's good. But unfortunately, Your Highness is not a star master. If you had succeeded in refining the star source a few years ago, you would have gained more benefits this time. Lan Xun pursed her lips and smiled. Uncle Xiao is not a star master either, but he still managed to cultivate to the 2nd-order Emperor realm. Although the body of a Star Lord had many conveniences on the path of cultivation, it was not without its advantages. Sun is very confident in herself and believes that one day, she will be able to reach father's height. Xiao Yuyang was shocked when he heard this and laughed. Good, it's good that Your Highness is so ambitious. Unfortunately, Your Highness is not a man. Lan Xun immediately snorted. So what if I'm a man? Am I worse than those men? What Uncle Xiao means is, if you were a man, Uncle Xiao would definitely drink and chat with you. Xiao Yuyang quickly changed the topic without any sense of awkwardness. I don't want to, it stinks, I don't know what's so good about it. Xiao Yuyang did not say much about this matter and instead solemnly said, Your Highness, the most important thing this time is to break through to your current realm. Of course, if you have enough time, you can also experience the 3rd layer. There are many good things on the 3rd layer, many of which even us old fogies may not be able to obtain. In the 5-colored treasure pagoda, what matters most is opportunity and fortune, strength and cultivation are actually secondary. Sun will remember. 2 days passed by in a flash. On this day, Maplewood City was bustling with activity as everyone gathered in the huge square in front of the City Lord's mansion. Origin returning realm masters and Origin kings, all of them were beaming with joy while all the other cultivators, except for these two, wore gloomy and sullen expressions. This could not be helped though, as Dao Source realm masters were not allowed to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, and any cultivator below the Origin returning realm knew they did not have the strength to enter, so naturally, they would not join in the fun. Many Origin returning realm masters did not even have the courage to do so. Those who had the courage to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda were those who had no regard for life or death, and were prepared to seek opportunities inside. In front of the City Lord's mansion, a high platform had been built at some point. Atop this high platform, several cultivators of various ages were seated. When everyone looked at them, their faces were filled with respect and worship. After all, these people were all masters from the Emperor realm. Those who had not reached the Emperor realm were not qualified to sit here. Even Maplewood City's City Lord, Duan Yuan Shan, could only bow and smile as he stood to the side. Duan Yuan Shan was a 2nd-order Dao Source Realm Master, and in normal times, he would definitely be the king of Maplewood City. But at this moment, in front of these masters from the Emperor realm, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Time passed quietly. More and more cultivators gathered. Everyone was looking around, searching for the legendary treasure of Star Soul Palace, the 5-colored treasure pagoda. They wanted to see its true appearance. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anything. However, some people who knew some inside information said that the real 5-colored treasure pagoda was not here, nor was it carried by the Star Envoy Master. Although this was the Southern Territory and no one dared to be disrespectful to Star Soul Palace, it was still a Palace Guardian treasure, so how could it be carried around? This time, opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda was mainly because the Star Envoy Master had joined forces with many cultivators from the Emperor realm to rely on the Grand Divine Technique and some masters from Star Soul Palace's headquarters to open a passage into the 5-colored treasure pagoda. So, even if the pagoda was not here, it could still be entered. Yang Kai stood in the crowd, listening to the conversations of the surrounding cultivators, and soon learned this news. This cleared his doubts. He had also thought that the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace carried the 5-colored treasure pagoda with him, but he could not understand why. Now he finally understood. While he was waiting, someone patted him on the shoulder, followed by Mo Xueqi's voice. "Big brother Yang." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Mo Xueqi standing next to him with a smile. Beside her, countless cultivators were grimacing as they looked at her with fear. Chapter 1993. Describing Mo Xueqi as a hedgehog was the most appropriate description, so wherever she passed, the cultivator would feel pain and avoid her. For a time, the place where she and Yang Kai were standing became a vacuum of space with a radius of 15 meters, and no one dared to approach. "Big brother Yang, I finally found you, there are so many people here." Mo Xueqi said as she turned her head and looked around, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a big city. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile and said softly, "Xueqi, what's wrong?" Mo Xueqi turned her head, but in the next moment, her beautiful face paled as she covered her mouth with her small hand and pointed to Yang Kai's shoulder. "Ah, big brother Yang, your shoulder is bleeding. Who attacked you? It's too hateful." It's fine. Yang Kai's face was calm, as if he had long been accustomed to this. Circulating his secret art slightly, he stopped the bleeding and said, "Just don't touch me casually next time, otherwise I may die from blood loss." Mo Xueqi was startled for a moment before her face quickly turned red, lowering her head and pinching her clothes with both hands, as if she was trying to play with them. "Haha, Alchemist Yang, so you're here." At that moment, Kong Si Ran's hearty laughter came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Shopkeeper Kong striding over. "Shopkeeper Kong." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly. Seeing Alchemist Yang's confident appearance, this Kong is relieved. It seems Alchemist Yang has prepared well this time. This Yang only hopes to retreat unscathed. Alchemist Yang is too modest. There are countless opportunities in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Alchemist Yang will definitely return with a bountiful harvest. "Oh, this girl is. Oh, Xueqi is my friend." Yang Kai introduced Mo Xueqi to Kong Si Ran. Mo Xueqi was simple and naive. However, she wasn't an overly friendly person, so she just nodded lightly and stood quietly beside Yang Kai. "Alchemist Yang," this old man asked the master from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters about some news. "After entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, I'm afraid we'll be separated and won't be able to join forces," Kong Si Ran said with some disappointment. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Could it be that after entering, the location of the appearance is not fixed?" It was not his first time entering various sealed world and independent spaces for experience, so he was quite experienced in this regard. When Kong Si Ran mentioned this, he immediately thought of a possibility. "Indeed," Kong Si Ran nodded solemnly. "The space inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda is an ancient battlefield. The laws of heaven and earth are extremely broken, and there are many uncertain factors. Therefore, even if the cultivator works together to enter, they will appear in different locations. Before this old master had hoped to travel together with Alchemist Yang, but now it seems that has become wishful thinking." Yang Kai smiled and said, "We can't join hands. I'm afraid the others won't be able to join forces either." "That's fine too. Everyone will rely on their own abilities." Alchemist Yang is right. This old master also thought of this point, so he specially came to inform you that you must be careful when you enter. Inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, there are many natural traps and barriers. If origin kings like us fall into them, it is very likely that we will die. Every year, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace die here. You must not be careless. Many thanks for Shopkeeper Kang's reminder. I will be careful, Yang Kai gently nodded. The two stood in place and chatted casually for a while. By the way, Shopkeeper Kong, who are those people sitting up there? Yang Kai gestured to the high platform in front of the city lord's mansion with his eyes and asked. Kong Si Ran smiled wryly. In fact, this old master only recognizes 3 of them. The second one from the left is Master Lu Qi, Vice President of my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. The third one is Master Tsang Yuan, Vice President of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce, and the one in the middle is Master Xiao Yu Yang, Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace. As for the rest, this old master only knows their origins, but not their names. Yang Kai nodded and was about to say something when Mo Xueqi's voice came from the side. The first one on the left is Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The first on the right is Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, and the second on the right is Gao Xueting of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran looked at Mo Xueqi in amazement. You know all of them? Yang Kai asked. Mo Xueqi giggled. I have seen many of the names and portraits of the masters of the Emperor realm, so I know a little. Besides Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yu Yang, who is a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the rest are all first-order emperors. This old master admires young ladies' knowledge. Kong Si Ran cupped his fists in admiration. Mo Xueqi quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, because when Kong Si Ran introduced the masters of the Emperor Realm, even if others couldn't hear them, he would still address them as master to show respect. But Mo Xueqi directly called them by their names. It was obvious that this girl didn't care much about these masters. However, at this moment, in this small Maplewood city, a total of 6 masters of the Emperor Realm had gathered. It seemed that all the top forces of the Southern Territory had sent people here. This was a grand occasion. No wonder even City Lord Duan Yuan Shan had to stand aside with a smile. The time had not yet arrived, so even though many cultivators were waiting anxiously, they didn't dare to show it. Moreover, not many people in the square in front of the City Lord's mansion dared to speak loudly. After all, with 6 masters of the Emperor Realm sitting in front of them, who would dare to act presumptuously? Yet, there was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death, hawking his wares here. The 9 Transformations Soul Return Pill is a top-notch healing panacea. If you want to buy it, you'd better buy it now. As long as you're still breathing, you'll be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. There are only 3 of them, and they're family heirlooms. Don't waste them. A shout suddenly rang out in the crowd. All the cultivators were startled and immediately rushed to the source of the voice. If one were to ask what kind of spirit pills were the most popular in Maplewood City in the past 2 days, the answer would obviously be all kinds of healing spirit pills. After all, many cultivators had to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so who could guarantee that they wouldn't be injured inside? Therefore, the cultivators had already swept up all the healing spirit pills in the major stores, causing the price of healing spirit pills in Maplewood City to increase by more than 3 times. But the supply still couldn't meet the demand. No matter how expensive the price was, could it compare to one's life? Perhaps a single healing spirit pill could save one's life at a critical moment, so naturally, the cultivators wouldn't be stingy with it. As early as last night, the healing spirit pills in Maplewood City had been sold out. Not to mention high-grade healing spirit pills, even the most ordinary pills had all been sold out. At this moment in this square, someone was actually shouting for the 9 Revolutions life-restoring pill, which had the effect of regrowing flesh and bones and reviving the dead, so how could it not attract everyone's attention? This voice. Yang Kai and Mo Xueqi looked at each other and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Why does it sound so familiar? Come and buy it, come and buy it. The 9 Revolutions life-restoring pill is refined from the legendary Immortal Source Liquid. You should know about the Immortal Source Liquid, right? It is the essence condensed from the immortal tree, a single drop every 1,000 years. It is 10,000 times more precious than 10,000-year stone milk. It is supplemented with many rare herbs and is personally refined by an Emperor-grade alchemy grandmaster. Don't miss it. The sounds of hawking were still going on. Yang Kai suddenly remembered who the owner of this voice was. Mo Xueqi obviously also reacted, grit her teeth, and shouted angrily, "It's that old swindler." Saying so, she rushed out. Relying on her advantage of being a human-shaped hedgehog, Mo Xueqi forcibly cut a bloody path through the bustling crowd and rushed directly to the cellar, shouting, "You old swindler, you're actually trying to swindle people again? Just watch how I teach you a good lesson today." The seller looked up and also recognized Mo Xueqi, causing his heart to skip a beat. Without waiting for Mo Xueqi to react, he suddenly pointed behind Mo Xueqi as his eyes widened, as if he had just seen a goddess descend to the mortal world. His eyes shining brightly as he exclaimed, "Wow, the 5-colored treasure pagoda!" Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and turned around to look. Where was the 5-colored treasure pagoda? It was completely empty. I was fooled again. Mo Xueqi quickly reacted and quickly turned around. The old swindler was nowhere to be seen. He had long since disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Mo Xueqi stomped her foot angrily. 1,000 meters away, somewhere in the crowd, A sloppy-looking old man with a goatee and sloppy clothes exhaled softly and muttered to himself. That was close. I was almost caught. Why is my life so bitter? That little girl is too much. She wants to hunt me down for just a few thousand source crystals. So bitter, so bitter. How miserable. After feeling sorry for himself for a while, he suddenly tugged at the clothes of a man next to him and whispered, Little brother, you also want to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Do you need a healing pill to ensure your safety? Oh. Does old sir have a healing pill for sale? The man suddenly became interested. Heh. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth as he mysteriously took out a jade bottle from his clothes and said with a mysterious expression, 9 Revolutions Soul Restoring Pill. This spirit pill is passed down from my ancestors. Little brother, please take a look. Seeing Mo Xueqi walk back angrily, Yang Kai knew that she must have returned empty-handed. However, Yang Kai felt quite strange because when he was in the black market, he had some contact with this old man and did not find anything special about him. The only difference was that this old man was a bit wretched, so at first glance, he was obviously not a good person. However, after Mo Xueqi rushed out just now, Yang Kai's divine sense had been locked onto this old man. But in just an instant, the old man had shaken off his pursuit and disappeared. This old man was not easy to deal with. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. After all, his current divine sense was far stronger than his current cultivation, almost reaching the level of the Tao Source realm, yet the other party was still able to miraculously escape his pursuit. It was obvious that this old man was not an ordinary person. But then again, most people would not go around swindling others or using tricks that could easily be seen through.